Sorry, friends, I'm trying to get the radio on. We've got helicopters working Delta again today, and what I have just been 3 likes already, yay! What I've just been monitoring, unfortunately, was there may be a burn injury here. I'm not sure in which area, but they are doing structure protection as we speak. So let me try to get the radio on. They're working real hard in Delta today, sort of northeast of Somerset and northwest of Sweeney's Crossing, just as before yesterday. So here, let me try to put it on. Okay, I'll be right back once this starts playing. Got a critical headache. I'm gonna go take something for it and come back. Is it gonna play? One moment. Oh.
That's affirmative. The deputy can come back up to me on location or get with Division 3 back at the new ICP location there at Tanaha Place and Tanaha Road.
Okay.
There's battalion forces.
11 into 99 into
Okay.
91 into 65 truck 2 outside fire Bravo response 13874 Sherriff correct.
I'm sorry, guys. That was the wrong feed. I am now kind of bewildered. Okay, so let me log in real quick. Bear with me. But I'm hearing about structure protection around Pleasant Valley, so I just try to update that. So Roosevelt unit, they said they pulled everybody out at one point. Sorry, let me get to the correct area. Okay.
Along the ridge top, you'll see 2 pieces of dozer line. You'll see where they're dropping retardant and have dropped retardant. They're finishing that up.
Well, I can show you.
The ground contact for the speakers. The green side of both of those dozer lines. They just have the south aspect, the north side to do. Keep up.
Okay, so it's quite a situation. They're talking about evacuation.
I guess I'm not bringing in any more than like 3 or 4 right now, just because of visibility. But don't take whatever we can get.
Sorry, while I work on this.
Copy, and I'm still looking for you. I haven't got that yet.
While I work on this tech problem, I'm gonna hold my phone up.
The creek will come back around the north side looking for you.
Nice sight. Can't tell which way you're pointing. I think we're going to be out your right door. Last 1 o'clock, well.
You're going to follow you around, show us what you got.
Really, this is it. I mean, the other side is hard to see under that column now. There was a bunch of houses under that. Otherwise, this was it. To try to finish the burn in here, or help prep that to finish that. But the other side, they kind of lost it. Hopefully, don't pull back up into them. But structure protection with the helicopter until they can come up with a plan, and then try to probably anchor in down below and bring it up at the right flank.
Copy, I think I got it. I got the identifiers are all 4. I'll go ahead and take it if you can be back over the fire at 1630.
1630, we can do that, and Helibase was just calling for help. Mackay, Charlie 5 on TFR.
Yes, Helco, be advised, Division Juliet is currently running an IWI and requested no further information at this point.
Okay,
TFR.
I got it working.
Charlie 5, you're calling air attack on TFR? Trying to get hold of Matt line. Which side of the Division Delta did they lose today? To the south or the north? Division Delta, where they're working, is kind of in that pocket where the Bell Dip is. It's making a little run on the Butte Creek Section 2 area. Is that the north or the south side of the drainage? We've been working there all week. I've been down on the French for last week, so where you have the finger that went west on the south, the finger that went west on the north, basically the pocket in between the northern side. I got it.
Okay, what a situation.
Charlie, Tango Hotel, Helco, go ahead.
Yep, 3 Tango Hotel has departed, tracking via the black route inbound for Melbourne.
Okay, copy that. Helco's at 4,000. We're using altimeter 2998. You cleared in 3,500 and below, and you will be working with 8 Charlie Hotel out of the Mel Dip.
2998, 3,500 and below, and working with 8 Charlie Hotel, 3 Tango Hotel.
Additionally, you can switch to the North Rotor.
Switching the North Rotor, 3 Tango Hotel.
Helco, Charlie 5 on TFR.
3 Tango Hotel is inbound. If you can get him oriented where you're working, he just lifted off the Helibase.
North or the south side of that stuff from yesterday?
It's on the south side, behind, I guess it'd be to the east of where you guys started your line. It's kind of running down into the vineyards. I'm just getting out here, Hick. Let me take a look at it. I don't think visibility is conducive to you getting in here.
No, just curious. I was looking over there trying to figure out where you guys are going to be working. Okay, sounds good, man.
Yeah, basically, just come off the hill and we're running down in the bottom of that drainage where the grassy open areas are in the vineyards.
All right, copy all. We'll let you get back to work. The Helco 7 Bravo Sierra on TFR.
Yeah, 7 Bravo Sierra, go ahead.
In contact with Helibase, and yeah, that's the south side. Butte Creek it's backing down into. If it gets into there, it's in alignment to head up to Big Butte and back into the burn, but that's what they got going, Happy Valley area.
Caldor Communications, copies.
Okay, I don't know if I can even get a moment to talk, but things are not going too well.
The Division Tango working. We're just coming into Romeo Tango.
There may be a burn injury, I think, at Juliet, which is on the east side. But we've had them.
Charlie 5 air attack on Charlie 5 on TFR. Okay, you want to switch over to air traffic flight. Okay, so we've been working, if you're talking to me, we've been doing it on the TFR. If we've been talking to the front seat, it's been on the air tech. Just keep it clean for the whole mission, but we can switch over now. Yeah, we've got helicopters coming up, reaching Helco on the TFR. So, and I got a medical helicopter that's going to be reaching out for me and TFR coming out of Tahoe to Division Juliet. Yep, I understand.
So they lost control at Delta. And some of the crews are evacuating their positions and retreating a bit. They're going to structure protection somewhere near Pleasant Valley.
Left.
They called in the helicopters. And it's not going to be another going day. I know, informant. Welcome back, by the way. So I'm trying to get some good cams here. Somerset might help. They're struggling with visibility, but they really need help from the air. In Division Delta. So some ground crews and...
Hi, Charlie Hotel, 3 Tango Hotel.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 3 Tango Hotel, just coming at your left door, going into Meldip. Left. Check it out. We're kind of fighting to get spaces over here. In and out, so we'll find some stuff that's in the clear and work what we can we have to. And we'll just try and get used to not getting each other's way. 3 Tango Hotel, sounds good.
Australia's in the house.
Division Juliet, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Would be 38 degrees, 48.577 by 120 degrees, 1.967.
So at Juliet, there may be a burn injury, which is over here.
Division Juliet, Caldor Communications, copy is 38 degrees, 48.577 by 120 degrees, 1.967.
Yeah, I know it's so heartbreaking, informant. Good afternoon, guys. I was hoping for another mild day for them to get work done, but it's smoky. Looks like the tankers are off for now, but they've got helicopters. They lost it. They lost something over here by Pleasant Valley, same place they were fighting yesterday. So they're doing structure protection. Let me try to see if there's new evacuation orders, because I heard it mentioned. Hey, thank you, Josh. Informant says, I found an 11-hour scanner video.
Not in here, not with the visibility.
Okay, please.
Yeah, as soon as it improves, I'll place the order for him, but right now you're just going to be stuck with the rotors.
Sorry, it's one of those I'll barely get a word in, but I'm trying my best to get the evacuation
just
info.
Just getting in here in orientation. So is that right where the edge of the brush, the timber hits the grass there? Tango Hotel is out of the dip. Got you started down in the front. We'll just take less traffic. Yeah, perfect. And is there any ground crews in there, or just target spot? Yeah, I believe that we pulled well back. We were just working a spot at the bottom and in the clear. 3 Tango Hotel. Got you there. Firewatch 5-1 showing 15 miles to the northwest, 17.5. Do you have contact with Caldor 26? Caldor 26 negative. I got altimeter 299 radar, top at 8,500. Lead coming in 7,500, copters working 5,500 below. And who is the Caldor identifier? That's just Caldor 26. It's another intelligence gathering aircraft. We can hear that. Hear us on 2345. I have not had any contact with Caldor 26. You're the first one. Copy, yeah, there. Looks like there's 17.5. We'll probably drop that to 17.5 until we'll be in contact with them. Okay, Caldor 26 at 17.5, and you will be at 16.5, and you're cleared in. Firewatch 5-1 copies, and it will be above the Division Delta area. Are you okay with us going direct on underground command with the divisions and branches? Firewatch 5-1 affirmative. Firewatch 5-1 copies, thanks. That stuff that's sort of back on that tile, it's spotting a good half a mile in front of itself. Okay, copy that. That's fine. We're just kind of looking down in the corner, keep it from jumping that road. It should be about your 12 o'clock low where it transitions from the timber into the grass. You'll see like a little garden down there. Yep, copy that. You just want to start from where they got it pulled up to the grass and head back towards my tile. Yeah, affirm. Division Delta Helco. Aircraft command.
Anybody have any new evacuation information for the Caldor? Because I just heard it, but I can't see it.
Hold a Delta, but you'll work. We'll do what we can to support you with the rotor on the bottom of that, just keeping it in check from crossing that grassy ridge, but then it is spotting out ahead of itself back up the canyon.
It's got that all the way down to the creek. You want more in this?
I really can't tell if it's Sweeney's.
Where are you at? I got a bunch of vehicles and transports parked down there. Is that where you're at currently? You up there with the dozer? Copy. Look in a little bit to the west. You do have a 2-track dozer line, at least 3 blades wide, working up around the edges of the, looks like orchards from here. That looks to be holding pretty good. The fire's kind of hung up above it as you continue out west towards you were firing like 2 days ago. Everything to the east, there's not much we're going to be able to do with it under the column, but it's starting to spot out. Last helicopter said about a quarter mile ahead of itself.
Okay. I have to reset the browser. I forgot to turn on hardware acceleration, so I'm going to do that real quick. If I lose you, I'm coming right back. Sorry. Newbie thing here. So, reset browser. And I can't tell if it's structure protection by Sweeney's Crossing or Pleasant Valley or both. It may be both.
Division Juliet, Caldor Communications.
An ambulance has been called for.
The patient has made it to the ambulance and they're doing an evacuation. We'll give you a better idea soon. Was there a fill on the air ambulance?
Division Juliet, Caldor Communications, affirmative on the air ambulance, but pending weather, it'll be CalStar 6 out of South Lake Tahoe. They'll be utilizing CalCord.
Oh.
Copy, thank you.
Someone has a burn injury, but they're waiting for air ambulance.
Tango Hotel out of the dip. 7-3 informed after that. 4A Yankee out of the MRB.
Okay, I hope I didn't lose you guys. It's all going to reset. Hopefully now we can get some, excuse me, just wait a second. I got to re-log in. 3D views and such. And hopefully the computer will chug along a little bit better. Okay, here we go. Go back down. Get the feedback up. Just one moment. Yeah. Customize, whatever. Oops, I didn't log in. 1 second, y'all. Just take a moment. Alright, here we go. Here's the feedback. Should be playing. They're just not talking at this very second, as far as I know. Okay. Logging back into. There we go.
I understand you just want to double up this one.
Alright, thanks for your patience. Brian D, we're still here? Awesome. Brian D, it moved a bit closer to me last night. Yikes, Brian. Where were you located again? Okay, thank you.
It'll be probably a 20-minute minimum. Looking at it, do you want it right on the fire's edge, or right on your dozer line edge, or do you want it off a little bit? Where are you looking? You do have some retardant on there now.
Right. You know, it may not be new evacuation orders. It could have been they were just double checking that people were out when they kind of lost it hit today. It's the same section as yesterday by right here, Happy Valley Road where it meets Camp Creek, and down Jackass Canyon by the North Fork of the Codsunas, and by Butte Creek. So they've had... Anyway, Pleasant Valley to Sweeney's.
7-3 on Saturday, MRB, we're trying to flashing them.
You know, probably one more on that side, down low, tank of that.
Oh man, there's a new fire too. Thanks. I kind of tweeted that. So, yeah, I thought somebody said chaparral fire as in that's a fuel, and I'm like, wait a second. Nope, it's the name of a new fire. Wonderful. So I've got a pretty bad headache. But we'll be with you. We'll be with you.
Yeah, you'll run there.
Thank you, Josh. We got a new fire here down south.
Helco 7-3 uniform on TFR.
We don't need any extra fires right now. So that one is down by...
Charlie Hotel. Hotel. Charlie Hotel, go ahead. Do you copy that traffic truck? He's looking for a drop. If you could contact him direct.
San Clemente.
So I think we're going to help you enter the water, and then we're going to return back to base and get it fixed. Copy that. And let us know when you're going to depart. Roger. Yeah, for Tango Hotel. Do you copy that traffic? Go ahead for the traffic, straight Tango Hotel. Truckie's looking for his drop. If you could contact them direct. Straight Tango Hotel, copy. Yeah, 3 Tango Hotel, you could have ordered a replacement for 8 Charlie Hotel. Yeah, happy, sorry, Dogan, 3 Tango Hotel? Yeah, you could have ordered a replacement. The visibility support 2 copters working in there. Yeah, we can go 3 if you want. Copy, I'll order one more for now.
Yay. New helicopter coming.
For uniform on the rotor Victor.
Near to ground command.
Truckee.
Copy, frequency change approved. Roger.
Third helicopter's coming to Delta to help out with where they lost...
Yes, sir. Priority mission from Air Attack. Looking to have you fly the Pacific helipod, the Pacific MRB area there, checking on visibility and landing there, possibly using that for transfer from ground to air for the IWI.
So we have very vigorous activity on the Caldor where they have been calling in for air support in Delta. Air ambulance for Juliet, I believe, which is on the eastern flank.
And we have, sorry from this other side, they're about to get back to by fire and
yes. Pleasant Valley specifically, and Butte Creek is where they pulled out ground crews and they asked for helicopter support. Getting a third one in there would be good. Tankers are off the line right now because, well, you look at the visibility and it's just very poor. So there's Lake Springs over there towards the eastern area.
Hell base, Elko, you were walked all over. Can you repeat your traffic?
Yeah, thank you, Isaiah, for your hard work.
And, the Pacific LZ area, Pacific MRB area, checking visibility and landing there, potentially using that as a ground-to-air transition point for our IWI.
I think that means air ambulance. Yeah, come back and see us, Isaiah. Thanks for stopping by.
Caldor Communications.
We miss you too. So they were helping with evacuations. I've just looked thoroughly. I don't see any new ones. Just maybe they were making sure.
Direct, and we'll keep.
Hello base, Elko, air to ground command. You were walked on. Can you repeat?
When we make our runs, I'll talk to Rick. That should be fine.
Have you seen where it's starting to run up on those few structures about halfway along that line? Negative, we can't see under the column, but if you can work it, just point protection on those structures. Yeah, copy, and if I guess if there's any of those tank ships around spare, we might need to hand to. Yeah, I'm trying to place that order now. For hull base, Elko, ground command.
Yeah, yes, sir. How do you read?
I got you loud and clear. You were walked on earlier. Can you repeat your traffic?
Yes, sir. Priority mission from Air Attack. Need you to fly to the Pacific MRB. Check the visibility there and check landing there. We're potentially going to have Caldor 6 landing there for a ground air transport for the IWI.
Returning with the bucket malfunction. If you have a tank type 1, I'd like to order him up, black route, working out of the Mel dip, and he'll be working with 4-8 Yankee.
We at Caldor Communications, we need an approximate patient's weight for the flight.
Mid to late 20s, approximately 180 pounds to 200 pounds.
It's the ambulance patient. I think it's a burn.
Hellfire taxi on the TFR.
Burn injury. They seem to be over at Juliet.
Power 15, picking up the
Repeat your identifier here, last.
4-8.
Yeah, 4-8 Yankee, you're done over there?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Mel dip?
So we can find a way over there.
Copy, yeah, if you can come back around, I'd like you to work with 3 Tango Hotel. You'll be doing structure protection out of the Mel dip, and it's just following Division Delta around. And if you can go direct to him on this frequency and get you organized, I've got 1 additional copter on order, tank type 1, and I got to go find a LZ for IWI.
Okay, we'll do it.
Division Juliet, Caldor Communications.
The medical thing, the IWI, I had information we were getting a area ambulance coming into Juliet, drop point 23, and told them that's smoked out to the ground.
Yeah, I just got it. We're going to, we're leaving Delta right now. We're going to work our way around Jenkinson Dip and see if we can get into the Pacific MRB. And be advised, I've got 3 Tango Hotel and 4-8 Yankee going to be working Division Delta for Roosevelt structure protection. I've got 1 additional tank type 1 ordered up, black route to the Mel dip.
Okay, I had 4-8 Yankee 8 Charlie Hotel, so 7-3 uniform went in.
7-3 uniform went in, and 8 Charlie Hotels inbound as well. They got a bucket malfunction.
Copy 4 Yankee 3 Tango Hotel.
Team broken. We are en route to Echo Summit to meet CalStar, who will fly to UC Davis.
I have a video for us to watch about the wind forecast, but we can't really look away.
Update with flight. Ambulance needs to head west on Highway 50 towards Pacific Ranger Station.
So, like, that's where they're taking a burn victim.
We're going to make a run and puff smoke where we're going to drop. If anybody down there has got it, we'll just kind of confirm in your division.
I'm looking for wind updates. Hang on a second.
It looks like it's right at the end of the retard line. So I'm over a whole bunch of vehicles in a drop point. Let me see what I got on the map. I don't even know if that's a drop point. But...
Meanwhile, a hurricane approaches the New Orleans area. As a Category 4 expected
we'll take
to
it
land.
indirect.
What's the name?
Affirmative. We're not in a hurry, so if you got folks out gridding or something, let me know. We're not in a hurry. We've probably got another 20 minutes minimum until the VLAT shows up, and we have no problem orbiting until you guys feel comfortable.
Yay! Planes are coming. At least some kind of good news.
I copy that.
It's 2:25 p.m. I'm going to look at the fire weather forecast out of Reading.
Caldor Communications.
In a second.
Caldor Communications, for instance, safety, go ahead.
Meanwhile, we have 7-mile-an-hour sustained winds, temperature.
Caldor Communications, transportation update. Have medic 502 rendezvous with medic 17 at Ice House Terrace and Highway 50.
Just for info, the medic has departed en route to Echo Summit. I'm trying to hail him on the TAC so we can turn around and head the other way.
TAC meaning Tactical Channels Radio.
Caldor Communications copies.
So we have 23-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts and 7-mile-an-hour sustained winds, explaining why this has taken off quite a bit.
502 Caldor Communications on command.
Color code for wind gusts. Orange is worse wind gusts. Green is, well, 10 to 20, and orange is a little bit above 20 miles an hour. So in general, the wind is blowing, the southwest wind is going to the northeast.
Medic 502, Caldor Communications on command.
But we have microclimates.
Caldor Communications, Brent. I was able to contact them on TAC. They're aware of the plan. Turn around, heading westbound, and rendezvous with medic 17.
In each one of the drainages, the wind can be blowing a different direction.
Branch 10 Safety, Caldor Communications copies. Additionally, advise them to contact Medic 17 on CalCord.
Caldor Communications, for instance, if you approach and repeat.
Yeah, Josh says there's lots of cams on the Chaparral fire.
Branch 10 Safety, Caldor Communications copies your traffic. Advise Medic 502 contact Medic 17 on CalCord.
Branch 10 Safety, copy.
Yeah, meanwhile, down by
Hull base air task on here to ground command.
down by San Clemente, something's exploding down
Air
there.
attack, Westerville.
To copy the traffic with Camino 1 command frequency.
3-hour time lapse of let's wow.
That's a negative, sir. Can you re-advise?
Per Camino, CalStar 6. is canceled, patient being transported by ground. Is that the same IWI that the Helco is looking for an LZ?
Yes, sir, that's a firm. Hello, base copy, thank you, sir.
Wow. Not what California needs. I'll get a better wind forecast in just a second.
Patient transported by ground. Copy that, we're returning.
Main ridge line, I think over by drop point 26, I think it was. Are you guys letting that come all the way down to the road? If not, it's really chewed through the retardant in that plantation. Just want to make sure you guys are just bringing it down to the road, I guess.
Yeah, we're working that hand line on section 13. I don't know if you heard from Sherriff. You've been trying to get all you. We got several spots, one about 3/4 of an acre. I've repositioned 16 Lima to undercut. I just need some water support if I can over here. A little bit more than our hand tools.
Hi, copy. We're still dealing with that incident. With that incident, I'll try to get you something in that direction, but we're real short on engines.
I just wanted to keep you informed.
We'll be in here.
There's a structure that can hit, but I can't get down under that plume. Not sure if you guys can. Yeah, it's pretty much just out my left jaw
now. Okay, so Friday. Let's see here. Yeah, we do have a little video to watch. I'm just going to mute them just for a second. And it is the...
Go ahead. I was one behind the post office, ticketed as 29.
Just for a moment. Just for a moment.
DA48, are you out with somebody?
Here we go.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Saturday, August 28, 2021. The most recent water vapor loop from GOES 16 shows a weak ridge over northern California with an approaching Pacific trough. An unusually dry air mass aloft can be seen in the loop over California, as indicated by the orange and reddish shading. Visible imagery this morning shows abundant amounts of smoke, both at the surface and aloft across northern California. The marine layer was also non-existent. Due to the poor ventilation today, smoke will remain entrenched over large portions of the region and impact solar radiation reaching the ground. The weak ridge currently over the area will begin to break down later Sunday, with much more pronounced troughing the earlier half of next week. Disturbances will translate through the trough and lead to periods of enhanced wind flow. The trough should weaken some late week. Temperatures will be above normal area-wide this weekend and then cool slightly next week with near to slightly above average readings. Locally breezy northerly and easterly winds will affect portions of the Sacramento Valley, lower west slopes of the Cascade and Sierra Ranges, and ridges across Del Norte County this morning. Expect peak gusts around 25 miles per hour. Otherwise, a light and variable wind flow this afternoon. This forecast image is valid at 0800 today. A more typical summertime wind pattern is expected Sunday afternoon and evening, with localized breezes found across the north and east, Bay Area, and gaps leading out of the coastal range. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Saturday. Northwest, west, and southwesterly winds will increase area-wide Monday and Tuesday. Expect peak gusts between 25 to 35 miles per hour, favoring eastern areas, especially along and east of the crest. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Monday. Unusually low humidity values both day and night will affect the region this weekend. Minimums will be in the single digits, teens, and 20s, with poor to moderate recoveries at night. This forecast image is valid at 1700 today. Low humidity will continue across interior areas well into next week, with some moderation near the coast. Minimums will remain in the single digits, teens, and 20s across interior areas, with poor to moderate recoveries. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Monday. The 7-day significant fire potential product reveals mostly moderate risk. A high risk remains for eastern areas early next week, due to the alignment of better ventilation, gusty winds, low humidity, and critically low fuel moistures. Ventilation will increase area-wide early next week and increase the potential of fire behavior on pre-existing fires or new ignitions. Some moderation in fire danger will occur near the coast as next week progresses. In summary, an unusually dry and warm air mass this weekend. Localized breezes favoring the Sacramento Valley this morning and eastern areas Sunday afternoon. Increasing winds area-wide Monday and Tuesday, coupled with unusually low humidity readings, most heightened fire danger found across eastern areas, thus a high risk there. Air mass will remain unusually dry the next week across interior portions of the region, with some moderation near coastal areas.
Okay, there's jolly music there, but we're not feeling it right now. So let me turn on the radio again. I do have NOAA weather here. Let's see. It's mostly just police activity. That's why I went and took the moment to look at that. That is straight from the horse's mouth, the best weather information we can get. That's from Redding. That's what they tell all the fire crews to make their decisions. It's a fire weather forecast, not just a forecast. So for this afternoon, we'd have NOAA says just a little bit east of Placerville. The temperature is 93 degrees. Let's see. The widespread haze, widespread smoke, sunny with a high near 90, west wind around 9 miles per hour, which would be blowing the wind to the east because it's out of the west. Tonight, widespread haze before 11, partly cloudy with a low around 69, west wind becoming 8 miles an hour, becoming east-southeast in the evening. So the special statement here is urgent fire weather message. Fire weather watch Monday through Tuesday evening for the Sierra and Grand Cascades. Gusty west to southwest winds are forecast to develop over the northern Sierra and southern Cascades late Monday morning to Tuesday evening. These winds, combined with very low humidity and extremely dry fuels, may lead to critical fire conditions. Elevated fire weather conditions may continue into Wednesday due to locally gusty winds and low humidity. It's just absolutely not a good situation. So I'm going to get back to monitoring this and take a little break to eat. Hey, good afternoon. It's a bad situation. We have a new fire down sort of southeast of San Clemente called the Chaparral Fire, which has basically exploded. And we are hoping to keep all of our air assets in Northern California to ourselves. But if there's no smoke anyway, if there's too much smoke anyway and no visibility, then it would make sense that they would divert some. Now, I do hear talk of a VLAC coming, which is a very large aerial tanker. I don't know which portion of the fire they want to work, but they were discussing that. They were discussing that with the helicopter crews over here in Delta. Just want to draw a quick picture for you right here. This is Delta in general. This is like Juliet. somebody at Juliet, I believe, was perhaps driven by ambulance here, and they're going to go, I think, to Tahoe, best I could tell, because the air ambulance couldn't be dispatched due to the smoke on the east side there. We see a lot of activity over here on the southeast area. We're smoked in with the cameras over by Tahoe itself, over by Strawberry. But it looks like there's a time lapse here. We can see what's going on a little bit with the wind. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse with the Armstrong Lookout 2 camera, and I'm about to turn on the radio to go get my food. But the wind's being a bit erratic and unpredictable is part of why some of the crews pulled out of Delta to let the helicopters try to work on the area where the fire crossed the lines. But I think that's around Butte Creek and Camp Creek. It may be affecting when they're doing structure protections at the Pleasant Valley area and also by the Cosumnes River. Yeah, you can't tell much with this time lapse. And yeah, it's really cooking right now. It's very, very vigorous and active. So I'm going to turn back on the radio and see what we can see. The prevailing winds. Okay, the radio's on, but they're not talking.
Copy. I think we're in the area now. I think I got a visual on your crew. What I'm going to start is just to the west of you guys. I'm going to bring a tank type 1 up, bringing retardant down towards that house. And you don't have anybody that far up the line?
You're free to call for a welfare check.
Under the canopy, I'm going to come over and fly it now. If you got anybody up in that area that can come up on their ground for me.
4261 Bullhead will be en route to for and check the welfare on John Kern. Unknown calling.
Central DA48, 10-8, check clear.
So we have.
We'll be working in Division Delta.
All right, we're heading direct MRB.
Additionally, go ahead and transfer over to the north with Rotorbeck.
On north.
Diego County. Is this Diego County? Yeah, they're not having a good time. This is the start of that fire down there, Chaparral. But here on the Caldor, we've got winds there around 9 miles per hour. Sustained is what they just said on NOAA. On windy it says 7, but mostly blowing the fire to the east. But we've had some microclimate issues over in Delta where the wind is kind of all over the place, which is where they lost some of their lines. And the helicopters are there ready to slam it and help where they can. They're doing welfare checks and structure protection there. But for the most part, the wind's blowing the fire to the east / to the northeast.
I'm currently working on the priority of the fingers in Division Papa. Then the next priority would be the lead. Finishing that line. That might take most of the day.
Reminder, Papa is here. They were trying to do some tanker action down there, but it's starting to get smoky. Here they are at Papa.
Turkey 1 Bravo, Helco, you got a visual on me right now?
That's an American Airlines jet. I'd be right back. I'm going to prepare a little bit of food.
Last unit to Caldor Communications, repeat your identifier.
Watch Hotel Tango.
I've got the dozer.
Yeah, copy.
It's going to be a bit. I got you guys right there. Looks like you got at least a 2-blade wide dozer line all the way around that. From where I'm at, I'm going to fly the line off to the left, and I'm going to bring the crane up and start bringing retardant off the knob at the end of the dozer line down towards you guys. I just need to make sure the line's clear through there. You got a visual on me still? This is your I'm going to start. Yeah, if you guys are down amongst the orchards, it's going to be no factor, but I do, over here, I do have some type of dozer line that looks like it goes down kind of indirect. I don't see any ground crews in here, but I want to start working this because this will tie this back in towards that house, which is above where you guys are working. I'm going to be the west of it. If you're still looking up, this is about where I'm going to start.
Fire there, Ken.
Just lifted hell base about 5 ago, so probably 5 or so. Copy. And will you be the point of contact for him?
Did you copy any of that on the air to ground, whether they're looking individually in that first spot in their range? A little bit. I copied the second spot over to the I'm not sure, I can't make this call. I'm not sure if you guys will be able to get into it at all either, but it's on the Silver Fork Road as it comes north off of 88 into section 33, crossing the 1 and 40 East Road, kind of in that area. Okay, we got some tankers checking in. We'll work this and then we'll have a little bit of gap in between. We'll fly up there and take a look unless it's super pressing. Yeah, it sounds like a structure threat. So after you drop out tankers, you want to come take a peek over here and we'll see what we can do in between the next one. Okay, that'll be fine. Alright, any ground contact?
Just keep working your way down the fire's edge.
Alright, any ground contact?
That's up to 1 Bravo. And settle in Melbourne. Ground command.
Sacramento copy. 1445. Bravo. Heavy tanker 2, Hotel Tango. Hotel Tango on air to ground.
To cut that piece off in that heavy canopy.
Down into the drainage.
Can continue. So basically, we're going to start in the bottom of that, but when you get done working for 1 Bravo, we're going to come up to the top where you're at now and just carry that down. As you follow that ridge line down, it's going to dogleg to the left, and you'll see 2 structures down there with a yellow fire engine or something on it. Truckee 1 Bravo is just east of that. In the bottom, you'll see a dozer. Why don't you come up for him direct? He's trying to cut that off between that's basically the 2 vineyards down there.
All right. Yes, but where are you at? You want me to make spot drops or draw a line for you?
Just looking here.
Tango, Elko.
It's also very active in Grizzly Spot as of 5 minutes ago. And on the Dixie.
Don't go much further to the east. That's where the other two copters are working. But if you come directly out of MRB and work everything basically under you down to the house, it'll be no factor, just the right turnout up for your drop.
All right.
On the Dixie fire just moments ago, they say the Grizzly and Walker Spot fire has become active this afternoon and stood up in a sizable column. Both the Grizzly Spot and the Walker Spot have burned together south of Genesee Valley Road. The fire managers say the column is in the Woods Creek area, south of where the two fires have merged.
Okay, keep on the strobe as you please. I want to make sure I drop on the right side, the right spot.
We're listening to Caldor.
Okay, we just kind of made an attempt, following the smoke column right along the edge. We're not able to get it free all. It's completely smoked out and it's dark.
Helicopters are having trouble seeing where to drop. Asking for a strobe is actually
okay, yeah, we're not going to be able to get aircraft into that area if that's where the ranch is. Sorry about
that. Oh. Asking for a strobe is asking for, like, I believe it might be a laser, with one helicopter saying, do it right there, or maybe on the ground. And they said, we can't get into where that ranch is, and I don't know where that is on the Caldor Fire. But back to the Dixie Fire update real quick. The fire continues to move southward, as though we're by the Genesee area. The column is due to the large timber in that area that is fueling the fire. Additional resources have been requested, and available resources already on the Dixie are being moved to that area to assist in prepping the lines to the south. This additional work is anticipated to be completed before the red flag warning forecast for Monday and Tuesday. The clock is ticking between, before Monday and Mad Monday and Terrible Tuesday, I think is what I'm going to call them. We will continue to look at what's happening at the Dixie, but that's the latest there. I'm going to turn back on the, we'll listen to the Caldor, and I'm going to go get some food.
Just below where you're dropping, you'll see it looks like a trailer or something starting to hit up. Let's put your next drop in there. Division Delta, Elko aircraft. Yeah, it looks like you got a trailer or something starting to catch right on the edge of your line. I don't know if you can break a loose an engine or something. It's going to be just east of the staging area down there.
Tango Hotel, right over this.
What's that?
Division Lima, Firewatch 5-1, Aircraft Command. Yeah, we're looking down into your area of concern there, the southeast corner of section 33. It has crossed Silver Fork Road. There are some spots down below the road in the drainage.
That was a nice drum one right across the center of that. Let's take a couple more in there until they get a fire engine in there. I'm just worried they're just going to throw spots into the green. Hotel Tango, Helco.
Hotel Tango.
Yeah, how's the biz down there? Are you good if I bring up another Type 1 to work with you in here?
Sounds good.
Copy. And if visibility deteriorates or you think we can only work one in there, I'm good with that as well.
Yeah, I think it works for us.
Copy that. I'll order over a second.
Bravo, 1 Hotel Tango is coming back to you.
7-5 and the route is return.
Copy, air tax 9-5.
Branch 10 Safety, Caldor Communications on command.
Go, Placerville. Helco, Placerville, elevate, 30 ground command.
Order up relief Helco over the incident immediate. We got a mechanical issue. We'll be returning to base. Additionally, one additional Type 1 that can be tanked or bucketed. Black Route, MRB working in Division Delta, and they'll be working with 2 Hotel Tango.
Copy that, relief Helco, ASAP, one additional Type 1, Black Route working on the MRB.
Affirm. Air attack, Helco.
Helco, air attack, you on CFO?
Yeah, affirm. Sorry about that. Hey, we got a boost pump issue. We're going to remain overhead till relief is ordered. Additionally, for your notes, I've got one additional Type 1 order to work out of the MRB with 2 Hotel Tango.
Okay, I got 4-8 Yankee, 3 Tango Hotel, 2 Hotel Tango plus 1.
Affirm. And 3 Tango Hotel, 4-8 Yankee are working out of the Mel dip. And they're just kind of basically picking up the right side of this swap over down here, doing structure protection. We did lose one additional trailer. And then the other 2 tank copters that are coming out of the MRB are going to be working the west side of the swap. I've got a point that we bring retardant down. If you can see down in here, there's 2 houses just above the staging area. They'll be able to basically draw a line with retardant.
Okay, yeah, we're over on Division Papa side. When we were over on the Division Delta side, there wasn't a lot of visibility for it.
Copy, no worries. Just get your line down on what we got going on over here, Mark.
Copy that.
And you got Casey with you, or is he on something else?
Two hot shots, Charlie 5.
Beach stay because of COVID.
Wow. 3 Tango Hotel, way out of the dip.
Back man. Just start the run down here, or are you guys still getting people out of the way? Copy your walk on the area clear, or should we hold on to the job?
Stand by 1 Juliet.
EVAC checking in, so whenever you get back, you'll make the drop.
That means a very large aerial tanker. Okay, I'm still with you guys. I'm just preparing food. I'll be right back.
Help air attack on Cuba.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess that last message I put out on command, put on El Camino command.
Who?
Right?
The incident has got the commander ground attack. Didn't come across either of those.
Oh, yeah, I turned my mixer box just a little too soon.
Down in the southwest corner of section 23.
Hey, friends. Sitting back down.
2 Hotel Tango, go ahead.
Hey, I don't know if you got eyes on us, but between the MRB and where we're dropping, just behind us, there are a number of spots that are pretty active and growing back there.
Copy. I'm about your, 3 o'clock. We'll come over to the left. Are they on this side of the drainage or on the other side? What's that?
They're on the other side, towards the MRB, right along that road. You saw where we were coming out.
Copy. Yeah, they were supposed to be doing some firing over there. I'll go take a look.
Alright, here's what's going on by San Clemente. Sort of by San Clemente. This is that new fire.
Air attack, Condor 26, TFR free.
Should you think that's all gone into the dip? And that house, just right beside where that plume is, it's starting to get spot fires all over the lawn around there.
Uh-oh. I believe the Aussie talking is here. He's, I think he's Tango Hotel. So he's talking about Sweeney's Crossing, I believe. I'm not 100%. Oh, Tanker 9-1. Tanker 912. I wonder if we would see it on the Armstrong lookout cam. Whoa. Is that a bug on the lens? Instead of an aerial tanker, we see a bug. Alright. Oh well. Chaparral Fire. All right, thank you, Josh. Take a look at that. We had a firefighter burn injury, I think on Juliet, which is the eastern area, and transportation by ground because visibility did not allow the air ambulance, and thoughts and prayers sent. This camera isn't going south enough for us to see what's going on over at Delta. Delta is near the Pleasant Valley, Somerset, Sweeney's Crossing, where all heck broke loose a little bit earlier today, and they got the crews out of there safely, and now the aircraft are doing their best to protect structures and try to clean up small spots, which are kind of breaking out.
I'm just going to move on the ridge and kind of bring that down, what we talked about earlier.
If they talk about special projects.
Yeah, firm. I'm going to start above the structure and just kind of bring it down. It looks like there's a single blade dozer line down in there that the fire's still hung up above it. Okay.
Special project continues to be over by the Leak Springs camp.
Okay, nice work down there. We'll go ahead and start on the knob, but when I first got you oriented, just going direct with retardant, bringing it down towards the structure down in there.
Well, we're going to make line up again with you when we get there.
I copy that. I'll hang out over here. And additionally, that corner that you saw, they're just firing that, bringing it around the structures, and they're going to bring it down into that creek drainage. So they don't need anything from it yet unless it spots. And if it does spot, you'll be the copter working in there with them.
Okay, thank you.
We'll put one more in there, and we'll offset it a little bit to the left, and then that'll be it for that area if that works for you. Sorry about that. We were supposed to be a little more left to right drift than we expected. We were going to put it a little more indirect, but I think that was more half in, half out, wasn't it?
Okay, ground command.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, I'm trying to get the evacuation orders up for the new fire.
So you can get that off the door.
One moment. Need to make this big enough to see. Okay. We're listening to Caldor. We're checking the cams for the others. There's also a situation at Genesee Valley with it becoming active. But we just have to wait and see how that pans out. I'll try to get a look at the Dixie. There's very little that we can see. Very little that we can see here at the Caldor Fire. There's reports of a large plume by Lassen National Forest, by the Genesee Valley. Just really can't see anything.
Yankee out of the depth.
Helco, go get the 2 Hotel Tango.
2 Hotel Tango, Helco. I'll meet you over the work location we're hovering over now.
And Helco. 7 Bravo Sierra, CFR.
7 Bravo Sierra, Helco's at 4,000. You cleared in 4,500 altimeter 2998. We're over in the Butte Creek area.
2998, we're cleared in at 4,000, and you're at 4,500?
We're at 4,000. You're cleared in 4,500.
Bravo Sierra.
Everything I tell, over the zip. Copy, I'll have to come up on dirty ground for you. Same work location. Changing assignment, Truckee 1 Papa has a drop for you. He's just a little bit east of where your previous stop was. Come up on air ground for him.
Thanks for the update, Josh. The Chaparral Fire, which is this. Incident Command updating the anchorage to 200 to 250 acres. There's a no divert status placed on 4 air tankers due to life safety. Majority of the fires within San Diego County, 10% of it is in Riverside County. So that's one of those escalating breaking news situations. Here's the start of it.
Bravo Sierra.
All right, we kind of switched everything over to the Butte Creek area. I've got 2 Hotel Tango working out of the MRB. He's currently working for Truckee 1 Papa, and he's been working for Truckee 1 Bravo. All right, you familiar with the staging location down there with all the equipment in it?
No, is it towards the west?
Yeah, Firm, if you swap over the backside of the ridge as it's backing down, you'll see where the transports and stuff's parked. If you go just west of that, that's where 7 Hotel Sierra, 2 Hotel Tango's working out of the MRB. They're doing a little bit of work in the bottom of the drainage, helping Truckee pick something up. And then my plan is on the knob to the west, just pick that up. There's a single track and run retardant down there. It goes all the way down to like a 2-story house with a yellow fire engine at it.
Okay.
Additionally, I've got 3 Tango Hotel and 4-8 Yankee working out of the Mel Dip, and they're picking up everything up in Butte Creek. We did lose another, looks like a single wide or something. Fire spotted about a quarter mile out ahead of itself. Delta's aware of it. We're just trying to pick up that ridge and keep it from crossing when it comes down into the flats.
Okay, 2 Hotel Tango, MRB, 3 Tango Hotel, 4-8 Yankee, Mel.
Yeah, Firm. On the other side, they completed what they needed with the retardant for El Dorado. You'll see them. They're bringing fire around the corner. Looks like it's drawn in. No outstanding needs for them.
Copy. So just supporting the plan over on this side, trying to hook it back into itself.
Yeah, Firm. Visibility is about the same. Charlie 5 offered up to come over, but with what we got, it's not even worth trying.
Okay, copy. The ones out of Mel, do they have a ground contact?
Division Delta, and then they're working up above the cruise.
Go around.
So, 7 Bravo Sierra, is that it?
Yeah, Firm. If you've got it, we're going to return. We got a boost pump to check out.
Okay, yeah, just give a holler when you're ready. We'll figure out a relief time, but yeah, just have them call when we're ready, and we'll figure that out.
Copy that. And then did your relief show up, or if he did not, you want me to take him with me when he come up?
Yeah, he should be here maybe within an hour or two, so I'll text him I'll text you his information. You go direct.
Copy that. If you've got the plan and the resources, we're going to go ahead and depart back to the helibase, and you can assume Helco.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Copy, thanks. 0 Bravo Romeo is inbound. Helibase.
Yeah, I promise I'm eating my food now.
Just after that, it was 39 minutes round trip. He's been gone for 10, so I expect him back in 30 minutes.
That must be Tinker 9112. So unfortunately, they are losing some structures by Butte Creek. Really sad to hear.
Did you see where 2 Hotel Tango, the crane was working there a minute ago when you're on the drill?
It's going to be one or the other right now. The fixed wing or the heavy. But as soon as we get done with this piece and then move towards the Leak Springs, we might be able to get a heavy or 2 up in here. The visibility's getting a little bit better.
The western end of where we're dropping. Thanks for the heads up. We'll keep our eyes open. Yep. 3 Tango Hotel's just going into Melbourne now.
Okay, 48 Yankee, same traffic. You're up now.
Yeah, Hotel, he's at Mel 2, and I see 2 Hotel Tangos are coming from the other direction, working right on the same end we are. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yeah, he's just on the corner back there, coming from the MRB.
Just as long as he knows we're there when he circles.
Golf, Firewatch 5-1, aircraft command. Foxtrot, Firewatch 5-1, aircraft command.
Elko 0 Bravo Romeo, positive contact with the Halifax.
0 Bravo Romeo, copy.
Looking down at Riverton again. It looks pretty good. Just backing down the hillside towards the creek. Does have quite a bit of intensity there to the up the street east of Riverton ways up Highway 50.
Once again, it's hard to cover all the fires at once.
Yeah, we just zoomed in on Randall Tract. It looks pretty good there as well.
We have structure loss and a battle to protect them. On a battle to protect structures on the Caldor, we have the we can't really see anything, but at Genesee Valley and such, just a 14-minute ago update was that.
Stick with the 2 and negative on map, correct?
Sorry, that it's kind of cooking over there in Indian Valley, but we can't see a good cam. And then down south in San Diego County, we've got that new Chaparral fire. So.
We'll call one available, but I will read it. Yeah, we don't want him in the space, man. It's just too much work. Understood?
Wow. Alright, do you want to drop the quick the things are on?
Thanks for the calm. Thanks for the kind words. It's hard to find a calm moment to get a word in. Doing my best here. I'll be right back with you. I got to eat a little bit. Blood sugar a little low. I'll keep switching between the cams. If you have a question,
3103
please put it in chat. Oh, Cal Fire Riverside, looking for info at suspicious activity near Rock and Westwood Fires.
I see you down there right on the flats.
Interesting. The Rock one was down
Helicopter
there.
in, be 48 Yankee.
Sorry, be right back. I gotta eat.
Good
to be in the dip right now. I'll get them when they come out for you.
And 3 Tango Hotel, Helco.
3 Tango Hotel, go ahead.
All right, I think I see what you guys are doing here. We got 2 Hotel Tango back on the corner, kind of working more up top, and then 3 Tango Hotel, 48 Yankee down below on the bottom. Is that working for coordination for you guys?
Yep, 3 Tango Hotel. I was just making sure that he knew where we were working through the smoke there.
Copy that, yeah. Good luck with that. I think you can do it.
Just Delta Helco, air to ground command. Helco, air to ground command.
Yankee out of the dip.
48 Yankee, come up for 4103 trainee on air to ground tack. They got I think it's close to your last drop, right in the fire's edge, something heating up that they want you to hit.
That right close to the house?
I believe so. Just come up for them and they'll talk to you in that general area. What do you have for time?
Oh, we got about another 30 minutes.
Copy.
We'll keep checking back here. Some of the retardant drops are being shown on this camera. And I beat you to it, Josh. Thanks. We gotta continuously monitor the cams here. I'll do so as I eat, and I'll talk as soon as I'm done. We're listening to Caldor, and we're going to look at the fire down there in San Diego County. I may switch to their radio if people want that. We know that there's just an ongoing battle for everything in Butte, in the Butte Creek area. Sweeney's Crossing.
Tango Hotel, you want to D number 2 on 48 Yankee?
We can't see.
Tango Hotel, copy.
We can't see a thing. That doesn't mean that they won't. John Barney, we don't know that they will abandon Strawberry.
Hotel Tango Helco.
They may sit there doing
just
structure.
When you come over the ridge, just look for the copters down below. We're not going to put them past where they're dropping right now, and I understand you're dropping up high. Just want to make sure you see them when you come over. And how much fuel you got left?
We'll keep an eye open for them. We got about an hour, 20, hour and a half.
Awesome, thanks.
I mean, sometimes they do structure protection, let the fire blow past them. So we got to be careful with saying that. We should say, I feel that Strawberry will fall. I feel something will happen, you know. It's in the line of fire. It's going to be tough for it, of course. And that's why we're listening to the radio. Yeah, we heard, Bob Fraser says, we heard yesterday there were more fire vehicles in Strawberry than there were houses. Hope they hold. You know, maybe they could pull off a Genesee defense. Like over there in Taylorsville, where I have every home maybe hooked up to water. I just don't know about their preps there. But yeah, it would be terribly sad for any losses. We know that
Truck 1551 Hotel Tango coming in.
they're having trouble holding on to some of these here. Now I want to do a poll if people want to listen to the Josh, do we have a radio for San Diego County? Would it be worth trying to listen to that if anybody's following that? Yeah, the Caldor looks like a lobster claw. Yeah. Because this is
Okay.
once again, here's the start of that fire. Be right back. You guys want Caldor? Okay.
Tango, 2 Hotel Tango, Northwest.
2 Hotel Tango,
Chelsea 1 Papa does not need retardant. You have another drop for us.
Yeah, we could work you back down with the other 3. I think, I don't know which one's coming off first. I just need to make sure you guys see each other before you come in there, but you're going to be working down below coming up that point.
Don't have much time left on station here. Just want to give you a quick update. Section 36, the southwest corner. Quite a bit of an intensity there, just east of Bowles Gap.
Yankee and 3 Tango Hotel are both in the dip.
41.
Flying on the camera as well. Yeah, a lot of intensity there. Moving very fast, but it's burning pretty hot.
Uniform on CFR. Uniform sits on Placerville, headed to the MRB and the blackout.
And my branch phone will get back around to you.
3,500 and below, Helco's at 4,000. You have 2 Hotel Tango, 3 Tango Hotel, and 4-8 Yankee all out working here. Now, what was your mission?
3,500 below, copy the traffic, and the mission was MRB and Division Delta.
Okay, copy. We'll do that. Keep on coming. You got 2 Hotel Tango working out of the MRB, so watch for them. They're coming off the drop, and they'll meet you back over there.
Okay, 2 Hotel Tango, 7 uniform, and you want us to start working back towards the previous column with a spot or somewhere else?
You know what? I need to come up with a plan. I didn't know you were coming, but I'll have some work for you.
Okay, copy, 7 uniform. Tango Hotel, out of the dip.
And 2 Hotel Tango, you got 7-3 uniform coming your way, MRB. 3 Tango Hotel. You guys need 4,000 to come down from Mel, right?
Wow. That is spreading fast.
Currently trailing at 3,800 at the moment.
Okay, we'll pop up a little bit above 4. We should be out of your way.
3 Tango Hotel.
I'll swing around to Dublin 12 and 16 and see if I can follow the smoke line and see if that's even visible.
Can't see anything on the Dixie.
We got about 10 more minutes on station before we have to head back south.
Air operations, copy, full advice.
Can't even
We'll drop an updated map, perimeter map into the EGP site, and we did a couple videos of Division Delta as well.
Keep you out towards Weeks, right?
I guess that searches for airports. I can't even see the map to orient myself.
Just coming around, looks like the fire edge is on the south side of the pavement, but still north.
Okay. Oh, hell is aircraft?
Okay, yeah. Charlie 5 know that we'll come back over here and kind of capture this cornerstone division. I'm sorry, drop point 12.
Yeah, Camp Pendleton area. Okay.
Captain 8531.
Charlie 5 I did. So that Leaf Springs to the east, or that Leaf Springs to the west here, we're already working. So we started at the tower. They want to take that line that we were going to do instead of starting at the tower and come all the way back to the fire's edge and start next to the fire's edge. And you'll see there's a spot that's over the paved road, to the south of the paved road, but to the north of the dozer line. So they just want to start there, drop point 12 where all the vehicles are, and work back towards the lead tower. Okay, I think I got that. We're going to do one more drop to Sawtooth, and I think that's what our plan was already, actually, similar. So it's kind of by where the cellar bunches are, actually. Yeah, it'd be west of where the cellar bunches are, starting right by the smoke and working towards the cellar bunchers and then towards the tower.
That's correct.
2 Hotel Tango, does that work for you?
Works for us, I heard.
Okay. Tango Hotel, copy. 2 Hotel Tango 73 uniform. We'll call at the ridge before they come down.
3 Tango Hotel covered.
Thank you, Sam.
2 Hotel Tango.
And 3 Tango Hotel has been 25 minutes left.
3 Tango Hotel, copies, thanks.
Okay, by popular demand, we are staying with the Caldor Fire. I'm going to check Dixie on my phone because I am concerned about what's happening with the Dixie Fire, of course. I mean, that's where I had spent a lot of my childhood.
You're talking with the dozer and the hose layers around the complex?
I don't...
Yeah, we're going to come back around. You can see the drop point, big area, a bunch of vehicles in it. That's right in between the smoke, kind of up the saddle. Yeah, did they want to encompass the spot that? No, they just want to start working that dozer line from that area, which I think is what you're going to do anyway. Just make sure it doesn't kind of run up the hill and back their dozer line. Yeah, affirmative. We got one more drop on Leaf, and then one more drop at Sawtooth, and then this will be our third drop. Yeah, I'm not worried about going direct on it. I just think we should reinforce that dozer line. Yep, affirmative. And contact will be Captain 8531. I walked on you on that last part. What was that? The contact for that area is Captain 8531. 8531, Captain. Yes, I was.
Here now to the flat.
Roosevelt or Delta, Elko, ready ground command.
Okay. When you guys listen for me, of course, to Caldor, I'm going to take my headset off and listen to Dixie for a second. Usually Dixie has really scratchy radio, but I'm going to try my best and report back to you.
Trying to secure that line. We're dropping retardant, is that correct? Okay, copy. And then what's behind you? Is that Roosevelt and like Delta stuff? I'm trying to figure out. We're just dropping down by the houses there, but want to know what the plan is. If we need to start trying to flank it or prepping something with retardant. Okay, copy. Could you have them come up on air-to-ground command if you have them on tax?
Okay, just want to check my kneeboard. You're 7 Bravo Sierra, correct?
Affirmative.
Okay, so I have 4-8 Yankee and 3-7 uniform, 2 Hotel Tango, 3 Hotel Tango working with you.
7-3 uniform, if that's what you said, and then yes, 4-8 Yankee, 3 Tango Hotel, 2 Hotel Tango.
3 Tango Hotel, okay, and I got 3 Tango Hotel in the Mel, 4-8 Yankee in the Mel, and the other 2 working MRV.
Affirmative, let me get a hold of Roosevelt here, I bet you. Go. Yep, I just transitioned and figuring out what the plan. I know what Truckee and Tahoe back to Eldo are doing, and then are you just trying to keep up with this? Are the copters where they need to be, or do we need to move them out front a little bit and trying to flank it?
Air attack, just confirming same, you want the same route for the fixed wing, or are they going to go to different routes?
Nope, same route.
All the routes, okay, 7-4 Charlie Alpha IP to the South IP at 8,500, return to McFarland to Westover 6,500.
They're wrapped around main fire. The way it's going, or the direction towards the northeast, and then spotting out itself up to one cold black. We'll do what we can in there. Yeah, so that's about all. So you got 4 copters. You'll probably have a 2 to 3 with visibility and cycles.
Caldor operations, Firewatch 5-1 on command.
Hotel Tango.
Still on your map is map 9, map 8. You want map 9 and map 8 specifically? No, I just know that that's who's getting filled, just so you know. Oh, okay, I'll write it. Yeah, I was on the 12, giving you the routing. Map 9, map 8 on the board. That's exactly.
And air attack, Helco, TFR.
Helco air attack, just confirming Helco 4,000, copters 3,500.
Helco has to pop up to about 4,200, but correct on the rest.
Okay, we're going to do a brief here in about 20 minutes or so, so I'll tell them 4,500 and copters 3,500.
That works, and the air's getting a little better. Over on this side, it's starting to clear out. Don't know about availability of a Charlie on this to button it back into itself.
Okay, yeah, I think if we have some space, I'll see if Charlie 5 can come over and take a peek. We'll let him work out sequencing with the tankers.
Okay, yeah, it's not great, but it's worth a look just to see, I think.
Charlie 5, did you copy that on TFI? We'll come over after the help us take it up. And Charlie 5, being that Division Delta and the structure threat is the priority from operations. That's why we'll poke over there every once in a while if we can. Yep, not perfect. Charlie 5,
03. It is. They're just keeping them back at the heel by a structure. There's no way we'll keep up with what it's doing. I'm looking at more of a wide line off it. You'd have to take a look at it, though.
Okay, I think we're going to have tanker checking in here. We're going to put him on what we already have planned, and then depending on when the VLAT checks in, there might be one more drop and come over and take a look. And then we'll have release at 16:30, but we'll come over and take a look before then. Sounds good. Probably a half hour or so we'll come over there. That'll work. And is it on the fly park side, confirming?
No, it's on the other side, the Sturtevant Ridge down into Happy Valley.
Okay, Sturtevant again, copy.
Caldor attack, Firewatch 5-1 on TFR.
Firewatch 5-1, go ahead.
Yeah, we're clear of the TFR, heading back to Fox.
Is that copy, sir?
4054 Pearl Road in Pollock. RP received a call from a neighbor that the back door was open.
Taker 1-5, taking the lead street. You can drop it, and then we'll up there. Sort of a big area. While you drop 1-5, and we'll pick up the VLAT. Okay, copy. I'll try and put him down by drop point 12. Actually, we got 2 more drops that he's already been lined out on around the lookout. We're going to hopefully get that done and then go back over the other area. Okay, I'll have him go to previous assignment, and he knows this next target. Yeah, affirmative. We're just putting a box around these springs. We just want to get that in and get it done with. We were having a heck of a time yesterday when we said. Copy box leak springs, and I'll take them and have them drop previous target. Okay, and then we're going to go take a look. So you can clear. Stand by. Okay, why don't you clear him in all the way into the Leak Springs area? We're going to go over to Sturtevant, and then we'll pick up the VLAT when it comes in. Copy. Okay, we're going back to Sturtevant, and we'll say, Helco, what do you want us at, 6-5?
Helco's at 4,500, so if you want 5 to 5,500.
5-5 worked yesterday. We'll keep that 5,000 to 5,500. We'll keep that yesterday.
He's below us at 4,000 and below.
Charlie 5 is going to come over and take a look. What I see from here is if we can somehow angle it off where the copters are working right now and hook it back up, come off the fire's edge jump, but almost a straight line back up to tie it in with the main fire. Would that be something you would be interested in? Is it on the other side of Butte Creek right now? I see it working its way down in there, but is it on the other side? But just making sure if you're good with it, I mean, the farthest people you have out in front right now are where the copters are working, correct? Or the dozers? But they're not where the copters are. Okay, I'll get Charlie. He's coming over, and we'll see if it's doable. The sun's kind of in the eyes, so we'll see what he thinks. But if able, I'll talk to him about tying in close to where they're at, or at least coming up above on the ridge and trying to bring it back to you guys. If he can do it.
that's going to end up being an AOA for a building check. I'm in route to a different call. We could have somebody go over there.
4-4, I copy. Doing my position. I'm on the eastern end, running traffic for lines of fire plant.
I'll take care of it. I have one other detail I got to take care of real quick, and I'll head that way. Copy. Maybe and Fulton, those are the ladies at the roadblock that had a possible open door at their trailers on the 4-bay. Fulton, do you know the address? I'm still on 4-bay. Headed that way. Negative. I'm in route to this other call, so I didn't get it from him. I just told him to stand by in the car. When you get the address, I'll go with you. Over to Shadway real quick on another detail, and I'll head that way. Copy.
Charlie 5, Helco. Okay, we're cutting across the black from Division Union to Alpha, and then we'll cut directly over to Delta. We're trying to cut time so we can get back before the maps show up in the VLAT. Send me the lead. Okay, I just kind of was flying the line. I'm thinking, I talked to Delta. He wants whatever he can get. Once you get over here, how I see it is finding a piece on top of the ridge and then tying it down into some of these big grassy meadows. And if that's doable, I think that's their best chance of success. Okay, I copy all. We'll come over and take a good look at it. I just don't want to have too much. All of a sudden we got 3 things checking in that need leads, so I don't want to mess around too much. Nope, I get it, and I think the way it's burning, we have a little time. It's just they're getting their butts kicked down below, but I'm hoping this thing doesn't decide just to run to the east, northeast, that it just keeps kind of flanking. Yeah, I copy. I see a pretty good column poking up, so we're heading to the west of the column, basically. Yeah, we're down. I mean, really what it's looking at is the same line you did yesterday, except more down in the flats, if able. Okay, I copy all. Smoke keeps kind of being a pain in the butt. It stands up, gets real nice, and then makes a little push and rolls over. Okay, I copy all.
7-3 uniforms coming up the ridge inbound.
Okay, I am going to take the time to give you a report on what I've been listening to on the Dixie. I just typed out for the best I could what I was hearing. There's a series of a flurry of updates on the Dixie fire over by Genesee, and so there's some positives and then some areas of concern. So what we were saying to the mods guys, I typed it, but I'm not sure who can see as the chat flies by. I kind of called for a fire only session today, fire information only, and it's okay to express well wishes and such like that, but yeah, it's going to be a no politics day for sure, because we're going to have a ton of people coming in here unfamiliar with how the channel works, and it really is not the time for it, because as it gets closer to Tahoe and such, and as structures are lost, we just want to keep it as reassuring and as supportive as we can today. And I'm kind of done with the whole political thing. We discussed it the other day. We're past it. It's not the time for it. So at this moment, we're just going to keep it to updating each other, supporting each other. And if we have any speculation on this might make it, this might not, we have to be very careful with saying this is my opinion, so that there isn't any confusion. A lot of times people try to repeat what I've said in the chat, and then people think that information's coming from me and the sources that I have, like the firefighters that, personally talk to me, and we don't want to have confusion between like what information I'm trying to pass to the public versus, you know, what people are free to speculate about in chat. As long as it's kept with a, you know, a level, you know, a level head kind of thing. We don't want to be like, oh no, such and such town's going to be gone. You know, that, you know, we can express our thoughts and feelings without forecasting doom and gloom, right? We know that there's always some bright spots, even when there's a lot of devastation. They do what they can to protect individual structures, and we know we're losing some today, and it's really terrible. But there's always, they do what they can to protect some things. We've been hearing that since I started things at 1 p.m., that they have been saving individual places. So, going back to the Dixie real quick with those updates, they are doing firing operations right now. Some of that smoke is keeping the fire like a lid on the fire at the Dixie. They've had a Sikorsky helicopter up there. They have eyes in the sky guiding them. They're watching their back. The ground crews are up there by the Grizzly Heights, not Flats, excuse me, Grizzly Peak. And then they are, hang on a second.
Online copter is now losing water. You're talking from there down to the area. That's a retard drop they're going in.
Not exactly. Well, let me see. Okay, I got you in sight. We're at your 11, or right out your left wing. You got us, A-Star?
Looking for you in the smoke, but basically you're talking this eastern progression, underslung and back to where the copters are dropping again.
Affirmative.
And I do have you in sight. Okay. Let me talk to the guys first.
It was better 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm not thinking we can get underneath that upper part right now. Just looking at it, looking at the exit.
And then that's fine. I mean, really, like that thing is just blanking and pushing. It just keeps you and Jay hooking up into the black up there. That's all black. Really, I think it's more just getting them an anchor point and then head towards the east, eventually trying to get it back up into Sherriff.
Trouble 97. It's going to be the punter at the mobile stage. It's the first one on the right-hand side when you're coming down.
Okay, it's a rapidly changing situation. I'm listening to Dixie.
So, but that's the idea. I don't know if that could just get passed on, and you know, maybe it's the Hail Mary at the end of the day that can happen again.
Okay, yep, I think we'll come back later and take a look at it on our way out, but I think we're going to go back to our other mission, and we'll pass it on to the next lead.
Okay, well, thanks for taking a look.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think it's going to be harder than it really should be right now.
Oh, it is. I mean, like I said, it just started curling over again, so hopefully it doesn't get worse.
No, I appreciate the input. And do you have us in sight at all?
I did. We're flying around to go check on Eldo for something.
Okay, looking across the canyon from where you're working, all of a sudden I got a big smoke popping up. Oh, it might be it's in the burn.
That's a win, I guess.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's an island. Okay, but you're going to have maybe some people talking about it. Directly across from where you are in the timber, directly, if you look directly due south, you'll see something popping up pretty good.
Okay, I think we were looking at that earlier.
Okay, copy. Yep, it looks like it's well within the dirty burn.
All right, well, thanks for coming over and checking it out.
Yep, we'll come back over later. Thanks. 140, copy, so coming up on 74 Charlie Alpha, 2005.
Okay, I'm going to try to get in word here.
We got, just to kind of keep you in the loop, for the priorities. Ops priorities are Division Delta structures, number 1. Number 2, hold India Juliet to the east. No visibility there, it's smoke to the ground. Priority 3, Division Papa, which is where we're working in the fingers. Okay, copy. Delta structures holding India Juliet no vis currently and Papa fingers. Okay, affirmative.
Not quite yet. How about fuel and hold, and we'll bring you back out on the next rotation.
Okay, 3 Tango Hotel, we'll return and hold.
And actually, 3 Tango Hotel, do you have a hot fuel you can do?
Yep, we got a hot fuel, 3 Tango Hotel.
Okay, we'll just hot fuel you. You know the area, and that way it's easy when you come back.
3 Tango Hotel, copy.
We have guard 84. It's going to be coming out for a recon at 1630. They're going to be reconning branch 10, 15, and 20.
Tango Hotel is going to be on a hot fuel and return to the, so hot fuel.
Elvis copies 3 Tango Hotel, hot fuel and return.
Looks like all the guard ships are out of Placerville on the 220. Got it.
Okay, so breaking in, as I was trying to say, I'm listening with my headphones off to the Dixie fire, and then I come back to check in with you guys because I can't play both dates at once. So the information on Dixie is they are doing some good firing operations. They are feeling very comfortable about Greenhorn, keeping it out of Greenhorn right now. There's a lot of scratchy radio there. They've got a Sikorsky up there, a second helicopter. So it's looking mostly good, or on the Dixie. But there's an area of concern that was scratched out. They said long term they're going to try to protect Taylorsville, but the line that they were prepping is ready to be fired. They said, we're going. It's good. And so they're saying as long as the winds keep coming out of the southwest, that's really good for them. And they're wondering if they should fire that line, which is going pretty well. But they're looking at something over by Lake Davies, and ultimately that's a little bit more in concern.
Finish the box around the leak towers, and Charlie 3 will be back over here to support that fire line that goes out to the leak towers. Understood. Division November air attack, did you copy on air to ground command?
And thank you for the shows of support from everywhere. This really does help people to feel better. We are taking structure loss where we're zoomed in here. There's fire in fields, in vineyards, in grass. Hang on. Sorry guys, it's too scratchy for me to make out, but there's a lady pilot or ground crew talking to the pilots up at the Dixie, and it's somewhere near Genesee for the most part, but I can't make it out. So that's the report on the Dixie, and I'm going to listen now with you guys on Caldor and continue to monitor with the cams the new situation down there by Camp Pendleton in Southern California. I'll talk when I can in between the rapidly evolving situation. It's not a good day, you know. We are taking structure loss.
To Westover.
I'm not sure about it being in danger, but they're talking about having a powwow this evening. So, you know, I'm sure that Lassen National Forest, Facebook page will continue to update us. They're doing a good job with that. So, but this is rapidly changing on all fronts of the fire, just as the wind in general picks up across California. So the nice thing is they're giving a thumbs up for Greenhorn. That's really good. They've completed a bunch of dozer lines. They're prepping an area, and a bunch are ready for firing. So with the Dixie, it's generally going better than these other fires. We'll listen to Caldor now, and I'll keep checking the cams where they're slamming this new thing, this new monstrosity.
Are you in the area yet?
With some tankers down here.
140 just coming up on the south IP. We're at 10-5. Looking. Okay, yeah, we're just boxing in this tower. Okay, copy that. Yeah, I don't have visual yet. Yoko.
We're behind the crane into the MRB right now, and then I'd like to go from there back to the
Okay, that works for us. You got a hot fuel in return?
Fuel in return.
Do you have a hot fuel in return, or do you need to shut down?
I'm uncertain right now, but it does take us long.
Copy. We're just over here in the clear air, kind of by where the fingers are, and we're 8,500. Copy. By the fingers, 8,500.
A fire truck broke down on the Dixie fire. They're trying to get somebody to go out there, and I don't know if that means the crew's in danger. I don't get that impression. But I'll continue to monitor for you guys.
Okay, 1208. Are you available for a call-in for me?
We're Yankee Hoko. Are you back towards the MRB already?
That's the MRB right now.
And heading into Placerville, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you using Mel?
Yes.
Okay, so no problem for a tank ship and Mel, huh?
No problem for us.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, fuel and hold, and he'll be back up in a little bit, I'm sure.
No problem. Thanks.
Hello, base. Helco, air to ground command.
Helco, Hell base.
One type 1 bucket. Going to be Division Delta. Utilizing Mel dip. And going to be doing the black route to Grand Check. Contact Helco. Hey, affirmative, your service.
Requesting a Type 1, Division Delta, Mel Dip, Black Rock. Grand Check, and this will be Guard 862.
That is looking nasty.
Okay, copy. Guard 862, and they're long line bucket, right? Get into Mel.
Force your air attack on the breeze. You have a lead of 50 Trinity. Will be ETA 1627. Okay, lead 50 Trinity 1627.
So it's going to be, I'm not 100% sure. I know it was long line, but the 61 was in there, so should be fine.
Always copies.
Charlie 5 on base Victor. Correction on air to ground command. On that drop, we're going to go just left of that last drop, or correction, just south of that last drop to double wide it. Let me know when the ground's clear.
Oh, David 1249. What was possible entry point? I'm on 4 bay now.
Fort Bay Road and Elf Court.
If anybody's just tuning in, Dixie Fire is mostly silent now after a couple of updates. It's unreadable for unreadable for much of what's transmitted. So we're listening to the Caldor Fire. We're looking at the cams at the new situation. Within the last hour and a half, and a fire showed up at down here by Camp Pendleton, Southern California. They're hitting with aircraft, but they're usually too small to see. And we're just trying to monitor as many fires as we can at the moment. I heard that it was looking better at the monument in McFarland.
That we're working on here, trying to get those wrapped and protect them. From the towers, you can see a dozer line that goes back to the west of the main fire. Let me know when you have it. Let's get the fresh dozer line. Okay, so there are some retardant drops on that, and the goal is to double up, reinforce green side, and connect all the dots. Okay, green side of the dozer line off the towers. We'll be looking, doubling up what we have down there. Yeah, if you start at the towers, kind of come your way back towards the main fire, you'll see 3 drops kind of sporadic through there. And we want to connect the dots on the green side of that dozer line. There are some fellow bunchers working in there, Charlie. 5's aware of them, and we'll be on the green side. Copy that green side dozer line, and I got the dots that need to be connected there. And the goal is to start at the fire side. That is drop point 12. It got over the asphalt road and is bumped into the dozer line, so if we can reinforce that first and work our way back out to the towers. Okay, copy. We'll start direct along the fire's edge, get it slowed down, and then get that green side. So the towers are like the 3rd priority over here, the dozer line's the 2nd priority here, and I believe Charlie 5 is going to finish up the 1st priority. If you continue from drop point 12 along the fire's edge, you'll see 2 fingers that spread to the south.
90.
Regarding Fairglade, I just contacted a female half for that. Different story why they needed in. They were denied. You can clear that out.
All right, when you hear that chirping sound, that's dispatch and sometimes police activity, and unfortunately it talks right over the top of what's going on with the fire. So I think they're doing structure protection and wrapping structures south of Pleasant Valley. I'm not 100% on that. We are losing some structures by Butte Creek, unfortunately, saving others. Several different areas of concern on the Caldor. They have 1, 2, and 3 priorities. In general, 1st priority Delta, which is over here by Pleasant Valley. That's Delta. Then you've got Papa over here. You've got Juliet over here. So the aircraft are over here. We see these on the Leak Springs cam where it's looking real nasty. We've got the wind in general just sort of going that direction to that direction. And hang on a second.
So it looks like a spot fire just south of the main fire. That's all kind of burned together, section 29.
That's Papa section.
Okay, so that's the area we're over now. We do have retardant on the downhill side of that. They wanted to connect all that together. I believe Charlie 5 is going to finish that with the VLAT now. So that was the 1st priority in Papa. And like I said, 2nd priority was the dozer line going out to the towers. 3rd priority was the towers. Okay, yeah, copy all. So that's where we're working here. And then I gave you the priorities from off. Let me check my knee board, make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay.
Cool, I'm taking.
Affirmative for the tankers in and out of McFarland. Okay, affirmative. Your contact here is Papa Romeo Trinity. He's been coming up on air-to-ground command. For drop point 12, let me find it. It was Captain 8531, right there at the fire's edge. And then at the towers, engine 1411 in Division November.
Okay, this is where the fire...
And Sawtooth Hot Shots, Charlie 5, this will be a live run.
Good evening.
Looks like the fire breached the lines or got
I gave you the
past them.
helpful altitudes and everything over in Division Delta. Trying to cross things off. Yeah, no worries. I missed the Helco altitudes. You have... Yeah, Helco's working 4,500, Copter's 3,500 below Division Delta.
I didn't pick it up, but just so you know, you got something that could be coming at you eventually from the south, from the north going to the south.
Go for X1590.
Wow, hard to get a word in here.
Just getting organized here.
The RP and he advised there's no females that should have been at the roadblock regarding that residence.
Okay, so last night and early this morning, basically, we saw that they lost the line here, just south of drop point 12. This is Papa. This is what they're trying to button up with the aircraft when you see them in this area of the Caldor Fire. So
Lima, branch 15.
One moment. You know, we could look at that.
What I'm looking at, oh, here's one more. There were some scoopers that we used about 3 days ago. They were scooping out of Salt Springs using the Highway 88 check, but I haven't used them in a few times, and I have that lat long for the Highway 88 check. Can you need it?
Yeah, I was working them a couple nights ago. I'll take the Highway 88 check.
3833.120.17.0.
I believe I know this is County. It'll be good for. I'll go check. 10-4. I'll just start back to back, and if you find them, then go for it. I'll check your name.
Now, if you guys want to look at this map, I've got a link for you. This is where it is. This will help you understand where things are.
Once you're clear of the area, just advise Camino that we've got it. And I got no question.
Okay, you got the fire. I take Camino, and are you going to need a relief, or you finish it out?
We're going to try to finish it out, but we'll order relief. We could always cancel it if we don't need it.
Okay, Air Attack 440 copies, and we'll be heading to the south. I'll let you know when clear. Okay, Caldor Air Attack copies.
Now, it's still El Dorado County on the east side, right?
273, Great Basin 34 on command.
Hotel, Helco, Timo.
3 Tango Hotel, Helco.
3 Tango Hotel is departed Placerville from Black Red and Bear, melted.
3 Tango Hotel, 299er8, you're cleared in, Black Route, Grand Check, over to Mel Dip. You'll be the only one out of Mel right now. 2 Hotel Tango 73 uniform are out of the MRB. And same plan as when you were here last.
3 Tango Hotel, copies all.
Alright, Mel Dip is Delta here.
3 Tango Hotel, we'll flip you over to North Rotor, and there is no ground contact now. We're just working that right flank heading up towards the ridge.
So copies in North Rotor.
I heard of them actually doing firing ops today on the Caldor, so I'm really it's really unclear. But they just say this ridge, that ridge, and they may actually be doing some of that. Some of what we're seeing at the Leak Springs camp could actually be firing operations. As weird as that sounds, when they have wind going the proper direction that they want, they prepped a lot of that for firing. And that's what a lot of the retardant splashes were. It's really hard to get a handle on what exactly is going on from moment to moment.
Dorado, Helco, air ground command.
And over there is where they might have had the, I believe in Juliet, is where they had the firefighter take burns today. It's just real sad.
Well, south of 88 if you want to come down.
440 air attack. 140, correct. Caldor air attack, stop time.
The sun is horrible entering and exiting the area. We do have a long way to go to pre-treat I guess it would be your priority. What do you feel like you need more? It's the first time we've been able to put retardant in really over here, so my call would be keep the fixed wing going, but you're on the ground.
No one.
Uniforms over the ridge.
We could work in the same area. It's just the entry and exit. It's really ugly. There's a thick layer at about 6,000 to 7,000, which is what we're exiting off to the valley to get the retardant. So I don't want to have any some busy intersections here.
Thank you. We were getting a suspicious subject call, but I was suspecting it was them.
the left-hand side as we go east.
Tahoe, Elko, air to ground command.
Okay, we can do that.
Charlie 5, back to see Caldor air attack on TFR.
Okay, back in the chair. Let's check the cams. Sorry, I had to go to the kitchen there. So I'm still listening to Dixie Fire. It's as scratchy as anything right now. Nothing. Hang on. Oh, they're talking about short final to a helibase. So there's still a couple of aircraft over on the Dixie. It's basically a bunch of helicopters.
The Tahoe, Elko, air to ground command.
It seems to be going pretty well on knock on
Guys,
Dixie.
Bringing the burn down off yet, or I see you're still got a little bit to go on the flats before you would bring it down, right?
Chester K-1208, we're good for it.
You are out in front of the main fire. My thought is I didn't know if during the evening with the down canyon winds, if that's something that's concerning, and I could put a Type 2 helicopter just working both sides down below, kind of cooling that off a little bit.
Caldor air attack, Intel 12 is 20 miles to the west, climbing to 16,500, high mass ignition, TFR.
Intel 12, Caldor air attack 9,500, altimeter 2998. Put in above the TFR, mapping mission 16.5. Let me know when you depart the area.
Copy 2998.
Caldor TFR guard 862 is on the Placerville en route, black route from Meldiv.
The bottom, so when the down canyon comes, it doesn't just push it down and then come back up at you.
You see two distinct pyrocumulus clouds forming.
Guard 862, Caldor air attack is at 9,500, altimeter 2998. You're cleared as requested, 3,500 and below. Contact Elko on the north rotor.
You're at 2998, 3,500 below, and Elko on north rotor, guard 862.
Guard 862, Elko north rotor.
Elko, guard 862, north rotor.
Are you heading black route, grand check for Mel Dip?
Affirm, sir.
Okay, watch for the two tank ships working out of the MRB. You're going to tie in with 3 Tango Hotel, also in Mel Dip.
Roger, we'll watch out for those tank ships, do grand check, and look for 3 Tango Hotel working Mel 862.
And all 4 of you are working in the same spot. You got the 2 tanks, 2 Hotel Tango 73 uniform coming from the MRB, your direction, and then 3 Tango Hotel and yourself coming from Mel. So you just guys need to talk to each other.
April 11, appreciate it, 862.
3 Tango Hotel, guard 862 coming your way. If you could line them out, please.
3 Tango Hotel, copies. And you just said we're just working on this flank just short of where we're dropping one of those?
Yeah, just heading up, it would be east from where you were dropping, up that flank, just trying to cool it off, heading up towards the ridge.
3 Tango Hotel.
So Caldor air attack on CFR when air attack Elko. Checking in with you, guard 862 inbound, and he's supposed to hail you north rotor. Mistakenly gave Matt maybe calling you on north rotor, not CFR. I got him. Already got him wind out. He'll be working with 3 Tango Hotel. Okay, copy that.
Placerville, base Elko, air to ground command.
Elko, Placerville, home base.
one Type 2 helicopter, long line bucket, and we'll have them go, let's do 50 route to Lumbercheck over to Jenkinson, and they'll be working in Division Delta, have them contact Elko. Hotel Tango?
Gulf Branch 10. Lumberjack to Jenkinson, and contact Helco. Your helicopter will be to Delta Hotel.
Delta Hotel, gotcha.
Branch 15, contingency, Branch 15, on command.
Hotel Branch 10.
Hotel. Negative, but I can in about 5 minutes.
Farm, is that an MRB?
Negative, if we strip any more out of the division, we're going to run into structure defense problems on 50.
Yeah, thanks for the okay. I don't want to kill you off too soon. Do what you can. If you can free anything up, I'd appreciate it, and I understand your needs as well.
All the line that has the holes in it, with the retardant, all the way up to the spring.
I'm about ready to ask for my stuff back. Just due to some changing conditions. Nothing alarming, but we'll need a couple more inches up this way.
Where that we're going to be working
down there, so I won't let you.
We have 3 Tango Hotel in sight, and we're coming in.
Okay, and 2 Hotel Tango 7-3 uniforms. They're going to be coming from the MRB and then over the ridge, and I'm looking for you. I got you. So your work site's going to be all that stuff right out behind you on the left.
Roger, yeah, we were listening to the ground traffic. We got a pretty good idea where we're going now.
Okay, cool.
Check lines and not get to the main line, but if that's what you think the priority is, we can do that and not do the main line. Okay, we're going to have to readjust everything to do that. Give us some time. My priority, it looks like the main line would be your best line. I don't think it hasn't moved much, man, but that's just my take on it.
Shoes on the dip.
Seven 3 uniform, Helco.
Playing whack-a-mole up here and we don't get anything done, so I prefer to rather get something done.
Is he in the MRB right now?
No, he's over making a drop off it right now, but he's for
Okay, just checking.
I copy. It looks like, I guess from my vantage point, it looks like everything's a backing fire and one hit your back.
Alright, 862, that spot going to work for you? Is it too tight? We can send you over to the lake if it is.
We're working right now to see if we can go to the
I'd say just go to the lake. It'd be easier. And we could just keep you on this side. So watch for 3 Tango Hotel right out your left door if you do like a right turnout.
Roger, yep. All right. Yeah, we're going to make a right turnout one into the lake.
All right, so just stay on this side. We'll be out right behind you. You're familiar with Jenkinson Lake?
Not yet, but we can find it on the map.
If you just, once you get out of there, you'll just turn around. You should have it on the map. Head straight that way. And then you can just come back this route. Come back on this side.
Roger, clear right around, so we're going to clear it up through the black into the lake, correct?
Okay, yeah, kind of take a left turn, or however you want to do it, but you got the lake, it's going to be southeast or northeast of here.
Yes, we'll hit Grand Check and go back out to the right of the lake then.
No, I think from here, don't do that. Just go from Mel Dip, you can go almost right through the black. Let me find you. Turn around.
Yep, Roger, yeah, we'll go through the black to the lake, that makes more sense.
This is the best option. Yeah, concur. We're just going to keep up around and let me know if you guys need anything.
Yeah, and obviously that stuff at Delta where Matt Line, or where Elko is over there, that is the major priority. If the air opens up, we had a window yesterday where we were able to run retards. Right now we just got back in there. It's no joy, but if it starts standing up, we can get in there with all the tankers and we'll brief the next lead. But if you look at that spot where it's heating up, it's Division Delta on the south side of Sturtevant Ridge, that's the priority.
Okay, yeah, we'll swing by and take a look. Okay.
Okay, I might have a moment to talk. I'm checking leak springs. Somebody says flames on it. Oh, there is. It's red retardant on the lens at some points. That's retardant. I mean, see, this is all retardant. As well as the
what
pink.
altitude are you going to need to do to get the lake back over?
I thought it was fire too, but it's
probably top out at 6.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a little high for over here. That gets in tanker ops. If that's not going to work, we could try Mel again. If you think you can do Mel, I just see him right behind you, so I wanted to get him in there. If you want to go to Jenkinson, get some water, and then try Mel again, I'm good with that.
Yep, yeah, we'll grab out of the lake and we'll come back and try Mel one more time.
Notice how that
then,
doesn't...
yes, if you can stay at 4,500, I think that should get you to the lake and back.
Yeah, we got the lake at 4,500 actually is going to work for us.
That shape doesn't move.
There, and then back to 7,500.
Just like...
Yeah, I copied all routes by the outgoing. Sounds like a good route. Okay, copy that.
Yeah, the dark red doesn't move, even though you play it. So, I thought it was...
7-3 uniform, Helco.
7-3 uniform, go ahead.
I might have asked already, but how much time you got? You got an hour and a half or so?
We have about 55 minutes, 7-3 uniform.
Okay. Copy that, yep. We'll keep an eye on Delta, let you know if it opens up, and we'll kind of be bouncing back and forth. And I have had positive contact with November and Division Romeo Papa. And Fox, who's actually injured. Good, copy that.
Okay.
Copy. 7-3 uniform.
15, 17? Oh, you mean prior?
Already 6-2, crossing the wires at the dam, and then behind you in that real skinny piece, there are wires there. Where you're going is...
I'll try to look.
7-3 uniform, 2 Hotel Tangos coming back to the MRB.
Okay, Alan, thanks.
2 Hotel Tango, 7 uniform, I got you at left bus. 3 Tango, out of the Butte.
Number Charlie 5 on air, Doc, man.
Okay, guys, sorry, I misunderstood. When you guys said that was on the cam, I didn't realize it was from earlier. I thought you guys were talking about right now. I'm like, no, that's retardant. So, let me try to find that timestamp. Back to 1517.
Division November Charlie 5 on air to ground command.
Sorry, this is confusing. We're monitoring 3 fires at once.
X1196 Central.
We are only hearing the Caldor Fire. And police dispatch.
Operation Ranch 10.
His friend from 4667 Mount Occam.
I wonder what they're going to say at the 5 p.m. meeting. We're waiting for that to start.
10-4 confirming leisure in Pleasant Valley.
Doesn't go back that far.
Operation Branch 10.
Let's try a 6-hour. Okay, so I was listening to...
Folsom 1, we can take that.
10-4, thank you.
I was listening to Dixie. Dixie, I have an update for you guys. Western edge of Grizzly Peak. Things are looking okay right now, according to a pilot. They're setting up a recon flight from Susanville, if possible. Susanville Airport's been advised that there may be some spots.
Central X1590, 1097.
There may be some spots at the Dixie fire over the sheep burn scar area. So they're going to try to look at that. But it's looking very well. You know, they're doing firing ops right now. That's part of what you can... overall well on the Dixie. I'll continue
Is that where you're working?
try to monitor that.
Yeah, so I'll
okay.
keep it back along the line about half a mile if you want. Yeah, thank you, Jim.
1517. Okay.
Good copy, and what's this?
Copy that. We'll keep an eye on both those areas, and we'll get in there if we can.
Guardy 62.
Helco.
I'll
okay,
believe
out
you.
of the dip, do that same path heading back before you come over the fire ridge. Make sure to call that ridge so that way the other copters know you're going to be dropping down into the drop site.
You know, they're not... Here's a weird thing. Only the National Weather Service can issue a red flag warning. However, when we checked the video and the updates for predictive services, which is basically the fire weather forecast for the northern half of the state, they were saying that there is danger and such, but they're not the agency that can declare it. Apparently, it's only NOAA, or National Weather Service. So I expect it to go to red flag warning. I don't know what they're waiting for, but for the moment, it was fire weather watch or warning. It'll probably change rapidly as the day wears on.
7-6.
There's a red flag elsewhere. I mean, we could check that. But we're continuing to look at the Southern California deal. They're hitting it with aircraft.
Well, the north and high side. Oh, we got you set.
I'm looking back up there.
Zero copies.
Try to check the links. One moment, guys. You can hit the like button. That helps me reach other people. It makes the video trending or whatever. I really appreciate that. So thank you for adhering to the chat silence call. Basically, it's in order for me to keep up with chat, we're keeping it to updates. You know, the occasional will wishing is pretty good, especially if chat's real slow. But for me to keep up with everything I'm trying to monitor, you guys are a huge help. I keep looking at the links, and if it's going by too fast and we can't really, aircraft, then I can't keep up. But I am dependent on you also, guys, to give me updates as I try to monitor Dixie. We're listening to Caldor, but I take it off my head every once in a while to monitor Dixie on my phone. And if you have new information, especially evacuation stuff that I need to inform, people on with the scrolling apparatus, then please do let me know. But thank you for being so kind and patient. It's a lot to juggle here. Pretty overwhelmed, but this is the nature of covering fires. They all flare up at once because we are experiencing not even a wind event. We're just experiencing daily, windy day stuff. And as we move into, we're gonna get a taste of it Sunday.
The ridge up there, that's what I want you to hit. Just that bottom, or that top kind of third of fire on that ridge.
Hey, from 862.
And then, since you'll be going to Jenkinson and back 4,500 approved, but once you get over that ridge, I need you to descend down to like 4,000.
Yep, we're at 4,000 right now, so it'll work out well for us.
54.
We're in the calm before the storm. This is just a windy day, and we're going to have a taste of it tomorrow, Sunday night, starting around 5-ish or so. 2 to 5, we'll have some high winds again, higher than today, tomorrow. I keep forgetting Sunday is tomorrow. And then they're going to be challenged today and tomorrow, but then Monday, man, by 11 o'clock on Monday, it's going to be pretty serious with 29-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 11 miles sustained, 90-degree temperatures over by Pollock Pines. And then, terrible Tuesday, it's going to be bad the entire day with 35 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So them having problems right now is foreboding. This is quite foreboding. So hang on a second. I've got a phone call.
And 2 Hotel Tango. Would that be a hot fuel though? Down. Okay, just do fuel and hold for now. Shut it down. We might bring you right back, but I'm just going to look at the keyboard for some stuff. Okay. Hotel Tango.
Final the Collins here.
6-2. Do you want to give Mel a try, and you can just work right in the rotation, or do you need to go to Jenkins?
Yeah, if we can stay at Jenkins, I think we're going to be too slow for these guys coming in and out of there. We can work from the top of this ridge down. That won't be a problem.
Okay, that works. Just make sure to call at the ridge and then on and off the drop.
Hey, firm.
Have 4,500 back to the lake, but then descend when you can over here.
Roger, 4,500. We'll call the ridge and just start at the ridge top and work our way down.
Perfect.
Here at 8,500, watch your drop fast and get an idea of what's going on with that.
Copy, watch past that feet down to 75,
Review Delta Hotel, Caldor Fire, CFR. Delta Hotel, Caldor Attack, 9,500 altimeter 2998. Contact Helco on TFR. They're working the area.
He'll be at 4667 Mount Ockham with the escort.
On hand to Delta Hotel is going to be coming out this way.
Alright,
Okay, guard 840, call to air attack TFR, go ahead.
Folsom 1, can you 29-2 by DL?
Altimeter 2998, you're cleared to Division Juliet. We'll give you 7,500. Contact Helco on TFR as you're approaching the fire line. Do multiple helicopters working Division Delta.
First of Jason.
To Delta Hotel, check in. Yeah, he's checking in. I hear him, but he's not receiving. Break 2 Delta Hotel, call to air attack on TFR.
Okay, 1208, 1098 CC.
Go ahead, 2 Delta Hotel, TFR, I'll try North Rotor. I just tried North Rotor, no joy. If I grab him, where do you want him? He's to report to Jenkinson Dip. He was going to go lumber check, then direct from Jenkinson, and then he's got the guard ship over there working too, guard 862. Okay, copy that, and 3,500 and below, okay? They're going to need 45 to get to the lake, and then the work site over here is 3,500. Was there another guard ship that was checking in too? Yeah, guard 840 Recon Division Juliet. I gave him 7,500 and to contact you on TFR.
Helco helicopter 2 Delta Hotel off deck, inbound for Jenkinson.
Who calling on TFR?
2 Delta Hotel.
Okay, where are you at?
Just off deck.
Okay, head to lumber check, then over to Jenkinson Dip. You've got guard 862 working out of there. They're going to work the south edge of Delta. I'm going to have you come over down the north edge. I'll pick you up and show you what you're working in. Don't come towards the MRB till I clear you in.
Okay, and we'll report the lumber check to Delta Hotel.
And we'll put you on North Rotor. You got 29908, 4,500 clear to the lake, and the work site's going to be 3,500.
29908 to Delta Hotel.
And air attack, the guard 840, they're going to Juliet, right, on the other side of the fire? Affirmative, Juliet. I've got them, step by.
Information felony.
Folsom 1, go ahead.
And, or can we just route them around Delta?
No bail felony for 487.
Is it coming off of Placerville?
3 Tango Hotel, out of the dip.
Present location in regards to TFR. Okay, guard 840 air attack. Are you guys able to cut right through the fire direct to the north side of the fire?
Go with Folsom 1's 1020 on Mount Ockham Road.
Copy that. Yes. Direct from your present location, Division Juliet. And let me know if you leave Juliet, and we'll give you routing back and forth. So you copy that? Affirmative. Okay, sounds good. See air attack, CFR when it's. Guard 862 Helco on North Rotor.
862 is on the route, go.
2 Delta Hotel is going to be using Jenkinson Dip as well, but they're going to be staying north of the work site on the other side of the fire. But you guys are using the same dip.
Affirm 862. Delta Hotel report in Lumberjack, North Rotor.
Okay, proceed to Jenkinson Dip. Watch for guard 862. They're also going to be in the dip.
Alright, proceed into Jenkinson. We'll look for guard.
Folsom 1, there's 2 unconfirmed misdemeanors out of Santa Cruz. Looks like for 242 and for H&S. He also has Dorado County probation for 487A, discharge in 2022. Right. Your second DL for SIM 3775 is clear, suspended, or revoked.
Folsom 1, we copy. I got one more by name.
Go ahead. Go ahead with your 29.
It's WMA last of Matson, Mary Adam, David, Ida, Sam, Ocean, Nora, first of Jared, John, Adam, Robert, Edward, David, and DOB 310 of 8383.
To the east, there's a skinny area, and there's wires across that, so heads up for those.
Alright, we'll look for the wires, 2 Delta Hotel.
Yeah, Folsom 1, I got a VIN for you as well, when you're clear for that.
I'm clear, go ahead.
086 Mary 303520. I'm out Baltimore. John Henry, 2 Paul, Charles 3, 7086, Mary 3, 03520.
Should be in there on the south side.
Okay, we're looking for guards. We don't know how we're in north side of the lake.
Central X1590.
Towards that southbound.
Uniform help us.
Yes, sir, 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
840 Caldor Communications. Copies you loud and clear.
The old done your last drop?
We did our last job and we are in contact with elevate. Back to elevate.
Okay, fuel on hold, sir.
Fuel on hold.
Central X1590, zone 1.
You can come in as long as you got eyesight and once you figure that pattern out. They're on the south end.
Can you just look for the notes, 28? It'll be on a trailer. California 1, boy Tom, 8942.
Folsom 1, confidential information.
Folsom 1.
Madison, 310 of 83. He's clear. He has informal searchable probation out of Sac County through 2022. And your VIN is clear. Returns to 22 Union 6098 and current on an 06 to Lost of Kimball at a Rancho.
Copy.
Launch for a Yankee for the MRB Division Delta.
Launch for a Yankee to the MRB Division Delta.
We have the inbound and exit routes. Yeah, yours too. I'll talk to you later, Don. Don. Tanker 15, lead 50, Trinity 2998, continue 8.5, Charlie 5 outbound.
You go at the hotel. Do you still got us out here? Okay, follow us in. This is going to be your route to and from the dip. If I won't see you later, I doubt it.
Maybe a couple miles to the west of where the lookout tower is. Okay, where the fingers of
The fingers.
I'm going to have one Type 2 to Delta Hotel. We're going to bring him over, and he's going to work in the canyon bottom on those smokes that are just east of that retardant line that you guys put in between working with Eldo and Tahoe.
Okay, 7-2 uniform copies, and we're just down from that at the MRB now.
Okay, we'll line him out there. He won't go past that, but if you want to shy maybe a little bit to the west, heading around the horn, he'll be using Jefferson.
Okay, yeah, no problem. We'll keep it wide, turn around, and then we'll keep an eye out for him.
Sounds good.
Okay, by fire tower, I think they mean Leak Springs Hill, which is right here, and which is the camera we keep looking at with a little bit of a dreadful feeling. So, but they have been prepping that for more than a week to try to save the Leak Springs Tower, which is where our camera is. And so I believe that's what they were referencing. So, sorry, just got off the phone here. I have constant communication throughout the day with some fire experts, and I appreciate their guidance so much. So, get me back up to speed. What's going on with Caldor? We're expecting that the fire weather watch is going to go straight to a warning. That this will all be pink probably, I imagine, by tomorrow. Pink is, fire weather warning, red flag warning. And when the National Weather Service talks about a warning, it's totally different than, say, evacuation warning. Warning is like it's happening. It's like if you have tornado warning, a tornado is on the ground, right? Tornado watch would be like tornado may happen. Same thing with fire weather watch and warning, the best that I can understand. And if any meteorologist can verify my assumption, that would be great. So we have it for northeastern part of the state, southeastern Oregon, and every single day they'll get more confident about what they're predicting for the weather, and we expect that to be fire red flag. So it's going to be a terrible Tuesday. We're not even having a decent Saturday. So tomorrow we get a little bit of a taste of the higher winds. Monday and Tuesday they're here. So
smoke on this side of the creek, our side of the creek. If you go into the creek bottom, right out our left door, you'll see on the north-facing aspect, the south side of the creek, some fire, and that's what we're going to have you work on. You'll see retardant, down drainage. Don't go past the retardant. That's going to be your fence for passing helicopters.
Anything I tell off the drum.
If you want to fly down into that drainage, I'll tell you what smoke to hit.
Oh, is this the line that you're looking at once I square up this final?
Drop.
The 2 Delta Hotel. Copy?
2 Delta Hotel, yeah, we're stepping into the drainage.
okay, so thank you so much for the link. This is the evacuation
Do
map
you have that retardant line that comes down into the drainage?
for the Chaparral fire.
Negative, not yet. 2 Delta Hotel.
Okay, just keep coming through the drainage then.
We're unable to find some bit of smoke. We're back over Kirkwood elevation right now. Requesting a TR City south.
Okay, guard 840, you're clear direct back to Kirkwood. I got you on the TCAT here.
Okay, altitude?
Just follow me on.
Reno, and let me know when you're leaving the CFR.
So we have several distinct pyrocumulus clouds
Delta
forming.
Hotel, that stuff that's coming out your left door there, down low, that's what I want you to hit. You're almost coming over it right now. And then do you have the retardant line out in front?
Affirmative, yeah, I see the retardant line there.
Okay, don't go past the retardant line. That's your fence. Do not cross that.
North of the retardant line, 2 Delta Hotel. Everything good?
Yep, up drainage from that. So don't cross that. Turn around.
Oh, isn't there a meeting
Delta
for
Hotel,
Caldor?
you're crossing the retardant line, so don't do that. That's where we're routing helicopters in.
All right, making a right-hand turn around.
Was that sound right?
We may be a couple minutes
3
away.
on location.
3 and 4. Good stop, Mr. Matt. Working
There it
our way
is.
back to the MRB.
Okay, swing wide of the retardant a little bit. We're just lining out 2 Delta Hotel.
I'm sorry, I heard the traffic. Say that one more time.
Just swing wide of your route back, just while we route 2 Delta Hotel. He's going to be working in that V retardant you guys put in the drainage.
Okay, yeah, no problem. We'll hang to the southwest. And 2 Delta, I'm moving back around for the drop.
Okay, copy.
Okay, the meeting's about to start.
Yeah, Charlie 5, that's the TFR outbound. We'll talk to you later, man.
Yes, Charlie 5, we'll see you, dude. See you, Nick.
The Caldor community meeting is about to start. We're just waiting for it any moment now, probably in 2 minutes. I'll keep on the helicopter chatter and such right until then. Anybody has a question? If you have a question you want me to put into the chat, they might be able to answer it. Just tell me and I'll put it in the chat for you guys.
On the south side of the ravine or the north side of the ravine for 2 Delta Hotel?
South side. The stuff down lower in the canyon.
My line's still pretty fly around because that's the first time I got to look at it from this direction. Turn base. 240 on the
Yeah, we're all kind of in shock, you know. We had to deal with Plumas County, Butte and Lassen County, and all of a sudden Tahoe too.
That's the target area, so you're going to be working in there. Just don't go past the retardant. If that turnout's not going to work, we'll figure out a different spot for you.
Yeah, Chaparral Fire is kind of by Camp Pendleton, but it's up in the hills. It's pretty dang intense. Just
and then Delta Hotel, just call on and off the drops.
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Brokini. I'm a Public Information Officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 6. Thank you so much for joining us tonight at 5 p.m. August 28th for the community meeting for the Caldor incident on Facebook and on Zoom. Our format is going to consist of an informational update, an operational update, a weather update, and then a fire behavior update. After that, we're going to take questions and answers from our online monitors and our SMEs that are here, our subject matter experts. Then we're going to have closing comments from our incident commander, and then we're going to conduct this meeting in Español, in Spanish. Después de esa cita, si un bombero habla español, ¿con qué pasó con este incendio? All right, for an informational update, the fire is currently 149,684 acres in size, 19% containment, and we have 3,302 firefighters fighting this fight on the ground and in the air. We still have 18,347 structures that remain in threat as the firefighters continue to work this incident. We want to remind everybody, for information, it's disseminated from this incident, happens twice daily, minimum, at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We send out these information update sheets at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We encourage everybody not only to follow us on social media, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, but to sign up for the email notifications. That way you'll get anything that's disseminated. Anything that's sent out from this incident, you will receive, from evacuation notices to incident updates and more. Additionally, there's a QR code that we put everywhere online, and you see those out in the public as well on hard copy on papers in our information boards. Please take your phone and scan that. That'll populate 16 different links that'll give you any and everything you need to know about this respective incident. And lastly, we have an information line that we have public information officers that'll answer that phone and take your questions or concerns. That number is 530-303-2455. At this time, we're going to get an operational update from our operations section chief.
Good afternoon, Cody Bogan, Operations Section Chief, Incident Management Team 5. I'll give you guys an operational update of the incident. So starting over here in Division Alpha towards the hill of the fire, Division Alpha is holding real well. It's been, we're at patrol status all through Division Alpha. Things have been looking real good. As we come up into Division Delta, the troops are currently they're in a pretty good firefight out there. They've been working on a firing operation all morning, all afternoon, and they're currently
hit subscribe
in the middle
and never
of that firing operation. We come up out of Division Delta into Division Foxtrot towards Highway 50. Things are looking real good around the lake. As we get closer to Highway 50, the troops have been finishing up some primary lines and working it back into the 50 there. As we get up into Division Gulf Hotel and to the edge of India, same thing. Troops are mopping up, patrolling, working around the back of the structures and finishing a little bit of the primary line, riding down along the river. We come up out of India. On the north side of Highway 50, we still do have some open line on the slot from 4 or 5 shifts ago. The troops are working on dozer line up on the north side of that and working on bringing that fire back down into Highway 50. As we come around to the south side of Highway 50 in Division Juliet, the troops again, they're in a firefight out there right now as we speak. They do have a couple spot fires that they're chasing down. And it sounds like aircraft, the visibility just got good enough and they're starting to be able to work some aircraft in there. So hopefully as the sun goes down, they'll be able to pick up those spot fires and get that contained. As we come around the corner of Division Juliet down into Division Lima, they've been working on a firing operation for the last couple shifts. They had pretty good success last night. As they went into this afternoon with that firing operation, they had to hold it up due to fire activity. But hopefully this afternoon as the sun goes down, they can get back into that firing operation and finish bringing that fire down out of Juliet, down in towards Division November. As we get past Division November and into Division Papa, they had a couple spot fires last night that they've been working on today. they've had pretty good success getting around those spot fires. Past Division Papa, on through R, T, and U, down through Branch 30. Everything's looking real good, and we're into patrol status down through that area. With that, that's the end of the report.
Good evening, everybody. Incident meteorologist Jim Dudley with the updated weather for the Caldor Fire incident. We've had a couple of hot, dry days. Today has been the hottest, driest day so far on the fire, and we've had winds on the fire that have been generated by the terrain itself. Not a lot of winds aloft blowing the smoke around. We are expecting a big change in the weather pattern coming in Sunday night and more likely on Monday, as we are going to increase the wind flow across the fire area from the southwest as weather patterns change. They always do, and this is our change that's coming up. So what will happen is we're going to get a lot of the winds that have been affecting the fire on the ground level, just generated by the actual earth and terrain itself, are going to be aided by southwesterly winds aloft. And those are going to begin Sunday night and increase in speeds on Monday, and they will persist through Monday night and into Tuesday. So given the additional wind we expect on the fire, the National Weather Service in both Reno and Sacramento has issued a fire weather watch for gusty southwest winds and low relative humidity, which takes effect at 11 a.m. on Monday and is in effect through Tuesday evening. So what kind of speeds are we expecting? We're expecting gusts to as high as 25 to 30 miles an hour on Monday as the winds sweep up from the southwest. And then on Tuesday, they could actually be a little bit stronger. We could see some gusts to maybe 35 miles an hour, especially up on the ridge lines. Okay? Tomorrow is Sunday, and the winds are not going to be nearly as strong as they will be on Monday and Tuesday. So we have one more day of fairly light winds across the fire, and then things change later Sunday night, Monday, and they will continue into Tuesday. And that is why the fire weather watch will be taking effect on Monday at 11 a.m. and lasting through Tuesday. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Vollmer, the Fire Behavior Analyst with Incident Management Team 6. So you heard the meteorologist talk about the winds that are coming into the area on Monday. So right now we have what are called diurnal winds, up canyon, down canyon winds that happen each day. This fire is in an area that has multiple deep, steep drainages. We have a saying, where water flows, wind goes. And so you can see all the problem areas on the fire that we've had issues have been in those deep, steep drainages along Highway 50, along Slug Gulch, and down in Camp Creek. Those drainages continue to get winds through them every day in the morning, and then they shift direction in the evening, and then they shift again in the morning. That's continuing to throw spot fires out for all the ground resources along Highway 50, down in Camp Creek and Slug Gulch. Currently, the spotting distance is up to 3/4 of a mile, and the probability of ignition of those spots creating new fires that we have to initiate action on is 90%. In the days to come, we'll see that increase up to 95%, and we'll see that spotting distance stay around 3/4 of a mile. Right now, we've got a lot of heavy dead down material inside of this fire area. The area has very little fire history dating back to 1940 and almost no recorded fire history before 1940. There is a large amount of extremely large diameter logs that are still cooking on fire. They're still burning down, and they're still producing all of that smoke that we have up in the atmosphere. We can expect that to hinder the operation because it reduces our visibility. During the evening, we're also going to see an inversion layer sit in. That's like a lid on a frying pan. That'll hold the heat in, and will allow all those embers to continue to burn and smolder. Once the lid comes off of that frying pan and the inversion breaks, we're going to expect to see the increased fire activity like we did again today. We'll see that again tomorrow, and we will really see it again on Monday morning once the inversion breaks for that last time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this time we're going to do questions and answers. And the last person to do questions and answers will be one of our incident commanders. And then he'll give closing comments. And then as a reminder after that, we're going to do a condensed version of this meeting in Espanol. So one of the questions that we continue to see out there is that they ask about why is there so much media in the fire area. And so we want to share with everybody, the media has the right to be there per California Penal Code 409.5. What they don't have the right to do is impede the safety or operations of the firefighters, and we make sure we address that accordingly. Additionally, they don't have the right to be on private property without the permission of that respective owner. So if that is taking place, please call the public information line that we provided. In fact, I'll provide it one more time. It's 530-303-2455. And again, that's all over social media and anything that we disseminate from this respective incident. So we would like to know that. We like to maintain our positive partnerships that we do have with our media. They help get information out to the addition of all our different other outlets. So that's why you see them out there, because they have that right. So thank you for that question.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Lee. I'm the law enforcement liaison for Team 6. A couple of questions I'm going to answer for you guys. First of all, one of the questions that came up had to do with repopulation, when we're going to look at that and start to decide when that's going to happen for the unaffected areas. We actually do that every single day. We have an evacuation and repopulation meeting every day to try to determine what areas are safe to let people in. Now, some of those unaffected areas are still evacuated, and the reason for that is because we need to make sure that it's clear for the ingress and egress of the fire equipment and the firefighters to get in there. Often they'll have hoses laying across the roadways and other obstructions, and so we do that to keep it safe for the firefighters so that they can do their job and try to get this thing out. I'm going to step over here to a map now, kind of behind here. And if we look right here on this map, this indicates the evacuation areas, mandatory evacuation areas, and also the warnings. Yesterday, last evening, we actually had to do another mandatory evacuation, and we split the zone of leisure into leisure and Springer. And the reason we did that is because whenever we have to evacuate an area, we always make sure that we evacuate the least amount of people that we need to. So as we did that, we thought, okay, we don't need to go all the way out and do the entire zone. We're going to mitigate that a little bit. We're going to cut it in half, and that way we can evacuate that area where the firefight's going to go on and where apparatus needs to move around, and we can leave the rest of it in a warning. So that's why that was done, and that was done in collaboration with the local sheriff's department and the California Highway Patrol. So thank you very much.
Hi, Simon Brown, El Dorado County Sheriff, Public Information Officer. One of the questions we get from time to time is an update looking for the missing person from Grizzly Flats. Marvin Creel went missing on the 18th after already being evacuated from the area. We don't have an update right now. We are still looking for him. If you have any information, please contact our office. We're going to look into any tips. Our investigation team will assist with following up on those if you have anything. Thank you.
Good evening, Dusty Martin, one of the Unified Incident Commanders. So I got a couple of questions, and a lot of questions online that are concerning and asking questions about Division Delta. So Division Delta, as was stated by the operations section, has been in a continuous firefight for the last couple of days. There were some questions about how is it going against the wind. So our fires are driven by a couple of different things: wind, fuel, and topography. And as we get in there, our IMAT talked about the weather. There's a bunch of different drainages and tributaries that will push wind against the normal southwest flow. One thing to understand is that at nighttime, we have the winds that come down canyon that then pushes back down onto that side of the fire. And then as the day goes through and the heating goes in the valley, the winds pick up and go back to southwest. But they do find the different drainages and tributaries that funnel the wind, which are becoming problematic. There's not a consistent wind. It may go one way, we get a wind shift shortly thereafter. We're trying to get the best information we can out to you regarding this area. However, trying to get that information from the folks on the ground, we need to keep them within the firefight. I can tell you that in this Division Delta area, the fire has not reached Mount Occam Road. It is still fairly well east of Mount Occam Road, and our folks are out there doing everything they can to get that to you. In tomorrow morning's operations update, we will have the operations section chief that's made it through the night. We'll talk about Division Delta fairly specifically as we can get in there with some additional roads in that. But I do want you to know that we are still very actively engaged in here and is not hitting Mount Occam Road. Over here, as operations talked about in Division Juliet, we do have those winds surfacing today in Juliet and Ida, and we are getting spots out in front of this. We have reallocated a bunch of resources around the fire to get up into those two areas and to attack it with everything that we have today. But as you can imagine, as this fire goes towards the east, the smoke column lays over and it does not make it advantageous for our aircraft to get in there. It's too smoky and the air is not very good for that. So we are continuing to work there, and we're continuing to work really hard on the other side. There was a question about more info on first responder injuries, and does the two reported include the Galt PD? The two that are included are to firefighters that were actively engaged in firefighting per our information sheets. It does not include the Galt PD officer. The Galt PD officer was on his way to this incident on a mutual aid request through the Dorado County Sheriff's Department, and so they do not populate on our first responder injuries. So in closing for this evening, I just want you to know that we have every available resource actively engaged in the two main areas of this incident, on the west side and on the east side. However, we do need to keep resources on the north and south sides of this fire as well to make sure that we don't lose any ground that we've already worked very hard for. All of our personnel are still actively engaged, working the long hours, day in, day out, some of them working 36 and up to 48 hours straight to keep this where we have it. We are getting more resources in little by little each day, and we will continue to surge those resources as we get them in. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, at this time, we're going to conduct our meeting in a condensed version of Spanish, en español.
What? That was it? Okay.
Hola, buenas tardes.
I'm so sorry. You can go to Cal Fire Amador El Dorado Facebook page if you want to hear the Espanol version. They're not even talking about what was it just me, or did they not mention strawberry right now? I put a question in. I would like them to explain how the southwest and west portion of the fire is kind of expanding even against the prevailing winds, because I have theories about the whole wind tunnel deal like this. I would have liked clarification about whether or not it's just shifting winds that is the problem, or if it's mostly terrain driven uphill runs, or if this topography creates kind of like a swirl. I mean, that would be my guess, the way that all these drainages just sort of come here like so, that when winds, even if they're going this way in general, I think they kind of get stuck, and some of them turn back around. And this is just, a speculation, but they didn't get to the question. And I think they're very busy right now. They're extremely busy about the escalating situation. We're hearing about flames right now in and around Strawberry. Somebody said KCRA was showing footage of a fire back behind the lodge. I do think that they'll do just structure protection and rather than run away from Strawberry, because I don't even know if there's good escape routes that are fast enough other than east on 50. I think they basically decided to defend most of that area and just let fire go past them if it kind of goes past. Although I'm not clear because, well, they're not clear about what exactly their plan is. So going back here, it was sort of answered, but no detail really. Winds and terrain. Yeah, I wanted the details because I would like. I mean, I'm dying to know. The more we understand the fire, the more we can understand what its potential is, and I think that's what the public needs to know, whether or not they're in danger. Not just you're in danger, just you evacuate, but you evacuate because. That is way better to tell the public. So I think I'm going to turn back on the radio right now and go refresh myself. I did take some notes. What was critical about this in a nutshell was the spotting distance when the presumed red flag conditions start, perhaps Sunday night, and definitely by Monday, is spotting distances will be at least a 3/4 of a mile ahead of itself. And I think that's really an underestimate. Maybe they're talking about that right now. I think that could do, the 3-mile spots, during the red flag conditions. That's just my own personal opinion, because we saw that with similar conditions. That wasn't as windy, prior on this fire. 90% chance of embers igniting new spots when we get that single-digit humidity coming in. So Tuesday is the highest wind, so I'm calling it Terrible Tuesday, but we're going to have a Mad Monday as well, it seems like. I mean, these are supposed to be our quieter, just normal windy days, and they're really hanging on by their fingernails right now. I mean, right now we're facing winds that are like less than 30 miles an hour wind gusts, and when we're getting the perhaps 45 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts on some portions of the fire, mostly the northeast and the peaks and ridges. I mean, holy mackerel, we're going to have a terrible Tuesday. It's just if this forecast is correct. So they're talking about inversion layers breaking every single day, pretty much, when the winds pick up, and that's when heck breaks loose. As soon as the smoke layer kind of lifts off, that's when you see the formation of pyrocumulus clouds, which we've been seeing over the last couple of hours. The other note is that he said fire has not yet reached Mount Oxum Road, or Occam Road. I can't remember how to pronounce that. I can't read my own handwriting. But the heavy fuels, even though the fires pass by some areas, you see a huge amount of smoke. Because of the heavy fuels, which means the dead and down trees that have just been sitting there for maybe decades, they're all on fire, creating the smoke, and that smoke is preventing them from getting aircraft where they need to be over here, to protect, communities. Myers, SLT, and Strawberry Twin Bridges, they've never really been able to get much aircraft over there. That's really crippled them in their what they want to do, to whether or not it's retardant, putting out spot fires, or doing water. They can't do it because of that smoke. So it's another lesson learned that the state really needs to keep. It's on the right track. They made decisions last year that they should do fuel reduction, but that's going to take many years. I mean, we haven't done significant fuel reduction since the 30s or so. So there's more than 95 years in some places of dead trees piling up and huge logs. Those are 1,000-hour fuels and creating all this smoke. So, but they have done some of it. There's a little bit that was done over kind of by Kirkwood, and that's a bonus. But it's like airbags in a car. It's better than just a seatbelt, but it doesn't mean the car is safe in an accident. So I'm going to put that back on the chat here. We'll get an idea about what's currently going on. We know they have been losing structures, unfortunately, sort of by Sweeney's Crossing at the Butte Creek. They are working hard to keep it out of Pleasant Valley, and just everything they can do over here at Delta. The other project they have down here is to protect the Leak Springs Fire Lookout Tower. it's not just a camera, it's a fire lookout tower. We continue to look at the leak springs cam, which is just looking uglier every second. But they splashed it with retardant, and they've gotten some big tankers over there. So we'll continue to monitor this, and of course we keep looking down here at what was going on. The new fire start within 3 hours ago or 2 hours ago. Seems like a lifetime. 2 or 3 hours ago down here by sort of by Camp Pendleton in San Diego County. So we are trying to monitor all three. We're going to listen to Caldor now. We'll try to see if there's any more meetings for the evening. I would love to be covering the French fire too, but it's a lot to juggle. There's some activity over by Genesee. For the most part, that's holding on the Dixie fire. They were wondering if the fire spotted over the sheep burn scar, which is kind of tense, as far as Susanville goes, but they have a lot of dozer lines that they can just man, from last year's sheep fire. So I don't know how big of a concern that is, and we'll continue to just monitor the situation. So with that, I'm going to turn back on the Caldor radio. If you have a couple of questions, put them in chat, and when I get a moment, I'll try to get a word in.
Yet we're just over where Eldo's bringing their burn down into the drainage.
You on the north side there?
Hey, firm.
Yeah, just crossed over to the south. We'll be looking for you.
Okay, I got you. We'll come around the horn, and we're just going to come over the V and the retardant.
Copy.
So Tahoe's bringing it down that side. Eldo's bringing it down the other side. It looks like they're about ready to tie in.
Tahoe on the south side.
Stay firm. Okay, we're going to come around the backside. This is all this smoke right out our 11 o'clock. The truckee is burning that right now.
Okay. A reminder.
Flats where you can see they've kind of picked up a bunch of it, and there's some retardant down below and the green stringer above homes. That was all helicopter, and then we just kept on tracking that retardant, keeping up with it, and then let's see, it's Tango Hotel is about working halfway up before you get to Sturtevant, and then the two guard ships I'd have working at the very top coming down.
Talking about this.
It was pretty active when we first showed up, but it's kind of died down now, and it's not doing a whole lot, but yeah, no, as far as I know, they're pushing dozers down from the first vineyard headed that way, but that's as far as ground's got.
All right.
So yeah, 48 Yankee, MRB, still coming over, doing right where we're getting to right now. Guard 862, Jenkinson working the top part of Sturtevant coming down. 866 will join them. 3 Tango Hotel out of Mel, working in between the retardant and the guard.
Contact with the towers. The towers are all boxed in with retards. No further plans.
You're talking still south side, but the west end of this?
Yeah, for right when you come over that drainage.
So all that hot stuff back there, that was truckee. I asked them if that was okay, and they said yes.
All right.
All right, reminder.
Existing retardant is boxed around the towers and put it on the green side. That's dozer line coming off the towers to the west. We'll let you know when that happens.
Haven't had any need.
Copy that.
Elko, Guard 866.
Guard 866, Elko.
Guard 866 is off of Placerville en route to the Pleasantville MRB.
Guard 866, change of plans. Head lumber check, and then from lumber direct to Jenkinson dip. You're going to tie in with 862, and you're going to be working with them over on the south side of Division Delta. Contact them, they'll line you out. 2908, 4,500 to Jenkinson, and you need to come down to 3,500 for the work site.
Alright, that was lumberjack to Jenkinson 6, 2908, and say altitudes again.
You got 4,500 to get to the dip site, but then once you come down to where the work site is, you need to come down to 3,500.
Roger, and you want me on north
rotor Vic and contact 862 at the dip, and they can guide you in. 866,
Okay, maybe I can get a word in. Remember, when they say Truckee,
Romeo Elko.
they're talking about the Truckee
Copy
Hot Shots.
866.
Truckee Hot Shots, not the town.
Papa Trinity, Caldor Communications.
When's our next meeting? Do we have a...
So go ahead.
Good. I'm at 1022.
Okay, the smoke column collapsed
Hotel knows they're coming over.
on the
Copy that.
on the Chaparral Fire down by Camp Pendleton-ish.
You want the low smoke?
Not here on the Caldor, though.
On the east side of this. Affirmative. All right. Yeah, that's pretty good air through there.
It hasn't been too bad. We've done it a few times, so it's not too bad.
I copy that. I think I've got it.
We did talk to Dan when he was out here, and air went to crap then, but definitely could, if we can, get tankers in here again at some point.
Did you come up with a plan with Delta as far as where they want to use them?
It was going to be Sturgeon and Ridge, angle it down, kind of where the helicopters are dropping, probably coming down into those vineyards where the retard comes into.
Copy that. Anything on this west end?
Yeah, so one of the big problems with CAL FIRE is that they apparently have to run everything that they say to the public by somebody who checks out stuff in Sacramento. Part of that is causing the delay.
509 just to do some IR and check the stuff out on it, but if I do, I'll give you a call.
Copy that. And if you want to tie in with Luke, he's back at the heli base.
You didn't want to go for a ride, huh?
Nah, I gave him a brief. He said he's tying with you.
Okay, sounds good.
I think he's holding out for your Cobra.
Yeah, I get one more.
Central to the 952.
What's that?
45.
What is that?
All right, sounds good.
Do you guys see this? On the San Diego County? Left side of the screen?
862, 866, what is it?
866, 862, we got you coming in, said Jenkins. We're using the southern half of the lake if you want to use the north half, and then you can follow us in on this first drop if you'd like.
Roger, sounds good. We're about 4 minutes out.
What is that? Okay, so what did we miss during this meeting here? So down here at Chaparral Fire, I mean that the Chaparral Fire was there. What the heck's over there? So let me zoom out on this. What in the heck? Where's the where is my video there? So we were watching it from different cams. Let's we're still listening to Caldor. Yeah. Is that by Temecula or Temecula? I can't. Maybe we have a better view. Yeah, we'll look at the French Fire in just a second. I think the French Fire meeting starts in half an hour. Do they have one tonight at 6? We've never been able to listen too much about what's going on with the French Fire, so that's the last 15 minutes. But that's quite concerning. Either that fire's bigger than I expected, or that was a new start. So I'm doing my best, trying to cover all of the different.
Caldor 26 is overhead. Just finished mapping Juliet and stand by any more tasks.
Edge 15 contingency. Reef Jordan on command.
Elko. 7 Bravo Sierra, TFR.
7 Bravo Sierra, go ahead.
In contact with Hella Base and clear of the area.
Copy, thanks. Frequency change approved.
So that's how the Chaparral Fire started earlier today, but it seemed like in one condensal area. To see a different plume show up in a massive way was quite startling. I'm trying to figure out what that is. So, yeah, this is
15 contingency, Reef Jordan on command.
This is the Chaparral Fire. It's new as of like a couple hours ago. Let me try to figure out what that is.
Yankee out of MRB.
That's 15 minutes. Getting different angles.
Negative contact, Reef Jordan.
So we saw the collapse of their column down there. And while that seems good on the surface, it can... imagine a giant hand from the sky crushing a top hat from above. Smack. That will throw embers all over the place when the columns collapse. It's like a big rush of wind in all different directions. And so I wonder, did that have anything to do with that? But that looked further away. That looks further away by far, just as eyeballing this. All right, we're still listening to Caldor. They're doing a weird radio check thing. Oh, is that the South Fire in the distance? Great. Okay. Yeah, it's Riverside County / San Diego County. Is the Chaparral Fire is this thing, which we were watching the formation of. And if that's the South Fire roaring back to life, I would be quite concerned. And that's by San Bernardino, though. Not that I know Southern California at all. Like, you'll see me get lost moving stuff around. I just don't see the camera looking in the correct direction for that to be the South Fire. I don't see it. See, the South Fire is up here.
26 radio, check the radio.
That's the South Fire, and this camera is looking that way. So it would be something over to its left, unless I'm very confused, unless the camera has shifted its position, which it does not seem to have done. Is it a cloud? Like a just... I mean, it's white, but it came up from the ground, you know? See how it's... Usually the top of pyrocumulus fire, clouds do have white at the very top when they're really cooking. So C-Probe says that's the roadside fire, new, and it's just north of the South Fire. Oh, it can't be north of the South Fire because that's San Bernardino is quite a ways away.
15, Condor 26, radio check.
So yeah, Josh, do you have
yeah, we have you now as well. We're at 17.5 overhead, Juliet. Just finished mapping and standing by to see if you have any additional tasks.
Hang on, this will tell the story. So, activity. A different map. It just spread like crazy today. It really took off. So the thing is that the South Fire is way up here. Like I'm trying to tell you guys, this is San Bernardino area. I mean that with a camera looking that direction, it would be something to the left. What if it's the same one? Maybe the fire just went down into the canyons where we couldn't see it, and it just climbed. We could look at radar to see if there actually is clouds. Some clouds.
Go ahead, Farrell, go. Copy, function, malfunction. Repeat the second half of that.
Clouds.
that. Stay Jenkins, I'll come around and fix. Yep. Break 862, Elko.
I hate windy. What is brown supposed to mean? Is that supposed to mean there's clouds, or is white supposed to mean there's clouds?
862, Elko on the rotor.
I think white are the clouds. We don't have clouds, guys. If I'm reading this correctly. The Boucher West Cam. Okay, let's check that out. Check it out. We continue to listen to Caldor. They're just sort of quiet right now. Boucher. I don't. Is it on?
862 Elko on the rotor.
Is that Inland Empire?
866 Elko.
Or is it LA and Orange? Or San Diego?
That copy. They're going to set down by Jenkins and fix it, or they return it to elevate. Yeah, copy that. We're en route. We're coming around the north side of the fire. Be there shortly.
Okay. Yeah, clouds don't. I don't know. In 15 minutes, I've never seen a cloud quite form like that. San Diego. Okay, south of the Inland Empire. Oh, is that the new fire at Cleveland? Okay, Cleveland National Forest. Yeah, I was warned about that. Okay, so that would be the isn't that Pound?
3 Tango Hotel, 30 minutes left on 2.
Cleveland Fire. Okay, let me do a quick Google search. Oh, okay, all I do is get Cleveland, Ohio. Okay, Cleveland Fire. Okay, anybody got a quick link for me? Yikes. What a bad day. Like, can we just have a quiet day? This was supposed to...
You inbound past the South IP 8500 on it.
This is supposed to be the calm before the storm, and if it's this stormy before the storm, what is the storm going to be like? Got lots of aircraft. Tanker 910. The DC-10. Wow. Okay. Yeah, help me keep abreast of this one, because I totally forgot. A thunderhead. There's a fire in the Cleveland National Forest, though, that I was just hearing about as a new start today. So, Sea Probe says cumulus clouds build quickly like that. How thunderstorms form. Yay. But when we have seen that on Windy's cloud, okay, let's look at. Do we have like NOAA live satellite?
Branch 1, branch 2.
Let's just see. Forecastweather.gov. Where's the satellite? Visible satellite image.
Branch 1, branch 10.
Click.
Go ahead. Copy. If you want a RTB, that's fine. On your way back, there's a couple of big open fields that's going to sit down there as well.
I guess.
Copy. So you're going to take a few now. Copy. We're going to follow a trail. You will be something green just coming up on the
Well, we'll continue to monitor it. If those are just clouds, then good, I guess. Good. the funny thing about wildfires is there's a lot of moisture. The moisture that's in the vegetation goes somewhere. It's not like you can destroy moisture. It will either evaporate or go somewhere, right? So when it evaporates during, it's not really evaporation. If you look at fire as a chemical reaction, water vapor is one of the things. I wonder if the fire is helping that cloud to form. I would want to know from a meteorologist or somebody with more knowledge. Yikes. So, yeah, that looked quite strange. And sometimes the tops of a pyrocumulus cloud have the white puffs, and that means it's cooking. It means it's cooking. So if we look back here at the Caldor Fire, you'll see the white puffs on top. See? This is our replay the last couple of hours on the Caldor Fire. And these little puffs on the top. And, but in what I interpreted that as some sort of like a vapor release when it's really, but I don't know. So maybe Susie or some other meteorologist will look at it. It's around 10 to 15% in Riverside County, and it's the rest of it's in San Diego County, the Chaparral Fire. So, but smoke is a dirty gray in general. But sometimes you have gray clouds-ish looking on satellite, so it can be a little confusing. Yeah, I have a feeling Cal Fire's probably not happy with what I do, but I don't care. I mean, I'm doing this because the government. The public can see this stuff. They can see all the cams, the public can hear all the radio, and they can come to wild conclusions by themselves if they don't know what fire behavior is about, and they can either be way too scared or way too complacent. And so what I'm trying to do is give people an education, a basic one. That's all you need to be safe and much safer in wildfires. So you can make the decision for yourself to leave or evacuate way before you're told, because something's wrong with the system where, we have failures like technical failures again and again of reverse 911, power outages. A lot of people who are, like, oh, I'm in a fire weather watch area, wait to be told for mandatory evacuations. And time again since 2014, really, we've seen reverse 911 fail. We saw that on the Dixie. We saw that here on the Caldor, where you can't call for help and they can't tell you what's going on. So what I like to do is teach people how to monitor fires just like I do. It's really pretty simple. And the radio, the radio we're listening to is the first sign of trouble. It will be here. It will go up the chain of command. It'll go through official sources. And you may not ever really hear or get a knock on your door. But if you hear these radios, and that is the first step. They'll say, let's evacuate such and such neighborhood. Fire is going towards that neighborhood. And that's when we have the best chance of knowing what the heck's going on or getting away. Don't wait for the knocks on the door, because in these densely populated areas, that would take too long. The fire moves faster than they can knock and drive around. I mean, look at this. Look at the structures. So.
Probably advise if you want, call another aircraft to come out.
862, we'll just put you on hold.
Alright, land and hold for C62.
actually ideas teach people. Like, don't rely on me either. I have the privilege of knowing firefighters, and I can call them up on the phone and say, hey, what do you think about this? I became an extremely aware, fire-educated citizen, and I realized that, it should be a class. Like, it should be required in California and Western states. Like, how does wildfire work? How do you prep your home? What should you do? But instead, we had to learn algebra, right? So that's what this community is about. We share the information in real time as much as we can, and as long as we say that, hey, this is unconfirmed, this is what we're hearing on the radio. I've felt really good. I sometimes give people six hours ahead of time notice, or several days, saying, hey, this community looks vulnerable, and that gives people time to prepare. Should always obey what they say with the evacuation orders, always. But the best situation will be leaving before you're told.
Direct west out of here and avoid all the traffic on the drops.
There's a delay in their bureaucracy system, in their communication system. So listen to the radio is the most important thing ever.
All right, copy 50 route, lumberjack advised with contact with something.
Okay, Trish, go ahead and tell us about that. Is it KCRA YouTube? Or, because I can watch it off screen. Mostly the pilots have just been chattering about, let's go this way, let's go that way. Constantly, as the aircraft come into view, the air attack just tells the new pilots, where should you work, what should you do next. But I do know there's probably a battle for Strawberry going on right now.
Yeah, like we saw still, 7,500 on the outside.
Okay, and I don't mind. You guys can leave. Go watch that if you need to on YouTube and come back. I mean, the idea here is we share links and information in the channel to try to help each other. So if you have questions, go ahead and ask them. What's my pro background? Not much of one. I'm trying to write history books and decided to make a history documentary channel. I was just going to school for that when the crazy fires started breaking out. I've got health issues, and so that's delayed getting that started. But a lot of what I use here with the tools, I already knew about because I am a kind of a fresh drone pilot.
Lead 50, trainee, air attack on CFR.
I knew about flight radar here. I knew about tracking.
Air attack 50, trainee, go ahead.
Using maps.
Yeah, we'll be on station until 1915, unable to fill relief for ourselves. I know you guys are thinking about it, but you think about maybe shutting it down when you guys are bingo.
Hey, from at 1900, we'll shut her down.
Okay.
They did have a relief lead available at Reading, but if we're only going to be overhead for 15 minutes, I don't think, I think the risk versus gain is not favorable to bring them out.
Hey, firm, that's what we're thinking.
Okay, copy that. I'll go ahead and cancel that relief lead, and we'll just finish up with the time on station that you have and we have.
Wow.
Okay, thanks. We'll get the project done, but we'll give it a go.
Yeah, you bet.
So he says, I don't think we'll be able to get the project done, but we'll give it a go. It's usually around this camera, the Lake Springs Lookout Tower. I think this was the project to help them defend it and kind of rein back in where the fire spotted over last night to the south, here on the southeast portion of the Caldor Fire. Bingo fuel means that they have to return to the helibase or the airport, or there's a plane, or they're not going to make it back. Bingo means turn around right now, otherwise you don't have enough fuel to get back. So back to my background. That's a real long story. I don't want to make it about the me show right now, but I became an extremely fire educated and aware citizen once one of our family friends died in the Cascade Fire the same night that Santa Rosa was burning in 2017. That could have been us, you know. So I learned everything I can, and I realized so many people don't know what myself and my family knew when we lived rurally about fire prevention, behavior, and structure defense. And I made it my business also because I study history and ghost towns as a specialty. A lot of towns have been destroyed by fire in the past. So I already had a lot of that knowledge, and I just decided to kind of share with the public what experts already want you to know. And my education is increasing. I know more about fire behavior than I know about wildland fire fighting, for example. So this is what we try to do here. But there's a lot of wonderful people in chat that keep coming to help our knowledge, whether it's locals, experts of different fields, and we're so lucky to have them. So that's in a nutshell. Yeah, I'll look at KCRA in a second. We know I think they're trying to defend structures at Strawberry, but look at the Leak Springs cam. Wow.
Okay, I'll go for airtime people. For your notes, 862 RTB for fuel on hold. Copy, 862 RTB fuel on hold.
Dusty, did you just arrive?
Turkey, go ahead. Drop from north to south due to smoke and visibility.
Let me look.
Copy that, I'll come over and take a look for you.
Okay, I'll get you guys the link. I can't show too much of what KCRA shows, and I don't mind you guys looking at it and coming back. I'm not offended, you know. So usually it's taboo to show another link when a broadcast is on YouTube because it makes the viewers leave. But guys, this is not a thing that I'm doing here like for entertainment. You need your vital information. So
what sections are going to be on the map?
That is linked to KCRA. You know, just come back and we'll be here throughout the night. I got a critical headache.
Yeah, I'm familiar with
doing
that
best.
area. What section is that? And if you can repeat the location again.
But I'm here. Now I'm going to look at the KCRA feed myself and describe to you what I'm seeing. It is not ferocious.
I believe we're over it now.
That I can see right now. Just fire behind. I don't think that's Strawberry Lodge, but in fact, I can show you guys briefly. See how this isn't ferocious.
Is this what you're looking for? This piece of open line that kind of backing into it on that finger? Some spots down below as well. From what I'm seeing, this is going to be back in on the lee side of the ridge, and it looks like there's a hose lay on an old dozer line or something along the bottom of it. Is that the correct piece?
Hope that gives you guys a good idea.
Copy that. You get some spots across the ditch.
This way.
If we use retardant down in there, or are you looking for just straight water? Retardant's going to be it's a much shorter term.
Now, as weird as this sounds, it's way better for fire to be around Strawberry today than Tuesday, when the crazy winds would make it probably indefensible. The more stuff that burns off in the lesser windy days, around the 50 corridor and anywhere else, the better. It's just they're having trouble hurting the fire where they want it right now. And in Delta, of course, that's a different story.
Yeah, 48 Yankee Alpha.
We see the crews just sitting there and chilling on the road and watching it going up over the road.
Yankee Elko.
At the beginning of the feed, I see that there's a group tree torching.
Yankee Elko.
Now there's some pretty significant torching of trees on the strawberry feed that KCRA has.
Yeah, are you okay if I put another Type 1 copter in there to work with you?
Just plow through the timber. No dozer line.
Copy that. I'll start with one and then we'll see how it goes. I don't know if you copy my traffic on the air ground, but they're looking at pre-treats some green side of that ditch that they're going to start firing.
Starting firing?
Return and hold. We're running out of time ourselves.
Helco, go for Placerville Helibase.
I'd like to order one tank Type 1 as we work in out of the MRB Division Yankee. That was 4-8 Yankee. Correction me, Division Delta was 4-8 Yankee.
Tanks Type 1 ship, working in Division Delta out of the MRB.
Affirm, additionally, that'll be working with 4-8 Yankee.
Helibase copies all. Your ship will be 2 Hotel Tango. It's the Sky Crane.
Copy 2 Hotel Tango, thanks.
Ships are generally the helicopters, water ships, tanker ships. They have some funny slang.
Tango Hotel Helco. Go ahead, 3 Tango Hotel. Hey, how much longer are you on station? We've got about 15 minutes. 15, 1-5? 1-5, 3 Tango Hotel.
Look at just to start throwing out some ideas here. I'm thinking section 16, just up from DP 23, starting to open some stuff up in Salves Canyon area. Just something to start looking at. There's a couple opportunities in there to get something on the other side of that spot.
Okay, DP 23 is... There's 26.
Helibase Helco, come in. Airground, come in.
Helco, go for Helibase.
I'd like to order
Lover's Leap.
one Type 1 tank preferred, but I'll take a bucket. Be working Division Delta, utilizing the Bell Dip with 3 Tango Hotel. Routing will be black route to the ground check.
Okay, so they have a spot over by Strawberry. They said that there's an opportunity. If they...
1 Type 1, working out of Division Delta, Bell Dip, black route via grand check. And looks like the last Type 1 we have available is 8 Charlie Hotel, the Chinook.
Yeah.
That'll work, 8 Charlie Hotel, copy 6.
I think they are talking about using aircraft over by Strawberry, but I don't know.
Yankee Helco.
That's where DP-23 is.
Time on station.
Hey, Terry, welcome back. Well, Trish, are you by Strawberry right now?
Yeah, Metro 9 o'clock, moving 10. Alright, I'll give you a show me. You're looking at 205 on the heading, 6,500.
Trish says the fire isn't ferocious, but it does seem to be moving pretty fast, as there were little to no flames showing behind a building a few minutes ago. Yeah. I'm seeing us. I mean, we don't see everything, but I'm seeing this
Yeah, the
positive.
heavy column will be turning base to final. It'll be like a dogleg final right next to that column, almost underneath it.
Yeah, that's
Driving back to the southwest.
That's the right thing to do, is just sit there at the structures in the safe parking lot areas, safe quotation marks, and they're just there waiting to see what will burn off. But this will really protect the area for Terrible Tuesday. Whatever they can get to burn now at a relative safety is good. There's nothing else to do on a hillside like that. It's not like you can do anything. I keep saying the smaller towns are easier to defend. Remember Markleyville and the Tamarack fire? Markleyville, surrounded, protected, they went past them. Things like Crescent Mills. It was surrounded, protected, it went past it. It doesn't mean it's out of the woods. Of course, just day by day, we take it one little day at a time. I mean, we celebrate the survival of some towns just to see them be impacted another day. Just keep on the level. Don't swing in between joy and despair. Just be in the center of, hey, I'm concerned. And that's the best thing you can do. Now, I'm looking at the fire above Strawberry on the KCRA feed, and it kind of dies down, and then whoosh, it torches a bunch of trees, and then dies down, and whoosh, torches a bunch of trees. And that's
125.
Consistent with what we see with the wind gust nature here of the fire. It's mostly driven by gusts. And
how much time we got left on station? Copy that. Let's plan. What time do you guys need to be back at the deck on May 3rd?
You can look back at chat.
So you depart about 18:30 now? Let me know when you depart to be able to make it on the deck at that time.
Yeah, I concur with Bob. And what's your background again, Bob? I can't remember. I keep calling people, confusing people's backgrounds and swapping names. He says all the heat is going up the hill in a good direction. That's not looking terrible. Yeah, I mean, from what we can see, I would hate to say, oh, it looks great, and then out of the frame we see we can't see something happening. But even
up to 77 further south. How are we looking?
Melvin.
Turning left face 205 to south 600.
Oh, 10 years of wildfire? Oh, yeah, that's right, Bob. I was thinking that, but I didn't want to make the mistake of calling somebody a firefighter if they weren't. But Dan, thank you for being here and helping us with your expert opinion. yeah, we can count little blessings. You know? The best policy that I can see that to protect all these communities is burn the landscape before the bad weather comes. You know, burn the controlled as much as they can do, backfiring. Get those pine needles off the ground. Get those stupid logs burning and get the little seedlings, saplings, and bushes. Get those burned away, because when the fire comes, that makes it hard to hold a line when it comes with wind. You know, they can hold a line, which is a road, and just sit there with their engines and, you know, squirt water as it comes across it with little bits of flaming debris rolling around and blowing around. They can sit there and hold a line if the fire is about 4 feet in height. But if it's taller than that, then when the wind hits it, it blows it down vertically. So, like if this is their road, I'm just drawing a random picture, and flame feet is like say that's 12 feet. I can't drive 12. Well, what happens when the wind hits it? It lays down, and you have 20 feet of flame across the road, and they would have to retreat. It would be burning up the tires of their engines, right? So it's mostly the bushes that whoosh up like that, and at the ground level make it so dangerous for them. The more they can get,
go ahead.
The more they can do now, the better.
Start making your way back towards camp there.
Brett, I need to get back in there for a meeting, but I'll call you here in a bit when I make it back there. Stick and still for next half an hour, and we can talk about some strategies.
I've got some kind of made up here, and I'll wait for a half hour or so till I hear from you.
If you got something drawn on your map, snap a picture so I can start taking a look at it with Beal, and we'll give you a call.
Beal? Like Beal Air Force Base?
15 outbound.
Yeah, and hey Terry, and thanks so much for giving us the updates, Trish. They have more fire engines and such than homes, I was hearing, near the Strawberry area.
4912. Now 15, couldn't have done it any better. It was a perfect time, deadline.
They've had time to repair Strawberry. They've known it's going to come there for days. They've already had a lot of vegetation burn off in the 50 corridor when it was less windy. And so that I'm less concerned for Strawberry than I am for something like Myers. And all this stuff, I don't know what Nibblehorn is, but these areas, my concern is that when wind goes down this tunnel, and it's funneled in a tunnel, right? It picks up speed on our terrible Tuesday or Monday or whatnot, that I expect to see spot fires kind of getting up over here. This is a real possibility, and I'm more concerned for Myers. I don't know how defendable that is. Just looking at it with all over the area with the little gold man with Google Earth, I don't see much defendable down in South Lake Tahoe and Myers. It's too sprawled out. It's too spread out. There's too many trees around it. You can't spray retardant on the top of the trees. They're too tall. But almost every structure in every neighborhood is underneath a bunch of pine trees with a bunch of strung out power lines. And even if they turn off the power and continue to drive up neighborhoods, they're too sprawled out. You need like 8,000 firefighters in here.
Yeah,
several on every street corner if it were to impact this area. So the thing is about the winds, they generally do that, but I'm worried about the ember carry over here, and a lot about it going this way. And then a day where the
Caldor attack 9500 2998 Elko currently talking to someone on air to ground. Stand by.
On a day where the wind comes up from the desert, then I think that's the way that it would be impacted.
3 Tango Hotel on safe hub.
Just as likely, if not.
3 Tango Hotel,
if not more likely.
3 Tango Hotel is departing Delta Grand via the Black Rail, then inbound to Placerville for a shutdown.
I mean, it could come up
3
like.
Tango Hotel, all advised Elko. You're cleared back to Placerville. Be advised, T-Type 1's outbound Division Delta, MRV, and working Division Delta.
3 Tango Hotel, copy direct.
Elko copies direct. 3 Tango Hotel, advising we have positive contact with the whole base.
3 Tango Hotel, welcome.
All right, trying to finish my sentence. Small communities, they're compact. And there's a really good, quick way to zip back and forth to the different areas of the community, like a nice big road, like down at Strawberry, and they've got 50. Those are a lot of times easier to defend than something sprawling out. And like I said, there's already been a lot of burning in that area, so there's less fuels. There hasn't been any burning over there to the east of it. And so that's what my main concern is. We don't know what the wind will do, or it could skip past Myers and South Lake Tahoe. It could just want to get established and then kind of head towards Carson City along with the winds. Up there would be very hard to police a fire. And the winds generally are pointing that direction, but we do have winds that come out of the southeast from the deserts that could push it towards South Lake Tahoe from the south. And at that point, they really need to keep it out of here. I don't know what their prep is. They haven't really explained. I mean, down here at lower elevations, they can have lines. Okay, sure. But what happens with wind going? It's a possibility. We really need to keep an eye on this. They've got bonuses here. Over here they got the desolation wilderness, lots of water, a lot of the embers will land on solid granite at some points. I mean, they will find the pockets of fuel, but it may take a while for the pockets, like the little areas of the trees, to really take off and or spread. I think it's a speed bump, a nice big speed bump for the fire, and time is what they need to have the best chance of defending places. So if fire did get over here,
9192, I'm at your 10 moving 11 moving 12, 7,300.
they'd probably try to make some sorts of lines, some sort of defensive areas, and have perhaps fire crews here, and then.
Okay, come on down to 77. That'll be our pattern altitude. Keep me inside. I'll give you a show me here.
Then assist each other. I really don't know. I wish they'd explain what their plan is. We would like to know the plan. that would give people so much less anxiety. But they're not quite showing us the plan, or really exactly how they're concerned with it. Desiree, hey, welcome. We're just checking in. I stayed up way too late last night. Yeah, as much fun as that was. I think I was sleep-deprived drunk, honestly. I don't drink. Wow. But I hope that was entertaining. So we've got multiple fires to look at. How close is it to Tahoe? Yeah, Jeff Lund, it's above.
Change up the angle from the last line, so this is a bit of a research run for myself as well. And as well as the children.
It's above Strawberry as we speak. But they're doing structure defense. Now this is what's scary looking. And some of this might actually...
Northwest, there's a smaller, narrower scabby patch. I believe that's where we're going to start. I'm just going to double check.
Yeah, I was just explaining how...
I'm pretty sure.
Strawberry's looking better than places like Myers, perhaps, in my opinion. Remember, I'm just...
2 Hotel Tango, along CFR.
2 Hotel Tango, Alpha, go ahead.
Yeah, we're just out of the MRV. Where would you like us to drop?
Go ahead, switch to the north rotor, and I'd like you to tie in with 4-8 Yankee.
Remember, I
2
can't.
Hotel Tango on north rotor. All right, do we have a ground contact for you?
I can't give you an accurate picture of what could or possibly might happen. I can tell you geographically and, based on fire behavior, what can possibly happen. But I can't tell you, like, this town will look is specifically better than this or not with authority, because I'm not there looking at their prep. Their preparations, and they're currently looking at the situation, like driving down the street, you can see what trees are still there, how big are the trees, how many dead trees are there. But we're looking at old satellite data, Hang on a second, let's listen. So much depends on that.
From the smoke's laying over with the fire front. From the smoke's laid over in front of the head of it, so I can't really see much under it.
I can just explain what fire's capable of.
Hasn't made it down into Butte Creek yet.
When these conditions hit the Dixie, it exploded and it marched. The Dixie fire marched north 17 miles past Chester. If the wind had been blowing towards Chester, we would have lost it, just period. They had the ability to defend it because just the flank of the fire was surrounding Chester, and that's not wind-driven. On these days like today, you could see the fire expand for many miles in a certain direction. That'll be unknown. Just what does the wind do at that point in time? Microclimate here, where is the fire when it reaches certain drainages? That's a completely unknown factor. But we know that it has the ability for explosive growth, where it tripled in size earlier in its history. We still haven't had any rain since, June 6th. Hang on a second. Could it expand like 10 miles in a day in any direction? Yeah. Could.
Helco on the north rotor.
Hotel Tango.
I didn't realize you're all the way over here. If you want to continue about your 12 o'clock, aim for the smoke in the middle.
Hotel Tango.
And your contact will be Roosevelt Alpha. It's about in the middle of that. You'll see he's got a panel out there. There's a dozer line, and there'll be some retardant at the toe of the slope. Looks to be about your 12 o'clock.
Hotel Tango.
Got time. Now I got that pattern figured out.
I was hoping we'd see planes, but it's not. It's not possible. Now we got the plume forming over here. When these conditions hit the Dixie, we saw the explosion. We saw towns erased, several in the night, in a 24-hour period.
We're returning to the fire, and I believe we were given Meldit.
We saw that it expanded like 100,000 acres in somewhere between 24 and 36 hours. 100,000 acres of growth in that time period. Am I very, very concerned? Yeah.
9-8, you're cleared in 3,500. You'll take the black route to the Mel Dip, and then you'll be working just above the Mel Dip. I'll get you oriented in there, Division Delta.
Okay, 299 3,500 to black route to the Mel Dip, and we'll be working out there. And we haven't actually been to the Mel Dip yet. We've been running the MRB for the last week.
Copy that. Just come south of the MRB on the black route, and then just route yourself around to the Mel Dip. Additional aircraft in the area. I've got 866 coming from Jenkinson over across in front of the Mel Dip, and then 48 Yankee and 2 Hotel Tango working out of the MRB. And I'll meet you on North Rotor.
7 copy.
One of the best ways they could protect an area, we just don't know how well it's been going, is that what they have is they already calculated the spot distance. They were saying 3/4 of a mile, but I think maybe they were talking about today. We saw 3 miles 3-mile spot distance earlier on in the Caldor Fire history, right? And so what they can do is calculate the distance, and this is just a random drawing, try to do as many control burns as they can beyond that distance. So if this was where the fire was, and it kept throwing spots in here, it would most likely reach, scorched earth already. Most of the embers will land on the ground and try to light the pine needles and stuff on the ground on fire. Unfortunately, some of them land in treetops, which is a crown fire, like the top of your head, the crown. That's way harder to control. That's kind of a nightmare. But, they just look up at the top of trees. You can't put those out. Water would never reach them. So, but the idea is that they have been doing a lot of that. That's what the backfiring has been doing. The whole last week. We just don't know if they're going to do everything they want, if it'll be complete by the time the bad weather hits. It's a race against time. So whenever spots reach somewhere that's already burned, it's much less likely to spread.
We are heading 2106,500 on the job.
I expect this to all go pink for California.
Last 9, lead 50 Trinity, 2998, cleared in, 8,500, number 2 behind 912. 99885, number 2, mass 9.
I expect that to all go pink with red flag warning. That's what's expected. I haven't looked at the French fire for a bit. Gonna do so now. It's been so hectic. I feel guilty for not being able to reach all of them. Is that Inland Empire? Oh crap, did we just miss the French Fire's meeting? If we did, then we'll look at it. That may have begun at 6, or maybe it's...
outside of this tower here for base.
Maybe it's...
Due to that call, will be a dog lane to final, and then you'll start at that scabby past that reference, and back to slightly to the right.
Sierra and Foothills. Okay. I mean, we care. We care what's going on. This is a lot to juggle. 12-hour time lapse.
Update. Moderate to rapid rate of spread. We do have spotting out ahead of it. I'd like to request 2 additional tankers type 1.
Wow. Two additional tankers on request for the Caldor.
With you over there with Roosevelt.
Roosevelt.
Basically what we're looking for is starting out in front of them and just kind of pre-treating the downhill side of that for the firing operation. And that's just going to keep running towards the west.
I think they're talking about here. Papa? Don't know. Trying to figure out what's going on with the Chaparral fire, but here's French fire. It's just been hard to monitor with all this smoke.
We finished up with that other piece of line. You still always want us to pre-treat out in front of you on the downhill side of where you're firing? Copy. Just want to confirm all personnel are with the firing. You don't have anybody scouting out ahead of it.
Yeah, my basic opinion is they should have reduced the population around South Lake Tahoe to the point where if anything goes wrong, everybody can get out within 3 hours. That just seems like a really good, solid, common sense kind of plan. There may not be more than 2 different ways out. That's a lot of people. So why would you have people sitting in their cars as flames approach? And um, as they need all those roads to be clear so they can respond to the different neighborhoods. I mean, that's the big thing, is they need to respond quickly and drive really fast, if they need to, without worrying about running into panicking people, running red lights and being desperate, and just don't cause the panic. So I would have made my decision on evacuating the area just based on that possibility. They're making their decision based on, if the fire reaches here, then we'll evac. On red flag days, fire runs really fast. So I disagree with that decision-making process. We've seen it happen in Paradise and other places, Canada, back east, where people are sitting in a traffic jam. Last year, the river fire by Clackamas County, 7 hours to drive what usually takes 20 minutes. So I just disagree with that.
Your point of contact is going to be Truckee 1 Bravo, and what we're looking for is when we get, you'll see it's kind of like a mid-slope road with some hose on it. We're going to pre-treat the downhill side of that, and then we're just going to keep carrying it to the west.
All right, pre-treat the downhill side of this turn. I believe we've got just one knoll over, and then keep carrying it west.
Yeah, and I'm coming up behind you. I'll tell you where it's at. It should be, if you want to spin around and head, continue up the drainage, back towards the MRB.
All right.
People keep asking me, like, when would South Lake, when would it be affected? Fast. If Myers and SLT is affected, it would happen very fast, really fast, with these wind conditions. So the only exception would probably be during the night. But if it happened during the day, look at the forecast, this would happen very, very fast. The best thing anybody can do is say,
Hey, I got several targets right here, but there is one that is close. There's a pickup truck right there. And right here to my left door, there's a hot spot. Is that the one you're talking about?
Now, what I want to point out is winds are supposed to shift tonight 11 back this direction, right? That's prevailing. That doesn't mean that down in the wind tunnel here, this effect wouldn't happen. So this might be good, it might be bad. I mean, where you have winds that are kind of mixing, you can have instability and unpredictability, which they hate. You don't want to be a crew out there with winds, with the fire coming different directions based on wind. They would be like, that might be too dangerous to be there. I have no idea what their prep is or their plan. Maybe they have safe spots. Hang on a second. At 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Turns on to here. They're yours if you still want them back.
Yeah, in about an hour from now, the only thing I will have on my division will be single increment, private, fed type 6s.
Hey, copy that. Yeah, they're aware, and if you want to plan, I'm right at 1900 or 2000, okay?
I think we can make do at 2000.
What I wanted to point out is this wind.
Copy that. They're assisting with the firing, and I'll make sure their wheels rolling up to you by then.
You still want that? You guys are from the western edge of that swamp over, right?
But I'll be available on command.
What I wanted to point out is this is Gus. People are saying, oh, it's dying down in Strawberry. Yeah, for like the next 20 minutes. Then it'll be whoosh, and then die down, and whoosh, and die down. This is gust driven. It's very, very light sustained winds right now. Almost really calm. It's going to be like 2 mile an hour sustained winds. It's almost nothing. So we have 23 to 21 mile an hour wind gusts, basically with the prevailing winds, the west winds going to the east. That'll change and switch around 11 p.m., but that doesn't mean at 11 p.m. that it's not going to keep going through this wind tunnel. We see that it can go this direction down the 50 corridor against prevailing winds because it's a microclimate. It's down there. The winds at higher elevations might be doing one thing, but in the lower canyons they're doing another. That's what we keep seeing. So, but it would be probably slower, tonight. The gusts die down at 11 to around 11 miles an hour. We'll probably have a nice lull during the night, maybe the last one before the chaos of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Probably Wednesday. This might be a really tough week. The difference about, Sunday, tomorrow, is around 11 a.m. we have sustained winds of 9 to 10 miles an hour, plus the 32 mile an hour wind gusts. So...
2 Hotel Tango, Oko.
Hotel Tango.
Yeah, your location?
We are back at the MRB.
Copy that. And you're just going to keep working in that same piece down there?
Yeah, until they don't need us or unless you want us to go somewhere else.
Nah, we'll try to keep working up that way. 866 is also working there, and then when 73 uniform gets in here, we'll be working in there as well.
Alrighty.
And 73 uniform, Oko? 73 uniform, go ahead. Yeah, your location?
We are currently going into the Mel Bay.
Hey, copy that. We'll come back around. Big deal.
I thought Pleasant Valley here, Butte Creek, is the Caldor. It's the Caldor. That's where we're losing structures. There's a different, I know Butte Creek is there's 25 of them in California, but Pleasant Valley is right here. It's Delta here on Caldor. We're listening to Caldor. Yeah, right here. The fire crews ran from the fire yesterday, and they've been battling it.
1860 will be our route to the fire, South County.
They've been battling here ever since. So when you hear that, this is Delta, Papa, Juliet. Main areas of concern. I think Strawberry's being defended perhaps very well right now. That's why I don't allow people to say in chat something like, bye, Strawberry, keep that up, you're out of here, This is why we monitor all the things. You can't just look at the satellite and go, oh, God, it's gone. Oh, my God. But then you look at KCRA live footage. You listen to what the radio is saying.
Air attack, V50 instructor on air tactics.
Pretty dang mild.
I can see if Mass 8 has departed. We're getting pretty tight on fuel here. And
just a reminder, don't get complacent saying, oh, well, it's all calm now at Strawberry. This is wind gusts, 23 mile an hour wind gusts. It'll be whoosh. You'll see group tree torching. You'll see huge flames, and then it'll die down. Then whoosh. Same thing that we see at night. It's gust driven. But everything changes. There's sustained winds plus gusts that are way fiercer coming down the pipe starting tomorrow, 11 to 5 each day. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 11 to 5. These are going to be crucial hours of at least 11 mile an hour sustained winds, up to maybe even fiercer. And in some spots, up to 55 mile an hour wind gusts, such as like peaks and certain little areas. It's going to be a real tough week. All right, turning back on the chat.
Hotel Tango Ridge coming into play.
Oh, I hope you feel better, Desiree. Now this is burning my headache out. This the white screens. Checking on the Chaparral fire real quick and
731 down to 866 site. Copy that. We're just going to have you tag in. You guys are going to both work the same area, and we're just going to start working our way down the ridge if possible. 731.
was quite something. The chaparral fire that began today, this is how it began. What was it, around 2-ish? Something like that, 3? Oh, that's good you got a COVID test. I think parts of the Caldor fire are going well enough that they're doing firing ops, and that might be some of what we're seeing on the Leak Springs cam. They had a slop over down there, but they also had successful firing ops.
The ridge just below that big open brown spot, we're probably going to start at the corner below that.
Hey, Michelle.
Coming around for the job.
Take down the brightness.
I'll have to go around because I don't see any target of opportunities right now.
I can just try the...
Leave the other end. For the evening, and then we're going to book.
As bad as this looks over here by the Leak Springs Lookout Tower, they prepped this area for firing. Some of this might be on purpose.
So uniform, that's it. We're going to start there, and I just want to continue down the drainage. 2 Hotel Tango's about half a mile down below you. So just be heads up for them.
Oh, there's a plane.
We got Hotel Tango on site. 7 uniform. We got.
Wow. Screenshotting that.
Hotel Tango's on.
Gonna be my next wallpaper or thing for the stream. I don't do clickbait. I do this to have the thumbnail for my video. See here. 8:28. And 1 week. Springs. Blood sun. That is a blood red
Sorry,
sun.
Yankee, we're going to cross right out here, 9 o'clock of the Army.
Wow. In fact, that one's better. Okay. Wow. And this is the calmer day. Can you imagine what it's going to be like? I'll be with you here. I cleared my calendar. I'm just going to order some food to be delivered. I ain't going nowhere for the next couple days. Unreal. You sent me spider wallpaper? Okay, Bob, you're out of here. You're banned. Wow.
Another uniform side of the bit.
Firefighters should receive medals or bars to wear on their uniforms, honoring their service like the military. Heck yeah, they should. Heck yeah. Radical Ralph, what do you mean my video of Kathryn? You have a video of me? I'm scared.
Come on down to 8,000.
Yeah, okay, I listened to the Dixie fire on my phone. I haven't done it lately, but things were looking really dang smooth. They are starting fires. They are doing backfires above the Genesee area to help protect Taylorsville in the event of the worst winds and such that are going to be happening. The only concern they had was, they were going to, they said Greenhorn looked great. And that, they had a big concern. Wow, look at the sun there. They had a big concern. They wanted to scout a possible slop over by the sheep fire burn scar. That's the last thing I heard.
Come on down to 7,700. fine with me. I'll fly slow, join up with me. We'll go right to it.
In general, it's too scratchy to really monitor the Dixie, or I just leave that on a lot of the time. That radio is bad. Okay, isn't there a button to hit screenshots? My headache is not getting any better. Print screen doesn't seem to work.
6 Golf, Division Golf.
Unreal.
Heading on us is going to be about 210-500 at the start. That'll clear everything straight out. That should be a good altitude. Help spread the load out a little. We'll be a tag and extend. Pretty straightforward. I'll go left out your way, V316, get out of here, and you can go straight out. Straight out.
Go ahead to ground command. Go ahead to ground command.
Hotel Tango, out of the harbor.
Oops, I missed the flames. Arg. Unreal.
Position. I'll push it up. You want 40, 30, 20?
Anybody have a good a suggestion for a screenshot software? This Windows stuff sucks. Alt print screen. Alt print screen. I have a crappy little keyboard. Yeah, I'm trying FM. Alt, it ain't doing it.
Ready for a base? 210, 6500 on west, you're straight, here we go.
Yeah, just touch the base, flew over, looks like you made it all the way to the bottom, and then the only heat I see is when it's just starting to draw in the middle, no threat to the edge of the line.
Yeah, I would call that torching, not really a crown fire, technically. Just over at Strawberry.
Yeah, it's looking good. I'll have copters up for about another hour or so, so if you need something, just hit me up.
Naproxen, is that a leave? I don't do NSAIDs. Yeah, that's an NSAID. It says, warning, NSAIDs may increase the risk of heart attack and stroke. That was the big thing. Everything from ibuprofen to Aleve to that class of drugs was linked to dangerous strokes. And tears your stomach up proper. But I appreciate the thought. Yikes. Yowza, this is unreal.
Well, as we see it, so we're going to get out of here, and thank you for all your hard work. We'll get back out tomorrow somewhere.
I'll try to screenshot a hotkey with OBS, maybe. Yeah. Yep. NSAIDs are kind of bad. Use sparingly. Right. You're close. Torching and crown fires can seem really similar, but torching is where fire climbs a tree from root to the top. Group torching is, well, a bunch of trees being burned up like that. And crown is usually top of the tree to a top to a tree to a top of the tree, hopping around in the right. We've seen some group torching, but small groups. And like I said, it's going to look like it's huge, whoosh, and then it's going to die down. Whoosh, die down. That's the nature of the wind gust-driven fires.
Uniforms out of the ditch.
Yeah, it may transition to a moving crown fire, but there's not enough sustained winds for that to be the main way. As far as I can tell. I think tomorrow there could be massive crown runs with the sustained gusts. So for the next few days, guys, you have to tune in 11 to 6. That's going to be hell. I mean, look at the difficulty they're having today. Today's just a windy day. Tomorrow through Wednesday or Thursday, wind gusts plus high. Sustained winds plus high wind gusts.
Attack affirmative, they're 5 miles out.
I'll be checking 6345.
It's not BS. I just looked at WebMD, dude. That's the result of years of studies, you weirdo. Go look it up. There's no warning labels on NSAIDs. But yeah, you should never trust your life or something to somebody, but I'm not making that up. They pulled a lead from the market when they found out it was causing extra heart attacks and strokes, and then they thought that Aleve was the one drug that had the problem. This was the 90s. And then they've had every decade since to study that, and they found, whoopsie, it's all NSAIDs. NSAID. And I'm quite concerned because I used to take them daily. I am not giving medical advice. Don't be a weirdo. Guys, I am telling you the result of studies, which, double-blind, verified, and multiple decades of studies coming to that conclusion. Now, if you don't want to believe the studies, that's fine, but I have the ability to tell you that they exist. I'm not giving medical advice to anybody else about what you should and shouldn't take. I'm saying familiarize yourself with the studies, and that's why I don't take an NSAID. Somebody just told me take an NSAID, and I said I'm not going to because I'm concerned about those studies. So don't ever try to say what I'm not actually saying. I'm not going to like that.
Back up towards the ridge. It's basically just below the 3,200-foot contour line.
First, last, and only warning.
I will do my best.
Still north of Butte Creek, working with the firing for Roosevelt and Truckee. Just kind of picking up what we can.
This is Leak Springs, the lookout. It's on the east side of eastern flank.
It has crossed it. It's going to make a pretty hard run at it. There is some black on the other side of it, but big box picture, everything's still north of Butte Creek through there, all the way down. The firing on the west end of that is looking pretty good. We're pre-treating the downhill side of that flume road. There's a flume there. We should be able to complete that by pumpkin time tonight for you. The firing down in the creek, Camp Creek side is tied in. They've got a little bit of interior depth. Unless you get some erratic winds or something, I think that should look pretty good for tonight.
Yeah, I don't know why people are like that, but that's... People that leap to conclusions and get super angry are just, okay. So what we're looking at is Leak Springs. We were talking just now about some firing operations going well. This could be one of them. Dusty is thinking maybe not, but I've heard about Papa and them doing firings in order to prepare Leak Springs for this, or it could be that this is the main moving area of the fire. And they don't really let us know exactly. They say, over there is where the firing ops is going. And it's like, what are you talking about?
Right now it's all uphill runs unless you get some type of slope reversal at night with the wind. I think it should slow down.
Now when they say special project, it's over here. If you look at the special project is this general area, and it's also referred to as Papa. They're supporting firing operations, and we just don't know where in this is the firing ops versus where did it escape them. We know that if we look at the map, we have an idea where the fire got out of control last night, and we heard them saying we need some support. They were unable to get the nighttime helicopters. It just smokes everything. It's over here by Twin Gulch, drop point 12. You'll hear them talk about it. They were trying to slam that with aircraft to kind of get it back to where they wanted. And then so that's Papa. And then
the north side has been released by 9 blocks. All units are connecting, and you can mark all on board.
Delta is where they were losing structures. Strawberry, they're defending the buildings, and it's going up. It's going up right now. KCRA is live there. If you want to look at KCRA, that's okay. I keep showing them every once in a while. What I keep warning about is because this is wind gusts right now, it's going to die down and look like, oh, worst is over, then whoosh. And then, oh, worst is over, then whoosh. So just try to regulate your emotions. There's a lot of fire crews down there ready to defend the structures. Oh, see the man holding the drip torch? Is that what's going on with KCRA? Yeah, I kind of wondered if this was a firing op behind Strawberry earlier. People freaking out about it. Were they doing a little bit of that at Strawberry? Is that what you guys are just commenting on? Oh yeah, I see his drip torch. So they're doing it on their own terms. So what they're doing here, and I can thanks for alerting me. I can do this for teaching purposes, which is something that we can go as long as it's brief. I don't have a copyright claim, right? So they're holding a drip torch, right? Is that what you guys are talking about? They have the fire above them on the hill, and so what they can do is when it's not as gusty, let the fire go up the hill to meet it to protect the buildings down there and the road. Because if they don't, they're just going to face rollout, which is the branches, the sticks, logs, and pine cones that are on fire that'll roll downhill. And they'll be trying to chase that all night. They'll light this stuff on fire anyway. So they're like, well, if we've got a nice calm opportunity, there's the guy with the drip torch. Let's light the understory, which means the bushes, the pine cones, the leaf litter, the buildup of see there he's lighting these on purpose. The buildup of the accumulated junk, the pine needles and stuff. So that's a smart thing, because up above them was where the fire was. Up above. And now the pine cones and stuff on fire are going to either fall down and light that stuff anyway. They're like, hey, we got a moment of opportunity. It changes from minute to minute. Let's just light this up, and so the fire will go up away from us. We don't have to worry about this later. So that's one of the things where you have to look at all the sources. Otherwise, you can freak out. Myself, Bob Fraser, and others, we're happy that they're doing that right now before the big winds come. So I'm actually less concerned about Strawberries and other small town survival than I am for places like Myers, which are harder and harder to defend. Something that's sprawled out like South Lake Tahoe, that's harder to defend. I know that it's a massive speed bump, even if it goes up this way. There's lake systems, there's stuff to burn, but this is a speed bump, and I know that it can hop eventually in high winds to threaten South Lake Tahoe from that direction. But I'm actually a bit more concerned for that, and then later when winds maybe a different day come up from that way, it would go and threaten those communities. But we have to just wait and see what the heck's going to do. Going back to the chatter. Well, KCRA does zoom out every once in a while. Okay, we got Dixie Fire.
We're working actually down the hill, and I guess that's just southwest of you, so we shouldn't come back.
Time for the Dixie meeting. We'll come back to that.
Their field, updating you on recent evacuations, fire activity, and
change beginning tomorrow with the resurgence of southwest winds in late morning and early afternoon, gusting to around 25 miles an hour on the ridge tops. That's just a precursor of the events to come in the next couple of days. We do have a fire weather watch out for Monday and Tuesday. And we're even seeing some conditions that could be challenging as early as Sunday night in some of the higher elevation areas of the fire. So these winds are coming in, they are increasing, and they'll increase through Monday. So a fire weather watch is a precursor to a red flag warning. What is a red flag warning? It's conditions that could challenge existing fire lines and existing control lines, and can contribute to large fire growth. So we are concerned with those conditions coming up Monday and Tuesday. Winds on Monday from the southwest at 20, maybe 25 miles an hour sustained, with gusts to close to 40 miles an hour are expected on the ridgetop. So very gusty on that day, and the atmosphere is primed. We have very dry air mass in place. We're seeing single digits in the afternoon, 9-10%. That's very low. And another factor is the overnight humidity recoveries. Usually they get up to 50 or 60%, but the last couple of days they've only been getting up to around 30%. So dry through the day and dry through the night with those elevated winds for the next several days. As we get into Wednesday, things calm down just a little bit as those winds abate, but still elevated fire weather conditions with the extremely dry air mass we have in place. Again, winds from the southwest during the day. And as we get into late in the week, those winds do calm down just a little bit. So that's all I have. Thank you.
thank you. Once again, that was our incident meteorologist, Derek Williams. Our next speaker tonight is going to be our fire behavior analyst from California Incident Management Team 1, Chief Don Watt.
Good evening. So we had another good day of smoke laying over the area, and the good thing about that is it kind of slows down the fire activity. The unfortunate part is with the winds, as IMET was talking about, that's going to start clearing out that smoke. So the good news for the citizens around the fire, you'll probably start seeing some clear air. The smoke will scour out. However, you will start seeing some fire activity increase tomorrow. That wind will allow the fire to grow a little bit. We have some areas that have some lighter fuels, especially on this north side. in some of the old fire scars. So hopefully the intensity will not be as bad as it has been when it's in the timber. We do have some open stands in this area. We will see that activity increase, and you'll probably see a column start to develop tomorrow as interior islands start to burn out, and we do see that increased activity. That will probably go through the next couple of days with a red flag warning, and the general pattern, what we're looking for, would be generally spreading to that northeast, away from the communities down in the valley, and kind of more out into the forest up to the northeast. So that's what we're watching for the next couple of days.
Thank you, Chief Watt. Our next speaker we have for you tonight from the West Zone, the Operations Section Chief for Cal Fire Incident Management Team 1, Chief Mike Wink.
Good evening. I'm going to go ahead and talk about current situation as we go around the West Zone through the branches and the areas, and I'll give you a little bit of forecasting. So here we're going to start in branch 9 west of the Warner Valley. So continued, no change in the operations there, looking for any hot spots, smoldering materials, slow ground creeping fire, anything like that. Very low IR signature, infrared signature in that area, but we do have resources in there that continue to patrol that fire's edge, strengthen those lines to get that stuff mopped up. As we continue just north into branch 13, that's where we enter the national park. We do have resources in there working along Highway 89. We do have been working with the park. We do have masticators, mechanicalized equipment, and working in the park, as well as we have gone through the process to use retardant in some areas of the park. So those things are ongoing there in the park. As soon as we get outside the park, back into the forest, those efforts, no change in those efforts as well. We come here down off of West Prospect Mountain into the lava beds, come around that mid-slope road down to Rail Canyon. Those efforts to strengthen those control lines continue there below Old Station, as well as we continue to put secondary and contingency line and go around all the values at risk as much as possible up there in that Old Station area. As we cross the county line over into Lassen County, the efforts along the top edge there that come down south towards the Wilderness, that fire's edge had some spot fires in there yesterday, picked those up with the aircraft and the ground resources at scene. So no change, that's holding all day today, and they continue to mop up and strengthen those lines down to the Wilderness. As we get below the Wilderness and we go to the east, there is some, some heat signatures in there. We have ground resources. We're able to have rotary wing helicopters in there today, supporting those efforts as we continue to try to get all that heat off the edge of that line based on the weather that's coming in. Obviously that's a concern. Once we leave that area that heads off to the east and we go south towards Westwood, no change. Tactical patrol looking for hot spots all along Highway 36 until we get to the Meadow area. Here in this meadow, a little bit of heat and some timber on this side of the meadow, a little bit of still finding some hot spots along that line there off of 36. So the efforts continue in there, but no significant change. Down here in the Janesville branch, Janesville grade, continue to mop up and strengthen those lines. And today's activity working off of the Janesville branch, heading down this way to connect the lines from the Beckworth fire that was just some 2 months ago now. So that's current situation. Now future. You just heard the fire behavior analyst and the incident meteorologist talk about some wind change stuff. That could bring additional fire growth in areas of the fire where we have fire's edge that has some heat. Even though we're in there mopping it up, we have resources. So that southwest wind will come from the southwest and go to the northeast, and that is definitely going to cause some concern. We're going to be looking at this Lassen side over here, as well as this piece in the park, having some increased activity that's influenced by that wind, as well as we'll be working collaboratively and cooperatively with with our East Zone partners on this piece down here that wind could bring some fire spread back this way. We're making plans. We're putting in dozer lines. We're moving resources around. And then we're going to be watching this Highway 395 corridor. That normally has some heavily windy conditions. It will be amplified by these fire weather watch conditions, just like it did on historical fires in the past where we've had first responders injured, or in Janesville when we had extreme erratic behavior when it came off of there a couple weeks ago, or back in the Beckworth complex when it came into Doyle. So we are expecting the possibility of extreme and erratic fire behavior. We'll have a plan for that. We'll be ready. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Chief Wink, for that great information. We will now be presenting a video for you for an update from the East Zone featuring Chief Chad Cook.
Good morning, I'm Chad Cook, Operations Section Chief with California Incident Management Team 1, coming to you from the Dixie fire on Saturday morning to give you an operational update on what's going on. So, I'll focus mostly, again, I'll kind of go around the map. If you're just joining us for the first time on how we do this, we have the fire is basically zoned in two zones. We have the West Zone, which is run up out of Susanville area, and we have the East Zone that's being run out of Quincy. So east of both of these zones work in concert with each other. We are definitely coordinated on how we share resources and the way we fight the fire on both fronts. So with that, we have a zone line, which is this big yellow line that runs right down through the middle of the fire, basically. And again, we share resources close to that zone line, or things that are territorial in nature between CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service, but we look at this incident as one. So let's start up here on the extreme kind of northwest corner of the incident, I should say. And this is where that Antelope Lake area is, and where the spot that came out of Antelope Lake towards Janesville. This continues to hold. There are no issues with this area out here. We still have a high presence of firefighters on both flanks of the fire, protecting the communities of Janesville and Milford. All of this work, like I said, continues to patrol, continues to hold, continue to mop up all around the fire perimeter, because as you could tell, this is separated from the main fire. But in between it is the Walker Fire Scar. In the Wilson Valley area, out to, I'll call it Fruit Growers Boulevard, out to the Sheep Fire Scar, this continues to look good. You'll still see a presence of firefighters in here. In and around the cabins, the houses that are in here, and this should be black lined up probably by end of day today or tomorrow. Same thing that's happening over here between Dyer Mountain and what we'll call Westwood and Clear Branch and near Mountain Meadows Reservoir. This again just has some little pockets of heat that continues all the way down past that communication site and in towards the Canyon Dam area, where we continue to have a contingent of firefighters and engines that are patrolling that to make sure that there's no escape or no additional damage done to structures in and around the area. So that's kind of a picture of what's going on. As you come down the Taylorsville Road through the Walker Fire Scar from Antelope Lake, you'll see this big open edge of fire here. This continues to not move in the fire scar. It's been a topic of conversation with people going, what's going on? This continues not to move. There is virtually no fuel left in this fire scar other than snags. And so that's exactly what it does. It continues to consume some of the stuff on the forest floor. As you dive down into the Genesee Valley, we still have a high presence. Fire came through here several days ago. We continue to be in and around all the homes in the valley, and that is all the way out to Taylorsville. So as you come down into Genesee Valley on the Taylorsville Road, you have the Beckworth Road, you have the two different canyons of Grizzly Creek that are into here, and then you also have the area where with this big Grizzly Ridge that's up above all this, and it funnels right down into Taylorsville. This is looking good all around this, into the Indian Valley area, and all the way up into this canyon, back up into here on North Arm Road, up towards Diamond Mountain Road. A large presence of firefighters in here, patrol, mopping up, and backhauling equipment now that this is starting to cool down below Mount Jura. Taylorsville continues to have a high presence of firefighters. We're going to keep our Type 1 engines, our OES partners that are in here, working with the volunteer fire departments that are around the valley with, again, the water supply and the presence of firefighters in this town until the threat has completely diminished. Where does the threat to Taylorsville still lie? It was one of the questions we have, and it's this west flank of the Grizzly spot. Still has the potential to come out to the west. This is black over here from the Fly Fire up on Mount Huff, so it still can come this way and hit black, which is a good buffer for us from it moving back kind of southwest, but it still has the ability to come towards Taylorsville, so we still are prepping and building lines above the city, above the town side of Taylorsville to make sure that fire doesn't come back into it. That is taking place. Up on Grizzly Ridge, we continue our efforts on Grizzly Ridge, making sure the fire doesn't come over. It has not come over the ridge. A few spots yesterday, but very small in nature, we were able to pick up, and we continue to monitor this ridge system to keep steering the fire out to a position where we can turn it back towards the Walker fire scar. You can see we have lines in place from the communities of Quincy as a backup line. We have another backup line above Spring Garden and then another one above Greenhorn. We have another backup line that is above Kronberg, and we have multiple lines out here in the event that fire were to spread south and east. With that, out in this area, we are continuing to build line out towards the Walker fire scar. Activity definitely picked up on these fires yesterday. Although we're under an inversion, although we had a big lid on this, fire did grow, and these two grew together yesterday down here in this valley. So where the fire did grow together, the fire front is pretty wide now between these two. Once again, this has the ability to continue to march on and come around this fire scar with all of our modeling and predictions. So again, we are moving equipment to build line to stop this from happening and find a spot where we can tie it back towards Davis Lake and around to Grizzly Ridge. So strategic plan, I just want to make sure everyone is aware, our strategic plan is to continue on Grizzly Ridge and keep that fire north of Grizzly Ridge. Our plan is to steer it back up into the Walker fire scar. These lines that we're building give us different timelines of opportunity based upon rates of spread of the fire and what it is moving at. So you need time. We're always constantly trying to line up how much time does it take to build the line with the resources that we have. Those resources that we have, we're competing with other fires. So all the other fires in the state need the same things we need. So we're given a certain amount of resources and when we order to get the job done. And we are using those resources effectively, but trying to time it right that we can do this and complete the mission. So with that, that is the overall strategic plan, while making sure that these communities are prepared in the event that we have a wind change, a spot fire, the fire moves in a different direction. If we have to deal with that, we're making sure these communities are prepared. So Davis Lake to the fire, we're showing that it is about 7 miles away from the fire right now. So it just gives you an idea how far it is from Davis Lake to the fire. That's what's going on right there. Everything on the backside of the fire, where we continue to work on severity, we continue to look at the damages that were caused by the fire and fighting the fire, continuing they're ongoing. We still have a large presence of resources in and around the perimeter of the fire, continue to monitor to make sure that nothing escapes the containment lines. With that, that's an overall operational update on what's going on today. I do want to mention this. Today is Team 1's last operational day, and we're going to be transitioning with the Great Basin Incident Management Team 1 that will come in, and they'll basically take over the incident at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Again, our team came in, we had several fire fronts that needed to be managed, and basically develop strategic plans to make that happen. We've tried to work with the communities, and we've appreciated the support of all the people in the community out there, and all the I guess you could say collaboration with all the folks that are out there. And with that, you have a great team that's coming in, and we appreciate the opportunity to serve you guys. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Once again, that was Chief Chad Cook from the East Zone. We will now hear from the agency representative for the United States Forest Service, Chief Matt Rao.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us again tonight. We sure appreciate your attendance and hope these are helpful for you. You know, one of the watch out situations as leadership on incidents like this is times of transition. And you just heard from the east zone, we're going through a transition over there. We just finished our own transition here on the west zone. I can speak for this side as we moved from CAL FIRE Team 3 into Team 1, that the transition was seamless. On our last update 2 nights ago, we talked about that and the great job that the incoming team has done shadowing with the outgoing Team 3. That resulted in no loss of operational capability, no loss of momentum as we move forward into the past couple of days. You heard from Operations Section Chief Wink that we've made great progress over the past couple of days since our last update, but there is still a tremendous amount of work to do. I couldn't be prouder, though, of the collaboration between all of the federal agencies and with CAL FIRE and all of our partners. Again, I mentioned 2 nights ago, this is certainly an incident that takes many, many partners and a very dedicated effort to stay focused on meeting our objectives. And we're just still in the infancy. I mean, we've been managing this incident now for over 40 days, and you heard on the updates earlier, we still have over 4,800 people assigned to the incident. Well, that sounds like a lot of people. It's an incredibly large chunk of land, and there's an incredibly large amount of work to be done. One of the issues we're dealing with right now as incident management teams and as land management agencies here in California specifically is just the sheer amount of fires that are on the landscape. So competition for resources is high. And again, while 4,800 people sound like a lot, when you spread that over the landscape and look at the work that needs to be done, it doesn't equate to a tremendous amount of force for each activity on the land. So we're certainly holding our own, but there is a lot of work to do. And as we begin to make success, on the suppression efforts, we're beginning to look at the suppression repair and then further, downstream work that needs to be done to secure compromised soils and road systems and infrastructure, and there's just a tremendous amount left to do. So I applaud all the efforts to get us to this date. I thank the incoming team over here on the west side, and I know the Great Basin team on the east side is going to do a fantastic job, and we'll work through those transitions in a seamless way, just how we have over here as well. So I applaud everybody's diligent efforts and thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Chief Rao. Our final speaker for the West Zone Incident Management Team 1, Incident Commander George Wong.
Good evening, everyone. My name is George Wong. I serve as a Deputy Incident Commander for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1, as well as Unified Incident Commander for the Forest Service. Let's go with numbers right now. The Dixie Fire is currently over 759,000 acres. That's currently, we have 378 fire engines, 161 dozers, 68 hand crews, 192 water tenders, 19 helicopters, and numerous fixed-wing aircraft all throughout the fire. That roughly equals to about 1 firefighter per 304 acres. That was stated the other night from Chief Packwood. Also, it's taken on to another perspective, because I know that there's a lot of questions that constantly come up for percentages, etc., for the map. So let's just take in consideration that 1% on this map for 759,000 acres is roughly 7.6 miles of line. So for our firefighters to be on the ground to put out fire to make sure that line is blackened, for every 1% is about 7.5 miles. So please understand that this is rough terrain, and firefighters are doing everything we can. We are aware of the weather changes coming up in the next couple of days. Our operations, both zones, we are working diligently to make sure that we prepare for this firefight if and when the weather arises, and we're doing everything we can to address both zones. Please know that. Additionally, as from the day one till now, the National Guard has been a key component for us. They've been assisting us, and they've been a key component for having air and ground resources to support us, and I want to acknowledge that. And additionally, please know the key word for tonight is collaboration. We have been working collaboratively with the Sheriff's Office, all local government fire agencies, private agencies, etc. We are doing everything we can to work together as a team to make sure that we suppress the Dixie Fire. And lastly, on behalf of both zones, East and West, we thank you for your patience. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Chief Wong. Most of the questions tonight were answered during the presentation from the speakers. We'll now move on to the period of answering a few of those outstanding questions. We'd like to bring back up to the MAP Operations Section Chief for the West Zone, Chief Mike Wink.
I had two questions this evening. One was to just mention where the location of Mill Creek area is. So the Mill Creek area is over here in Branch 9. That's over here west of the Warner Valley in the mineral area. So the update for the Mill Creek area is the same as for Branch 9. They continue to no new fire growth, no additional values at risk have been damaged or destroyed. They still look at mopping up and patrol and looking for hot spots all in that area. So that's good news. The second question was many questions about the old station, Hat Creek, Big Springs area, that general area. So once again, that is going to be up in Branch 13, what we call up here the Shasta sector. And how far away is that? The fire is approximately 4 to 5 miles, depending on what part of the fire and which of those three areas you're referencing. So you can find those maps online at all of our social media locations. You can look at that stuff. Also know that there are lava flows, geographical barriers, secondary line, and contingency lines between the fire's edge and those general areas that were spoken of, as well as point protection around some of that stuff that they've been working on for the last week or so. So those are the two questions we had for this evening. Thank you.
We would like to thank all the presenters this evening for the information which they presented tonight. If you would like to find the evacuation maps for Plumas, Lassen, and Butte counties, you may find those listed on their respective websites. Incident updates will be provided at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We will continue to provide the Facebook and YouTube Dixie incident update every other evening. Our next meeting will be Monday, August 30th, 2021. The live stream may be found on the Cal Fire Lassen Modoc Facebook page, the Plumas National Facebook page, or the Lassen National Forest Facebook page. In the meantime, you may go to INCIWeb and search under the Dixie incident for the latest information. You may also go to the Cal Fire homepage at www.fire.ca.gov. Please continue to follow media platforms for the Lassen National Forest, Plumas National Forest, and Cal Fire LMU. At the end of this presentation, we will have for you on screen QR codes which will link you to our live presentations and email updates. And finally, earlier today, a town meeting was held in the city of Old Station. Approximately 10 minutes after the conclusion of this presentation, we will put that on our Facebook page. We appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, we're looking at the Caldor. I'm not sure if they talk about Old Station right now, but here's the Caldor is just cooking right now. And we have the best views of the Caldor, and I'll put on their radio in just a second. I continue to battle a just ever-increasing headache that's just kind of really compromising my ability to look at any screen that's white right now. It's like arc welder to my eyes. So trying to keep up with this the best I can. So the confusing thing about that was that the East Zone guy, that we'll miss him so much, he was giving us the best briefings like ever. On any fire, and that was his last day, and that was recorded at like 7 or 8 this morning. So the East Zone thing where he's talking about Genesee and Lake Davis and such up there, that was like what they planned for the day. And I'm happy to report that when I was a couple of hours ago listening to Dixie as you guys were listening to Caldor, and here's Caldor again, this big ugly thing going on at Leak Springs, and they were mostly very, very satisfied with their firing ops up above Genesee. And so some people were really concerned about, oh no, what are those big spots showing up on satellite? And this is what I keep telling people, you have to listen to the radio, because when they say, oh, our firing up is going great, then it looks the same. A fire set by man and set otherwise, looks the same. And so They had a possible spot fire slop over by the sheep fire burn scar. I just put that question to them. Went unanswered. So maybe they'll talk about it later on the Lassen East Zone, Lassen National Forest Facebook page. We keep looking at it. So if you guys want to see the community meeting for Old Station, here's the link. It's on Facebook. I want to wait till it's like much quieter to look at anything like that. We've still got this crazy affair going on with the rapidly spreading Caldor Fire, the battle for Strawberry, and the blow up of that new Chaparral Fire down there with new evacuations. So it's a lot to juggle. But we are seeing a lot of aircraft, more than expected today. That was working, not only Delta, where we did lose some structures, unfortunately. That's Papa, kind of around here. And Juliet is over there. So I'm not sure if it's Papa or Juliet that Leak Springs camera is at, but we need to turn back on the radio. So what was going on at Strawberry is as KCRA is live there, and I don't mind you guys checking out KCRA and coming back, is that the fire was in above the hillsides, and so they lit the ground right behind some buildings to go up the hill to meet the fire, because it would be on fire anyway later when winds are bad. So they're taking the opportunity to do it on purpose now. So when people keep freaking out saying Strawberries, the fire's right behind the building in Strawberry, well, they lit that. Otherwise, they'd have to deal with the pine cones rolling downhill that are on fire later. So they've got a nice, they're experiencing a lull and then a wind gust, and a lull and a wind gust. That's what we're seeing, consistent with the weather forecast. That's the nature of wind gust-driven fires, is they look cooled off on the cams and then whoosh, and cooled off on the cams and then whoosh. So if you are watching KCRA, to understand that things seem to be going pretty well in Strawberry. I'm much more concerned for places like Myers and South Lake Tahoe. Small communities are easier to defend. I'm much more concerned for this kind of getting big down here. Hopefully they got a handle on it. East of San Clemente, south of, west of Temecula, Murrieta. So kind of in the hills up there, sort of by Camp Pendleton, but it's in a sparsely populated area, it seems like. So I'm just referencing bigger town names that people might have heard of, But the ugly start of that was something that California didn't need today. This is it burning earlier, and so we're gonna go back to backburns are really good. And by the way, the chat rules are: if you think a town is going to be impacted, you say "I think." My opinion is, I suppose, I surmise. Don't ever say anything like it's set in stone, because people will confuse it with me. Like, sometimes when I'm talking, people repeat what I say in the chat to help others who just wander in. We don't want that confusion, and oftentimes I'm correcting the people in chat. We had a whole bunch of people saying, "Goodbye, Strawberry," and I'm like, oh, grow up, seriously. Look at the radio. The radio was not talking any concern about it. And then if you look at KCRA, they were calmly talking to them there. And like I keep saying, Markleeville survived the Marching Tamarack fire. Small communities are easier to defend than big ones. So they have put all kinds of apparatus and many, many firefighters there. They said there were more apparatus than homes there. So that's, you really need to be careful with your statements. Say that speculations, ask me or other people here who have been monitoring the situation, what's going on. But I don't allow downer talk. Oh, goodbye this community, that's going to be obliterated. Well, you know what? The wind decides, and luck and boots on the ground decide that. Not, nobody here is a confirmed prophet. if you are, tell me the lottery numbers, and when it wins, then I'll let you say stuff like that. But we continue to monitor this. Dixie Fire earlier was looking pretty dang good around Genesee. We'll just have to wait for a Daniel Kern's update on that affair. The West Zone, they gave a pretty peachy outlook, except I was concerned when they were gesturing over towards Janesville that they are gearing up for this red flag stuff. It's not going to look good on the Dixie. The winds are forecast to be not as bad as the Caldor, but I imagine it'll go straight up to red flag warning. We're in for a series of days of hell, just frankly. Today was nothing. Today was nothing, and they're struggling today. Today was a windy day with not much in the way of sustained winds, just 5 mile an hour sustained winds. Now it's around 2 miles an hour. We're going to have from 11 to 9 o'clock or so sustained winds plus extreme gusts up to 50 miles an hour on Tuesday. So I'm calling it Mad Monday, Terrible Tuesday. We're going to get a taste of it Sunday, which is tomorrow. You will have to tune in between those hours if you want to know what's going on. 11 to 8, 11 to 6 will be the crucial days. The wind gust gauge, as we move this over to like 1 p.m. on Tuesday, look at this. Red and purple are the higher wind gusts. Purple are like 50 mile an hour wind gusts. And this keeps changing. As we get closer, we get a closer accuracy. And now it's looking more and more likely that the Dixie will have up to 50 mile an hour wind gusts in some spots too. So they were talking about how they were going to reinforce lines for Janesville and Milford, but this is red flag stuff. This fire is south of Genesee, and Taylorsville could be affected. So we are continuing to monitor that. It's not going to be easy on the Dixie Fire either, but it looks like hell for Tahoe, Caldor Fire area. Hold on to your butts. We're going to have a single-digit humidity. This has the potential for explosive, rapid, and extreme fire behavior and growth. And I'll be with you. I've cleared the calendar. I'll be with you. But today, in the last couple of days, were supposed to be our easy days. What do we see? A bunch of new fires break out, and a lot of the aircraft that they could have had, and resources they could have had, diverted. So they're going to do the best what they can. They're bringing in more people. They're making their preps, but it's a race against time. Today's really their last day, and Sunday, tomorrow, kind of, during the morning and evening hours and nighttime hours to make their final preps, and then the battle begins. So the thing that we have to do is just watch and wait what's going to happen. So downer talk, doom predictions are not really allowed. You can express your opinion, do innocent questions, but unless you can verify that you're a psychic with me, I don't allow it. So, who's talking something in chat? Is somebody... Does anybody know if they put down fire retardant around Strawberry Valley already? Well, you can watch KCRA. They're live right now. I'm sure they have. They've been wrapping buildings, I believe, and putting up a lot of doing a lot of prep work. It's just we don't see a lot of what's going on. So well, that's good. Chimp 6 says with the Chaparral fire that Camp Pendleton has a fully equipped fire department that deals with fires in the area. The airstrip can handle any size aircraft. That's good. We saw the column collapse earlier, and that could have spread the fire a little bit. But I want to show you the Leak Springs cam. This has been mesmerizing to watch. This is the last 6 hours of the Leak Spring cam on the east side of the Caldor. I'm going to turn on the radio and try to rest my head. And KCRA went to regular news. Probably because there's nothing exciting to film. I'm sure they wouldn't have done that if there was something crazy going on. Now, was it true that they dropped F-bombs? That sounded hilarious. Like, wow. And did we miss a meeting? Was there a French fire meeting? Because I want to cover that. This is a lot to cover. Kathryn D, you're awesome. No, you're awesome, guys. All you guys who've been helping me in chat. If you think that other people can benefit from the stream, one of the best ways to help is just share the links, share the channel page links to others on your social media or text it to other people. I'm just trying to help people best I can. The situation is here where we're not getting a whole lot of good info from the official sources, and what we're getting is delayed due to them trying to be extremely careful for liability reasons. What they say to the public, and it seems like there's a middleman in Sacramento with some of the agencies where they have to approve info to the public in a way that I don't know that they had experienced before. And they want to make sure that it's double verified for sure, because what they see on the ground may not match the bigger picture. What a ground crew person sees may not match what the eye in the sky sees with what satellite sees. If they have a spot fire slop over somewhere, but they took care of it in the next 20 minutes, do they want the public to know about it? It's irrelevant. So what we're getting, though, is delayed stuff. And so what I think the public needs to know is, as they have access to all these cams too, is we listen to their radio, we look at satellites, we listen to official sources, we look at the cams, we look at weather forecasts, and we look at boots on the ground people. Everything from media just driving around showing us things to the expert opinions of people like Zeke Linder and Daniel Kearns for their opinion of what's going on. They are not shackled by anybody telling them what to say. So that's what we're doing here. Very little smoke, Steve Mape says, coming over the chaparral. It appears they made good progress on it. Well, they slammed it with aircraft, hopefully. So let me go see if there was a meeting that we missed for the Kern fire. Ouch, my eyes. I'm trying to do the best with splitting headache. Yeah, I don't see aircraft right now over the chaparral. But then again, it's dusk. This is about time when they head in for the night, so to speak. So was it Kern County Fire Department that had these meetings that we might have missed? We're trying to look at everything. Yeah, it said virtual community meeting happening now. That was an hour ago. 24,200 acres burned, 22% containment. So did they have, let's see if we can watch that. Okay, let's take a look.
Our first speaker will be our California Fire Team 12 Operations Section Chief, John Owings.
Hi, good evening, everybody. John Owings here to give you a walk around the map of the French fire and let you know what the fire's been doing over the last day. I'm going to begin over on the west side, over down the Lumberow Creek area. The fire has really experienced very little movement. It's kind of backing through the grass. It held up on existing roads and really no movement there at all in through the roads and the grass and dirt there. Moving back up around Red Mountain area, up into the old Shirley fire from 2013. It's kind of crept its way through there a little bit, but still minimal growth through this whole area, through our Division Alpha and Division Echo, as it's slowly backing down toward the Cedar Creek and Slick Rock Creek area. We experienced a little bit of growth over the last couple days, where it jumped the 155 here and here, and working its way through the old Cedar burn from 2016. Crews were actively engaged in securing this west edge of the fire to keep it from backing down into Cedar Creek there, and moving up around over this way, up in the Division Hotel and Black Mountain Saddle, Black Mountain area, trying to secure the line in any of these spot fires here to keep it from progressing further north. Coming off of Black Mountain, over the last couple days, we've constructed direct hand line and dozer line coming down off of Black Mountain, all on the fire's edge to secure the fire's edge there. Little to actually no growth today and it was really wind tested last night. If you notice all the up valley winds coming up, it was trying to push the fire north, and all of our containment lines have held up in here. So looking really good. As we work down toward Cane Peak and down toward Woodford Heights, crews secured all the line here and spent most of the day today mopping up and securing any heat sources that will threaten the community of Woodford Heights, Palo Ranches, and down in Tilly Creek area. Looking really good. Yesterday, they completed direct hand line construction all the way from the 155 along the fire's edge through Tilly Creek and back up to our Division Mike break, Division M break. And they've actually added about 15,000 feet of hose and mopped up and secured any heat sources all through this area. So what that does is it has eliminated the threat for the whole Woodford Heights, Palo Ranches area. So this whole area of the fire is looking really good. Coming down in Division N, as we said over the last few days, the fire hasn't moved at all. We've secured any heat sources in here and eliminated any threat through Isabella Highlands, Hungry Gulch, and the Dutch Flat area. As we work down through the black line, all this secured fire edge. A lot of good hard work has come into bolstering all the efforts of containment there and securing the fire there. When we come down along Borderline Road, this has been a challenge over the last several days, but at the end of shift last night, crews were able to really secure this fire's edge, and we're actively engaged in mopping this up. So no growth here, looking really good. Very minimal heat sources there. When we come down off of Bradshaw Road down to Rancheria Road, again, all this looking really good. Kind of the same thing that we have here. No significant heat sources. The line's looking really good. When we come around Rancheria down toward Pozo Creek and Likely Saddle. Now, yesterday afternoon, the fire did push through Likely Saddle, and we experienced some growth down in here where it's kind of held up along Basket Pass Road here and Little Pozo Creek. Crews were working hard to secure this and hold the progression south as we continue to build and bolster containment lines down off of Rancheria through Pettit Place to connect back to Basket and into Basket Pass to give us a good fallback line and prepare for any firing operations to kind of lock this whole southern section off to keep the fire from progressing down and threatening any of these areas in Black Gulch, Keysville, and all those communities down there. They were able to connect indirect line with dozers and using existing road systems along Basket Pass Road and down over to White Mill Road and secure the whole bottom edge, tie it back in up into Cedar Creek, working up Alder Creek and up Cedar Creek. We've got two dozer lines here, one on Cedar Creek, one in Alder Creek, so that we can do basically the same thing. While the fire's staying put right here, we're preparing for the possibility of catching it in its current footprint, or if those efforts fail, we'll be able to fall back on the existing lines that we put in here and conduct a firing operation and really lock off this whole west end. Now, if we come back into a lot of people's areas of concern is Alta Sierra, and the crews have done a really good job putting a lot of effort to secure any spot fires that have come into Alta Sierra, and now they're focusing effort on dropping any hazard trees. Now, hazard trees are what we call fire weakened trees. There's a lot of fire weakened trees up in there, and we've ordered and now have on scene specialized tree fallers to put down any hazard trees up in this area in Alta Sierra, as well as Shearley Meadows and around any of these structures. Now, those trees have to be put on the ground before we can put any public in there, so it doesn't threaten any life or property or anything like that. So again, fire's looking really good in here. We just need to focus on eliminating tree hazards. And again, all down in Woodford Heights area, all looking really good, and crews feel confident there won't be any growth in there to threaten Woodford Heights or Kernville area. And that's the end report. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And before I go on, for those of you that may be adding questions to the chat as you're watching our meeting, we do have individuals here who can collect those questions. We can get them to our speakers. At the end of the presentation, we'll allow them to come up and answer those. And we will continue to answer those questions in the chat if your question wasn't answered by the speaker while the presentation was happening. And our next speaker is now from the Kern County Fire Department Division Chief Bill Steers.
Good evening, everyone. Bill Steers here. So I'm going to give a little bit of a conversation about the damage assessment surveys and some notification for any of the structure loss on the French fire. So, as many of you know, that we've lost 33 structures on the fire to date, and give you a little bit of idea how that is broken up and how we go through that process. So part of that process is we request a specialist that goes around and takes all the information for the loss on and destroyed buildings on the fire, and we call them a DINS specialist. So it's a damage inspector specialist. So we order that individual. They come, and we use them as a team. They go through and they canvass the whole fire area. They go through all the impacted area of the fire and identify all the structures that have had damage or have been destroyed. And so part of that, we utilize satellite imagery to see what was there on the ground prior to the fire. We utilize track maps out of the assessor's office, and those items are all on an electronic device to help them identify what is out there was prior to the fire and what the damage was after the fire went through. And so part of that is identifying that building. So you'll see a different way we identify them as an outbuilding or minor building, and as a primary residence style building. So to explain a little bit of that, so an outbuilding or a minor building, for example, would be like a detached garage or a shed, a pump house, those types of buildings on your property. That's how we would identify those as an outbuilding. So when you're looking at the numbers in different fires and our fires going on. And then we move to primary residence style buildings, that are listed on there as habitable, or those that individuals would be utilizing to live in, whether that be a summer home or a primary residence. That is just a type of building that it is. And so that's how we separate those 2 points of that. And so throughout the fire, they continue to check everything. They're checking canvas. To this date, we have 12 residential homes that have been destroyed across the entire fire, with one being damaged. And then there's 21 outbuildings that we've identified, or minor buildings that have also been destroyed, and one damaged. And so that gets reported daily as we come through, and they check every day. They're continuing their assessment, and as we identify those, we will update our numbers. So part of that is once the DINS report and they give us that information here in the county then will take that information, and we will come out and do the necessary county required inspections that are required. So once those inspections are completed, we can have that information, and then we start reaching out to the property owners to notify them of the loss on their property.
Okay, that's all we needed to know, I think, about the French fire. We still have a lot of situations going on with, the Caldor that we need to look at, but that's what we really needed to know. Is Kernville, is Wolford Heights in danger down there? And they're basically saying no. Yay. Because we needed to check on all of these fires, because these high winds that are coming are kind of, are across the entire state. I mean, they're worse over by the Caldor and the Dixie, but we know from looking at the chaos and the extreme behavior and completely stunning videos that we were watching, time lapses, that of course high winds affect the Lake Isabella area. So I'm going to turn back on the Caldor radio for a second while I eat a little meal. It's turned on now. This is the time lapse of what's going on the east side of Caldor, and the clock is ticking. Tomorrow's going to get a bad sampler, but we're in for a couple of days of hell. And I'm going to call it Mad Monday, Terrible Tuesday, and I don't know what to call Wednesday. But Tuesday is forecast to be the highest wind gust, up to 50 miles an hour.
You were getting walked on by Drew.
Single-digit humidity, red flag conditions. Last time we had these kind of conditions, the Dixie fire exploded to 100,000 acres in a single, 36-hour period. That incredible rate of spread was absolutely astonishing, and it surprised even all the experts. So here we're going to have similar conditions. I'm extremely concerned. Extremely concerned. Like, I am not going to answer the phone, answer the door. I will be here, unless there is a tidal wave coming to my building. I'm going to be glued to this. The crucial moments will be from the 11 o'clock hours in the morning to around 6 p.m. There's going to be chaos and mayhem, perhaps. With these conditions, we still haven't gotten any rain since June 6th. Everything will depend on what they do now. The clock's ticking. The more backfiring they can get done, I believe that is their best strategy, is to clear, pre-burn the landscape when it's mild, like days like this, milder days like this, so that when the wind whips up, the embers will float through the air. Hopefully we'll land on stuff that's already burned and have not start as many fires. That will give them the ability to respond to the ones that do get a hold, so that they're not overwhelmed. But they haven't had that much manpower. They haven't had much time to do this because too many crews were on the Dixie and others. We're extremely spread thin. All these other fires that broke out in the last 4 days were extremely concerning to me because it took away the aircraft in crucial hours where they could have dropped retardant. They could have done more backfiring because they would have had air support ready to watch their backs if it got out of control. They're even struggling today and lost residences on Delta, west of Grizzly Flats, over by the Camp Creek and Butte Creek areas. And today is not even a red flag day. Today's a mild weather day. So we are in for it. Unfortunately, you got to buckle up, be prepared. And I don't, just my personal opinion is with the weather forecasts, they should be, in my opinion, reducing the population of Tahoe, that in case something were to go wrong, that they could evacuate Tahoe in 3 to 4 hours, not 7, 8, or 9, or 11 that it might take if there's a traffic jam. So I see that Tahoe doesn't even have a watch. I don't understand. But I wouldn't be there right now. People have asked me what would I do if I lived there or if I was located there. Well, A, I wouldn't be there because of the smoke. It's like 5 packs of cigarettes a day. It's unhealthy levels. B, I would wait for a red flag or a fire weather watch forecast, and then I'd spend a couple of days elsewhere. I would make my decision based on the weather, not based on what they seem to be doing. They seem to have a, quote, trigger point, which last thing I heard was, is it going to get to Echo Summit or past Twin Bridges? Then they'll put new evacuation warnings and such in place. I just doing this for a while, and I'm not even an expert, but just observing what fires do is in these conditions, as we've seen just earlier in the month, they roar to life, and fires can go multiple miles in a day in whatever direction the wind is blowing and where it finds the ability to do so. Like we saw it roar past Chester, 17 miles past really good secure lines. 17 miles. Nobody ever thought it would, the Dixie could get over by Trenton Old Station, but here it is. So just summarizing that real quickly, we'll continue to watch this. They're talking about a pickup truck on the chat. That's why I have it muted. It's just police chatter right now. So to get you guys up to speed, this is extremely concerning. Do check back in. Just my advice to everybody is leave before you're told. Just recognize your own vulnerability. Are you downwind from a mega fire and a red flag condition is forecast? Just common sense, to leave before the traffic jam. All the survivors of Paradise and other fires will tell you. That's the craziest thing is they say leave and you pull out of your driveway and there's a brick wall of cars that don't move. And then it gets smokier and darker and hotter and scarier and you're stuck in a car. So it may not even impact SLT. I'm hoping it won't. But there's a good possibility. And so do you want to be in that situation? Please, though, think of all your neighbors. If you are going to evacuate, offer people rides. Make sure your neighbors have cars that start, that are dependable. Do they have gas? Check on people. Make sure that your neighbors know about this fire weather forecast, that it's bleak, completely bleak for most of the rest of the week. That it is going to be a bumpy ride, something scary, something sketchy. Make sure they're aware of such a thing. And if they refuse to evacuate or whatnot, make sure that if there is a call for a mandatory evacuation, that you tell authorities so that they can go do a welfare check on them at the very least, or help them get out. Just do these things. Make the decisions you can live with. I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you if you're safe or not. I can help you understand the worst case scenario, middle ground, and best case scenario. Best case scenario, everything that they've done holds. The fire doesn't move too much. If it does, it goes into a wilderness area, or someplace that's not inhabited too much, or there's milder weather than expected, or some miracle happens, right? But we know what the history of fires, what they're capable of the last couple of years. They're capable of extreme behavior that very few people alive today have witnessed. We haven't seen mega fires on the scale since around the 30s. So I always say, be prepared. Don't be scared. Be prepared for anything, and then relax. Just relax after that. And stay abreast of the situation. Keep monitoring things like the radio. Keep monitoring all the tools we have. Keep listening to the meetings. Keep looking at the news. And give yourself time. If you prepare for the worst case scenario, it won't surprise you. And maybe you'll get a pleasant surprise when that doesn't occur. Err on the side of caution. And if you have a gut feeling, roll with it. Don't wait or expect that a mandatory evacuation with reverse 911 is going to work. It already failed on the Caldor once. It already failed on the Dixie fire once. Don't think that you can pick up the phone and call 911 because it may be out. That already happened on the Caldor. So take care of yourself. That is what the fire crews are telling you on Cal Fire and all these meetings. Feel free to evacuate if you feel vulnerable ahead of time. And that is what all the firefighters I know are trying to express to the public. That is your best course of action. That is your best course of action. So we'll monitor these things the best we can. So let's go back up to the chat. If I had any questions, best to say at Kathryn when you type that and hit this little pop-up that happens. I'll do my best to answer things. And we still want to look at the other fires. We're going to have a new way of looking at the fires as soon as the cameras go into night vision, which will happen within an hour or so. What I predict will happen if the Caldor Fire and weather behavior mimics the other nights is this is the last night when we'll have almost a dead calm with wind gusts. Dead calm with wind gusts. We're not going to have that luck going forward. At night, there's still going to be significant wind, which is the change. But they will have windows of opportunity like they had today at Strawberry, where it kind of dies down, then whoosh, dies down, whoosh. And in between it, they were lighting backfires behind Strawberry on the north side of 50. And that is great. Whatever they can burn off now is already consumed and will keep the fire from being so ferocious when the wind picks up. So whatever they can do now, if you hear them doing firing ops, they've even called for tonight for some air tankers if possible. They've slammed the area with a retardant with aircraft, and they've supported firing ops that have continued for the last several days and even into today. Just remember, that's positive. It's a high risk, high reward. But when they're supported by aircraft, it's much less likely anything will go wrong with it. But frankly, it's their only choice. So it's also desperation but heroism that they're doing this. These crews, we could have lost a crew yesterday. They had to be escorted off the mountain by helicopters watching their backs. We've had some injuries. We had a burn injury today. Just rest assured that the bravest, America's bravest, and even some international help is here, put themselves in front of this fire. So, worrisome Wednesday, yeah, we'll try to figure out a rhyme like that. But mostly rely on yourself, rely on each other, and don't wait to be told. Go with your gut. And the radio, let's turn it back on, has been real quiet. We're going to have a period of quiet until the night crews finish rotating in. Around this time, the day crews go off their shift. Night crews come in. So it'll be a lot less chatter, but we'll continue to look at the cams. Wow, look at that. Leak Springs. So I'll try to eat and look at chat. And thanks for all the support. We had some disruptors today, but we try to weed that out. It's time for just coming together, supporting each other. Everybody who is a local who has information, you're so welcome. You're so welcome to chime in. We appreciate you all being here. So let me eat and look at the chat. Okay, I was hoping they would say something. Yeah, Lee, are you driving 50? No, you're the best, Chimp 6. And all my mods, I appreciate you so much. Everybody who has contributed calmly and rationally today, I appreciate you so much. Let's see here. Every time I want to eat, nobody says anything. Oh, I'm well on my way to 6,000 subscriber. Yay! I'm kind of disturbed. There's only 321 people right now. I know it's the evening, but we had a low amount of people come in here in general. Hang on a second. Let me answer the phone.
Branch 10, Branch 15, command.
Any radio check. Dirty Bird on air to ground command.
Division Delta, Caldor Communications. Caldor Communications on command. Night Division Delta, Caldor Communications on command.
Operations Dirty Bird on air-to-ground command. And I've got Dirty Bird copies. We're trying to get hold of Branch 15 or operations. Do you have contact?
Night Division Delta, Caldor Communications on command.
Dirty Bird, are you in contact with operations on air-to-ground command? Okay, we've got about 45 minutes of playtime. We're wondering if you have any taskings for us.
Night Division Delta, Caldor Communications on command.
Copy. We'll go map Juliet and then hit Delta on the way out.
Division Delta, negative contact 2008.
Branch 15, Lima Training on command.
Unit calling Branch 15, go ahead.
Branch 15, all personnel are off Lima with the exception of Sierra front hand crew, engine 5121, and Task Force 8 leader for structure protection overnight.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for all the work you did today. You're ready back to camp? Yeah, thanks.
Branch 1, Caldor Communications on command. Caldor Communications on command.
Lima Trinity, Lima on command 113. Lima Trinity, Lima on command 113. Lima Trinity, Lima on command 113.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the phone call. That's totally awesome, though, that firefighters call me and give me their 2 cents. I've got on the speed dial several experts who chime in. So my biggest question is, has what I've been saying today been pretty good, accurate, spot on? I get pats on the head. So good. It always makes me feel good. And I constantly am learning more about how this all works. The wildland firefighting, like the techniques, how the command structure is, what is it like? That's the biggest gap in my knowledge, and it's so cool that that real firefighters are helping to inform me. So, what did I miss just now? Was there anything important on the radio? We're seeing more and more of the cams go to infrared. So, Sandra says I'm going to put it on mute. Let me know if Cat's back. Yeah, sorry, you guys. But, conferring with experts is one of the most important things here. So, I'm just hearing clicking sounds on the Caldor radio. We can look at, the hotspots. We just don't want these to move around. Was there any new word from Lee? Did he drive past? Strawberry? Is everything okay in the chat here? I try to not to look at that because it's so bright. My headache seems to be induced by looking at bright screens on the monitor. So that's going to do me okay. So, dusty smoke saying minimum humidity 8 to 25% with moderate to poor overnight recoveries. Impacts any active fire or new fire that develops will likely spread rapidly. Yeah, that's why we are buckling up for the bumpy ride. This is one of the last quiet nights we're going to have. It's going to be, what we've been experiencing is like dead calm throughout the night with wind gusts punctuating it, right? No longer. Back here, rewind to Saturday. Like tonight, 2 mile-an-hour winds after 8 p.m. It's now 8:30. 2 mile-an-hour sustained winds. It's like nothing. But by 11 in the morning tomorrow, 9 mile-an-hour sustained. 27 mile-an-hour wind gusts. 2 p.m., 32 mile-an-hour wind gusts on the east side of the Caldor here. We're going to get a taste tomorrow. It's going to be worse than today. They lost a handle on things in multiple spots today. And last night, a little bit. They struggled today. We lost structures today in Delta, unfortunately. And it's going to be much worse. It's just going to be much worse. Next couple of days. So tomorrow, by 11 a.m., I'd say start checking in on the sources. Maybe this broadcast. I'm going to try to get up earlier and be around earlier. It's just hard to keep up with this. The stamina demands on me of being here every day for about 12 hours a day since July 14th. I think I had 2 days off. Is wearing on me, so I'm doing my best, but I am going to be here. I cleared the calendar the next few days, and I may have to make one little road trip to get something for an hour or two, but not during the big crazy times. And that would be probably Monday, but Tuesday is looking like the worst. Here, look at let's fast forward to Tuesday at 2 p.m. Purple this is the wind gust chart. Less than 20 miles an hour is green. Orange is like around the 20-ish miles an hour. Red is around the 40s, 30s to 40s. Purple is high 40s to 50s. Red flag, 9% humidity. What we saw in the Dixie was just insane. We lost multiple towns that night. We saw it explode 100,000 acres in size in less than a 36-hour period, probably more like 24. It's a race against time. burn off as much of the landscape ahead of the fire as you can so that it's weaker when these winds push the embers.
44 Swamper, Division Delta on attack.
Division Delta.
Draw full on sec.
Over here.
Four calls, Delta, go ahead. Engine 525.
And don't count on a boat evacuation to be a good choice. There'll probably be, if it came to that, like if it came into SLT, you'd see the docks and the boats probably on fire. You'd see people stealing them. You would have like 3 feet visibility, and you could get lost on the lake, run out of fuel, and have to be rescued, or collide with another boat or a floating log. Sometimes there's sheer cliffs up there. There's not beaches everywhere. You can get lost in the fog up there. It's a big lake. It's just not a good plan. Please don't stay there thinking, "Oh, I can jump in the lake." Oh, in the freezing cold water. That's not a good. That's not a good thing. You know, why not take a little kind of a road trip? You know, please don't stay because I'm safe. I'm by a lake. You're by an icy cold lake with trees all around the shore that can be on fire and fall next with you and dozens of other people in the water, you know, in a bad, uncomfortable situation, in smoke that's going to choke you and you'll feel like you're going to die because you can't breathe. You're not going to, but it feels like that when you're riding out a fire, like a shelter-in-place scenario. Just if none of this sounds appealing, then keep abreast of the situation, figure out what's happening tomorrow, and and or evacuate, before the worst of the red flag conditions show up Monday and Tuesday. I mean, it's unbreathable smoke. Do you want to be breathing this? It's like 6 packs a day. This is what's going to South Lake Tahoe right now. I would leave just because I wouldn't be willing to breathe that. This has been linked to heart attacks, strokes, asthma, and now dementia. N95 masks, I would be wearing them 24 hours a day there, even in my sleep. For these smoke particles. So what you want to think about is, even if the fire doesn't reach South Lake Tahoe, do you want to sit in that and probably lose power as they battle it elsewhere, have no air conditioning, have no radio, have no computer to turn on or until the battery dies on the laptop, see traffic jams everywhere, and just to sit in that? Is that the experience you want? So I would be out of there because of the smoke. That's me. And going back, hello and thank you for everything. Hey, Daisy May, welcome back. So yeah, and also Chris, it's not going to be like helicopters can help. They haven't been able to help the situation so far. Now it's just clicking sounds on the radio. I hate this because I'm trying to eat. So yeah, Lake Tahoe gets super rough in the wind. Yeah, the boating is not easy.
Alpha TFR, estimate 30 kilos at 14,000 IROP. Alpha TFR.
But somebody mentioned the car fire and the way the boat on Whiskeytown Lake, car fire boat docks. Let me just show you how bad it was. So like that was the situation with what was it, 2 years ago, the car fire. First of all, if you were in the water, you'd see something like that, and you'd be freezing in no time. With the ice melt situation, it's going to be, maybe nighttime. Fill up your bathtub with icy cold water and see Sorry about that clicking sound. See how long it takes you to get real uncomfortable. But the boat docks and the boats burned up, with the car fire. They burned. There's tarps over them. Here's them dealing with the situation. You're going to see stuff like this on the shore, and it's not going to be comfortable. You're going to have a sunburned face and a freezing cold body, and you're not going to like it. So please don't remain behind just because you think, oh, the lake's going to be a great thing to do. It's going to suck. Writing out fires sometimes is your best course of action if the window of opportunity has already closed to evacuate by car. Just writing them out rather than trying to drive through flames and stuff, right? That's never advisable. But it's a thing of last resort. It's, generally something you have to do if fire just shows up on your doorstep from, say, power lines down, a car accident, lightning. If you have the ability to just leave by car when the window of opportunity is still there, that is your best option. And before the traffic jam, even better. People keep asking me when would I leave. A, that when the smoke is bad, which has been, all week. B, when I saw a red flag forecast and I know I'm downwind of a mega fire. What did we just learn our lessons from the Dixie? That explosive, crazy growth, that insanity that caught even the experts by surprise. Yeah, err on the side of caution. Doesn't mean the worst is going to happen. But since it's a possibility, I say plan for the worst. You'll probably get a pleasant surprise.
On command.
Let's see if they talk about what's going on. As the night crew shows up, they'll start. The day crew will tell the night crew what's going on.
Dirty Bird is complete. Mapping Juliet and Delta. Got about 10 minutes remaining. Any other additional taskings?
Dirty Bird? What? Condor 26 is Dirty Bird as a call sign?
Copies, have a good night.
Okay. Alright, so they just did their mapping. Somewhat soon, they'll update. Sorry, that just tickles me. They'll update this. That's how they create this perimeter. Where did the fire go during the day? And it's usually only updated like once or twice a day. Usually after midnight. Late night is when they do infrared mapping. So I'm going to turn down that clicking noise. So let me go back to chat. Most of the firefighters have said, please don't try to evacuate by boat. We don't want to have to do boat rescues too. Well, okay. There you have it. So a lot of what the nighttime stuff you see is they're backfiring. And that they'll do as much as they can tonight. They've asked for help with nighttime helicopter drops. And so I'm kind of waiting to see if that might go ahead. Maybe, maybe not. Looks like smoke is settling down as the wind has really calmed down. That'll be a bonus for them to light backfires and burn off the vegetation that otherwise would blow up during the windier times. And so please don't be alarmed. The infrared cams, a lot of the white is the heat coming up to hot smoke. We're seeing heat. And you'll see them start in random places. You have to listen to the radio. Oftentimes they'll say, okay, we're doing the firing, go ahead and Papa, And then you go, okay, where's Papa? And then, just as an example. Oh, yeah. Or DP26. Oh, there's DP26. So this InstaWeb link is in the description of this channel. Just go to Caldor. Go to the map section and you'll find all these that I have. And you'll realize, Delta's here, Frank and Gulf and, not India, whatever I is that I keep misremembering, Juliet, Lima, November, Papa, Romeo, Uniform, Whiskey, Alpha, Delta. Charlie's missing in action. Branch 15 on command. You know, when they say branch 15 on command, you know, they're talking about something on the east side. You know, then you can cross-reference that. You look at the cams. You know, this is Delta over here on Somerset, but Leak Springs, this guy here, matching it up with the map, this would be over by either, this would be branch 15. So then you look at this cam, and they'll say something like, fire slopped over, which is like it crossed a line, right? And then, or something like, we're doing firing ops, it's going good. So what you might be looking at is what they're doing on purpose. And this is the last night they'll have really a lot of calm. And I think throughout the night. To help get this done. Caldor Fire reaches outside of Strawberry. There's a live feed on KCRA again. Okay, Dusty is saying that's the natural fire edge. Okay, cool. But that's a good example.
Hotel, Caldor 9 on command.
Oh, Sandra, good night if you have to go. Hey, Bonnie. Tough day. It's dying down now for the moment. Yeah, fiber optic, unfortunately, there's a lot of that. We know the right people to get the right job. Okay. Let's see. Wrapping the boat in reflective foil. You know, I'm a fan of mineral wool.
Hotel, Caldor 9 on deck.
See, going back up to chat. Yellow submarines, yeah, that's our joke. Okay, does anybody have a question for things? Let me check KCRA because there are a lot. They were hanging out there earlier, and what you guys got to realize about the media is sometimes they have no clue what's going on. They're there to do reporting. They're listening in their earpiece to Sacramento or whatever. I'm not saying any specific media, but like we saw with Matthew Henderson, he shows up. Fire crews are leaving, and he said, "There's fire by Butte Lake, and it's working its way towards Lake Albanors." And then people were literally crying in his view, because they had just let a firing off at night. It was creeping along the pine needles. It was a good control. It was a positive thing. But he arrived just too late to talk to the fire crews. I mean, there's a reason why they're leaving. They're like satisfied with it. They went around the side of the hill to make sure, as the fire went over the hill, that they would catch it on the other side and monitor it. And he didn't do his check reference to what they put on Facebook and said, "Don't worry too much about firing ops by Butte Lake." And that's what the media can unintentionally do. You know, it wasn't his fault. You know, he rolled up on a scene, and he didn't have very good internet to be plugged into that. But a lot of times the media rolls up and they go, "Oh, we're here live," and behind this Strawberry Lodge there's a well, later we saw that they had a drip torch, and they were lighting a lot of those backfires on purpose. They had a really nice calm window of opportunity.
Division Delta on command.
I don't know, Bob. That's what I want to know. Where's the next biggest fire break beyond Strawberry? Like what protects? Whoopsie. What protects South Lake Tahoe? They are not really saying. I don't see black line.
Night operation, branch 15 on command.
By the way, that guy always yells no matter what. Don't be alarmed by him. Branch 15! God, he gives us heart attacks. He goes, how much Gatorade do you want? So we've got a lot of incomplete lines. This is the map from today. The light gray is the incompletes. The fires was already past a couple of them. These are lines down elevation. Could fire just go either? Yeah. That's the big question. So up here on the ridge, did they have a line to protect Myers or South Lake Tahoe? I don't see anything. We know they're all over the place where they can get up in here, and they're all over Highway 50. But that's my big concern. Is I am more anxious about this because they're not exactly telling us what the plan is right here. I think the public would be a lot less anxious if they really laid it out and maybe gave us a couple. Gave us a couple scenarios. I mean, the awesome meetings for Dixie's own east side we had last week were wow. He did a great job of explaining everything, what they expect, what could happen. Bam! That was A+ communication. But Cal Fire, that was last in National Forest there, but Cal Fire, their communication is to the public has been consistently D and F grade, in my opinion. They do great work on the ground. They have good strategies. They've been pulling miracles out of their hats. But telling the public what's going on has been a day late and a dollar short. Partially, not because it's their fault. The guys talking probably wouldn't tell us more. But there seems to be a bureaucracy system to go through to get messages approved. They seem to think that keeping people in the dark keeps them calm. I have news for them. That's the opposite. It's just like a kid. Everything's fine, and then your kid cries because they know you're lying, right? When you're all nervous and your body language and your stressed out voice is like, ah. Well, if you just explain to your kid, here's the situation. These are the things that might happen. Here's what we can do to prevent. All we can do to prevent the situation. Will you be my little soldier and help mommy prepare? Well, then your kid is like, yeah. And it's not because it's a kid, and I'm not saying the public is children. I'm saying that's the way human psychology works. They believe in what you say when you lay it out. You get more credibility that way. You get more cooperation from the public that way. And so I hope that they have a new strategy for communicating with the public in the future. Okay, I'm going to mute that clicking sound. Danielle says, lol, thank you for saying that. I thought he was yelling for an emergency. I know. I dropped my fork one night. He goes, branch 15. And then we go, huh? And I zoomed over to that camera, and he goes, how many Gatorades do you need with the dinners? That was a funny night. So anyway, going back. Lee Andrews said my windshield wipers are melted and stuck to the glass. What? Let me roll back up to the chat. What? Where the heck is Myers? Oh, okay. South of South Lake Tahoe. So here's your strawberry. And your twin bridges. If the main seat of the fire overwhelms this area, that is what they said was the trigger for the evacuations of South Lake Tahoe. Myers is here. So I'm more worried for Myers than I am for Strawberry. Smaller communities are easier to defend, and I will be happy to explain why. Let me get up Google maps. Type in Myers, California. Yoink. All right. So, God, that clicking is driving me batty. Let's do terrain. Now we have a lot better idea of what the terrain is. You look at regular Google Maps and you're like, oh, this is Myers. Okay, and then you go terrain. Whoa, okay. So you can see the steep, rugged terrain here. So Strawberry, nice little compact thing to defend. You have a major highway that's closed to the public. They zip back and forth, whip, 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 with the greatest of ease. Position themselves, sprawl their engines all over Highway 50 because they don't have traffic to worry about. And then they sit there, and they have a never-ending water source here in the South Fork of the American River. They could set up pumpkins, which are big, like Doughboy swimming pool things, portable water tanks. And they can lay down hoses. They can wet down every single building and just kind of sit there. They weren't too particularly concerned on the KCRA video as the fire went and climbed up there. In fact, some of that they could have lit. We saw them doing a little bit of that. And smaller communities are easier to defend. What's wrong with Myers and South Lake Tahoe? Sprawl, dead ends, little areas, people still in the area that would take to the road and wander around and rear end each other or pull out in front of vehicles, and they have to reduce their speed. And then how do you, for every structure, how do you put an apparatus everywhere to defend everything? Look.
No command.
It's branch 15 again. Let's listen. How do you man all of this? Every one of these streets. With all the trees above all of the houses. This is big. There's housing everywhere. Buildings everywhere. Look at all the roads you've got to man. I'm just highlighting them. This. 89. Look at this. Rainbow. Calusa. Do you see? Upper Truckee Road. Academy over here. Look at all the trees above every building. What if the embers rain down on these, catching the trees on fire, and then the embers rain down on the roofs? You don't have the possibility of hooking up every single one of these buildings to an elaborate pumpkin and water situation. There's no time, no resources, no manpower. So when one house goes up, how do you defend the one right next to it? Say you valiantly defend one house, but then the embers get in the roof gutters of another, and this entire house goes up. You know how long it takes to put out a house fire in good conditions? They wouldn't. They'd be like, oh man, and try to save another one from getting up, going up in flames. What if there's a fire truck in every driveway? Just hypothetically, what if there's a fire truck in every driveway? Okay, that's nice. They all hook up to water at once on a hydrant, and there's no pressure. There's not enough pressure just in the fire hydrant systems to do that. Sometimes when they have one single structure fire in a community like that house, they go down the street and they hook up to hydrants like this, and they run in between apparatus that they have to get enough pressure for one big structure fire. So does this look defensible? No. They'll do the best they can do. but they can't be everywhere at once. So they'll do what they can to protect the structures. It really depends. Like this house could be saved, for example. If there's a fire engine right here and embers went into the gutters, they'd squirt that. Okay, it's good. But what if the fire trucks were way down the street at the moment that happened? Somebody figures it out. They race over here. They stop. They got to get out. They got to get stuff hooked up. I don't see a hydrant anywhere. So maybe they have water in the truck. How long? And now is the entire roof on fire by the time they responded? Now are the lines, electrical lines on fire? Now are they reaching these, lighting these on fire? Once these are on fire, even if there's no, they could try to put water on it if it's all, the power's cut. But now the pole is on fire. Now that the pole's on fire, the trees are on fire. This is why we don't like above ground power lines. Now that the pole's on fire, did it just fall over? Is this road blocked? They can't respond to anything down here now without going around it or getting out with chainsaws, clearing it. That delay, you see what I'm saying? I'm more worried for Myers than I am for something like Strawberry in smaller communities. This is a tough situation. They would need, the best course of action would be station themselves there. Let's say the wind blew it over to here and some embers were dropping down there. If they had a lot of manpower, they could really, really help the situation if the fire just wasn't taking direct aim at it and if there's not much to burn above it. So the next thing in my armchair research here would be, let's get some street view and see what is there to burn above it. There's some trees. There's some bushes. And we'd have to be marching around here to see, you know, are there any huge thick stand of trees, especially with big dead ones. We're limited in what we can see. I would hope they could try to keep it out of this snow park, because if this
Branch 10 Hotel.
If this is thick like I see it, anybody been there recently? This is hard. This is a lot of stuff to burn.
We have 2 dozers on the division with fresh operators. Do you guys have use for them in India?
Yeah, I wish there was snow. Oh, good night, Darren. Coho Val was a tough day. Now there's a nighttime lull, and hopefully they're going to get some handle on things. The clock's ticking. It's one of their last days.
Hotel Branch 10, what was the resource? 2 dozers with fresh operators. Not at the moment, just hold them in place.
Wait a second. Is there something I need to address? I haven't looked at chat.
Communications, Branch 10. Branch 10, communications.
Wow, it went to daytime. Now, night after night, this was our trouble spot at Division Delta. Now it's all blurry.
Branch 10, communications. In that order that I placed for El Torito hot shots, the meals and the water, can you add also 1 case of batteries? 1 case of AA batteries. Caldor communications copies.
Sorry. You may notice that there's a more yellow tint to my monitor. That's to save my poor eyes and my headache. So looking back up, JD, were you saying that? Do you think what I was saying was correct about the water pressure? Is that what you were trying to say? You know, water tenders.
Communications Division Delta on command.
Can ferry water back and forth, but not if there's a traffic jam.
Division Delta, Caldor Communications.
What?
For Communications Division Delta, requesting the meals the kitchen be held open till 2000 hours for night resources heading in tonight.
What is the population of Myers?
Division Delta confirming what time?
Can't be.
10 o'clock.
Communications copies.
It was called Yanks Station. Interesting.
Jansen, Delta.
I mean, half the population. Okay. $29,000 people? Whoa.
Hey, Swamper, hold on a second. Task Force Jansen, Delta.
Oh. Okay. It isn't. I thought SLT was 20,000. Yeah, you know what? Very few people winter in the Sierras. It's mostly summer homes. I mean, there's some people that, of course, live in Tahoe, much more so than other parts of the Sierras, because there's more. I mean, it's on the eastern side of them. You're kind of almost in Nevada at that point, and it's easier to get road access there than a lot of places. But in general, people don't live through the winters in the Sierras. They visit for the winter in Sierras, and have summer homes, vacation rentals, a lot of that. But it's still quite concerning if it's anywhere near that. You go to Almanor and Chester and stuff in the winter, and apart from like the holidays and stuff, it's ghost towny, especially with the heavy snows. People come up for the weekend, they go. It's all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy up there. You can get snowed in. Try to open your front door the next morning and it's reaches that snow wall. Let's look at some of the images. Wow, Leak Springs. This is nice and mild. This is good. A lot of heavy smoke. Putting a lid on the fire. Not too much spread tonight, probably on most of it. Gets them the time to work. They're probably working furiously through the night, making their final preps before the wind event. And this is great. Okay. Yeah, Robert says I live in Myers. It's roughly 3,200 people. Yeah, what is the discrepancy here? I just don't see that many buildings. Is there a second Myers, California? Did I just look up the wrong thing? Oh, the population of Tahoe has more than doubled since COVID started. Myers had a large fire in 2018 that may not have grown back yet. Okay, anybody know about that? Yeah, James Kramer, we do. We have help from a lot of other states and all over California. We had Orange County on the Dixie Fire, Marin County, Portland, Oregon sent firefighters. Seattle did. Um, the Bay Area sent firefighters. And what people don't realize is they got really furious with what they saw. They looked at like the Dixie Fire, and there was some city, like Stockton City or just Yuba City Fire, just kind of sitting there in front of structures, and then in the distance you could see the fire. That's what they do. They're structure fire trained city crew. They don't have wildland training. They don't know what to do. They train and drill for entering a house and pulling out victims and resuscitating the dog. They're there to get on a rooftop and cut holes in it for ventilation. That's what they do. They have no idea how fire behavior in the wildlands occurs. They don't know a lot of the things that sometimes learned the hard way, such as you don't get in between. You don't leave a safe line and chase after every spot if there's no guarantee that you won't get trapped out there. So the cool thing is they sit and watch the structures, and that frees the wildland specialists to go out to the wild and do their work there. It's a positive thing. Really good. Am I a Capricorn? Why would you say that? Robert Borning, most everybody in Christmas Valley has already left. That's wise. Was that in their mandatory? We should check their latest evacuation map. I can't believe this is in color. I mean, it's good that it's in color, but that means that there's enough light. That it thinks it's daytime, so the camera went back to daytime. Yeah, Doug says, by and large, those guys are mostly all red carded. What does that mean, Doug? They were requested as an engine for structure protection, so that's what they do. What's a red car? Hang on a second. Is somebody trolling us? I keep addressing questions. I wouldn't like that. Scrolling up. Sorry, guys. Let's go back up. If you have a question for me, go ahead. It's quieter now. Chris Jones says the Lake of Tahoe keeps its dead. Oh, is that a reference to The Godfather? That was shocking. So in The Godfather, the new Don has a Lake Tahoe home, like right on the water. Or was it on the island? I can't remember. And wow, that map. Dirty Bird is a FLIR mapper. Cool. We're going to see if there's going to be any nighttime aircraft. I hope so, but with this smoke, probably not. Well, they're doing extra mapping now. Okay. This must be the infrared mapper, if there's two. So, who is trolling question here? I can't go all the way back. Scrolling ends at the top at some point. It's just a clicking sound. Yikes, Doug. That's a good point. That boats start fires because they come loose from the docks and their moorings and they drift, burning until they sink. Yeah. Didn't even think about that. So I'm still trying to find out if we're being trolled here. Okay. That's what I thought, Patrick. See, I'm scratching my head. I don't see Myers as having 20K people. Are they including South Lake Tahoe? Like in that, like, I just kind of went, what? I mean, are there two Myers? That happens sometimes. There's double and triple and quadruple namings. There's other strawberries in California. There's like 4. Now we're still listening to Caldor, but I muted it because that's the clicking sound that I don't want you guys to be driven insane by. I'll take one for the team. Yeah, unless people are living 50 to a house, that just can't be right. Because unincorporated, like a town of 50 at 20,000. That has to be a bad website. In fact, I'm going to give feedback on that for the Google search result because they're calling Myers an area. Oh, not a town. And this is point-to-point-homes.com. Zip code. Are they including the general zip code in the whole population estimate? Because that's a what the hell. Hometown locator. Big maps. What's the census have to say about it? Yeah, the entire population of South Lake Tahoe is 22,487 officially in 2021. I think they're painting with a huge broad brush here. I think we spent too much time on that. So, talking about Lee, who is saying tidbits from his drive, like dead animals, 40 gallons of gas in the back, and melted wipers. Oh, that. I thought he was talking about some previous fire experience. It's got to be a troll deal. Oh, Jeannie, I sent you a link to something written by the Chief of U.S. Forest Service of Plumas. Okay, I'll check that in a second. Barbara Cone, we had structure fire 2 days ago. 2 other folks and I fought the flames spreading in the grass. Oh no, just down your road. We're in the Central Sierra Mountains near Yosemite. Were they okay? I hope so. That's really valiant of you. Going up here. Is that person already banned? I don't even see. Doing my best here. Why there is no chat search, I don't know. Google is a search company. Let's not have a search for your own YouTube playlists and for your own chat. Okay. Google owns Facebook. Which Broadcastify channel are we hearing? Oh, sorry, missed that question. So this is Caldor Fire operations. You just go to broadcastify.com, zoom in on El Dorado County. You got a variety of things, which we are mostly hearing the West, and the aircraft, and police dispatch, and all about the them chasing around motorcycles, unauthorized motorcycles. I tried to figure out if there was an Eastern Ops channel. So far, it's a no-go. I mean, there's another one called Caldor Fire or El Dorado Fire. But they really, I think Bob Fraser and others were trying to figure it out today. We had no joy. And so Is the Tahoe airport open? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we had that horrible plane crash at Truckee because of the smoke. I would doubt it. Or maybe it's a day-by-day basis. I mean, they've just been smoked in every single day. Reno Tahoe International, is that it? No, that's Reno's. Fasten your seatbelt. We move you safely. Your trip starts here. Airlines currently serving Reno, Alaska, Southwest, JetBlue. Cue the laughter. Frontier, Delta, American, Legion, United, Polaris, Southwest, JSX, and AA. Latest news. Reno Tahoe International Airport to honor an Olympic medalist. Apparently it's open. Otherwise you'd think it would say something else. You know what I like hearing right now? Nothing. Nothing. It's quiet on the Caldor. Maybe we'll have our quiet night where they, sometimes at nighttime, they can take advantage of, you know, say the line breached at some point, or slop over at some point. Well, now they can go catch it and corral it. Going back to the chat. That is the Reno airport. Oh, there's a different one. Okay. Cherokee. Has anyone here been one of those with the whole house foam suppression systems? Did you have to deploy it? Did it work? I'm very curious about that. I wish we could see clearly what's going on in Somerset Cam, because this is that Mount Oxum kind of area where they're having problems. But it's one blurry mess. In infrared, it wouldn't be. Armstrong Lookout. Oh, thanks, Sea-Probe. South Lake Tahoe Airport reporting calm winds, 6-mile visibility and haze. But is it open? I mean, they have a weather station. Did I look at Truckee Airport Cam? Oh, no. Let's check it out. I'll check out my email in a second.
Division Hotel, Header 285 on command 104.
All right, if you're just tuning in, the brass tacks is this. It might be a quiet night. This is probably the last quiet night that we have. It's we're gearing up for a week of hell. At least the early portions of the week will be hell. Do tune in. Tomorrow we're going to get a taste or an appetizer of the bad banquet we're going to be served here. The wind will start picking up around probably 11 in the morning or later tomorrow night. Just to really... They're not sure. And it'll be worse than today. Today was tough. They lost control. They lost structures. It was chaotic on the west side at Delta. They did as much as they could at Papa and and Juliet on the east side of the Caldor. And saved Strawberry for another day, seems like. It's the race against time is about over. Where they're doing as much firing as they can. Expect a lot of fire on these cams tonight. But as long as there's a thick smoke over it, thumbs up, it's likely they're firing ops. All hell's going to break loose with the coming red flag conditions, at least by Monday, or starting maybe Sunday night, Sunday evening. It's really unclear when it's going to start. On either side of the lake, there are two different. Are they small highways or whatnot? I don't think going to the south would be much of an option. Just two little roads. Traffic is bad, the locals say, even on a Friday at 5 o'clock. So what's going to happen, though, if you guys are about to go to bed? Do check in, like the next coming days, at least by 11 in the morning. From 11 to 6, we're going to have problems. Lots of high wind gusts. Tuesday, 50 miles an hour, but Monday, not a cakewalk either. 40-ish miles an hour at the peaks and higher slopes, especially on the east side of the Caldor. And it looks worse and worse for the Dixie for having bad weather too, just as every day goes by. We thought that the Dixie wouldn't have as many problems. So they showed that they're taking steps again to prep Janesville and Milford, just to be sure. Genesee and Taylorsville, they're doing extra steps today. It seems to be going pretty well to prep the area. You'll see a lot of firing tonight, probably around the Genesee cams, like the Indian Valley and such. And Radical Ralph, hey, best wishes, good night, good night. Yeah, thank you for being here. So get your rest. It's going to be a crazy series of days. Like, if you want to go to sleep now, do it. I'll try to go to sleep early tonight, too. But we should be looking earlier at the situation. When winds pick up around 11, that might be when it gets bad every day. 11 to 6 will be absolute hell. Tomorrow, not quite as bad, worse than today, but Monday. Bad Monday, terrible Tuesday, woeful Wednesday, whatever you want to call it, is nightmarish. If we take windy, purple is the wind gusts. So like right now, 9:24, green, less than 10 miles an hour. Right? It's just calmed down for the night. Starting 11 tomorrow, we get our orange. We get our 27-mile-an-hour wind gusts pointing directly at South Lake Tahoe. Then more to the east at 1. Starting to get worse, right? So that's our taster for Sunday. And then wind goes due north with 17-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow. And then Monday, 11 a.m. starting to look bad. 2 o'clock, looking worse Monday. 39-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 13-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Red flag conditions, 9 to 13-ish% humidity. And the wind doesn't stop the entirety of Monday night. The sustained winds will die down a little bit, but 23-mile-an-hour wind gusts still aiming at South Lake Tahoe. Tuesday, 5 a.m., still 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 8-mile-an-hour sustained winds at 5 in the morning. Now there's lower temperature, but not much humidity recovery over the night. And then the hell day of Tuesday, even at 8 a.m., I might have to get up a lot earlier than I thought. 9-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 33-mile-an-hour wind gusts by 11 on Tuesday. All hell breaking loose with the weather. 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 15-mile-an-hour sustained winds all throughout the day until around 8 p.m. when there's still 42-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 7-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Through the entire night, it doesn't let up. There's less of them in the entire state except by South Lake Tahoe down to Mammoth Lakes. It'll die down a little bit, but there's still 7-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 28-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Going into Wednesday, 11-mile-an-hour wind gusts at 2 p.m. and 34-mile-an-hour. 11-mile-an-hour sustained, 34-mile-an-hour wind gusts, even into Thursday. This week is going to suck. Tomorrow is one of the last better days, and look how bad it is tomorrow. Just, you don't want to see the red. We've got the red. So hold on to your butts. Get your sleep now. This is going to be a bumpy week. And we're just praying for them that they could do whatever they can. The prep work is now. I can't tell you like what's going to happen. I can tell you fire potential. Just go back and look at what the night we lost Greenville and the insanity. Remember, all the vegetation is even drier than what happened that night, where we lost multiple towns on the Dixie fire, and it marched 17 miles north past Chester, 17 to 19 miles in a couple of hours. We saw 300-foot tall flames. You know, the difference between the Dixie, a lot less population in the way. There's some difference in elevation and topography and stuff. But it's going to be bad. It was a lot hotter at night. But this is going to be bad. So they've had less manpower on this. Less time to prepare. All these other fires the last few days took away a lot of their manpower, their air power. So they'll try to pull out miracles out of their hats. The biggest break we can have is if the winter forecast is less bad than we think. But, you know, maybe at nights there's more let up than expected. But we're in for a series of hell days. Just, what about the French fire? Oh, Nick Stern, we watched the meeting tonight, and they think that Kernville and Wilford Heights is safe. That was delightful to hear. Now, you see down south, it's not as bad at all. Northern California is getting walloped. Completely walloped by the winter. Purple sounds like a song, yeah. So I'm trying to get myself tired. I'm trying to relax. Am I looking at chat? No, sorry, going back. What was I supposed to be looking at? Hold up. Oh, the ski cam. Okay. Sierra Tahoe. I keep giving myself a headache by subconsciously just clenching my jaw. I have this feeling of there's a fine line. Don't be alarmist. And I'm not. I'm telling people best, middle ground, worst case scenario, which is, I think, what everybody should know. But I have made the mistake in the past of having a feeling about a town just really being in danger and just having a little lack of confidence between just spitting it out. So I'm just saying it right now. I am very, very concerned for Myers and the traffic jam scenario that could affect South Lake Tahoe. My anxiety would be less if they would express more about their plan. They'd talk more about their plan. If we looked at this map and saw more containment lines that are complete, or at least in existence, to protect Myers and South Lake Tahoe. I just don't see them. This is the map from this morning. They're not explaining what they want to do, what their plan is. So, thus, my extra anxiety. Now, people are asking what are the good escape routes. I don't think south would be a good route. We don't know if the fire would be above it, raining embers, or if there's anything from the Desolation Wilderness. So the 89 could be on the west side of the lake, some sort of a route. Most likely, I think everybody would clog 50 on the east side. Try to take 207 or try to continue on with 50. Locals, you can tell me what's the better way to go. It's always snowy in these pictures. Okay, I think I put... here's a guy in a snowmobile. What? Okay, that's not the road I wanted to be on. That's more like it. Okay, 4 lanes of traffic, but for how long? How many people are still there? I think a lot of people left already. Just because of the whole miserable smoke situation. But I think this would be the main thing that would remain open the longest, and people would try to take 207 over to Gardnerville and 1 lane in each direction for the most part. Yeah, and makings of a traffic jam, sure. So, what was I supposed to be looking at? The Sierra Tahoe, right? I didn't really see anything. Oh, there. Okay. Let's check out last 15 minutes. All right, looking back at chat. Let's see. Jeff Stone, the question will be, does the fire jump containment lines from the high winds? Yeah. And did they even have time to make some east of the fire? In that terrain? Can you really? Like where this camera is right now, Sierra Tahoe, can you really make a line? You'll be going around with your dozer. No. Stop, Larry, stop. Why? I know you can't see from the smoke, but if you keep going about 15 feet, you're going to plunge down about a 2,000-foot drop. Oh, thanks, Bob. Dusty says the forward edge of the strawberry push across the bluffs on ski lift camp. Right. But did we ever figure out if that was Highway 50 corridor? That could just be their backfiring of tonight. Looks very mild. Are you sure? That's the fire's leading edge? Yeah, Wicked Wednesday, yeah. Yeah, the Patrick C., the thing I don't generally talk about, like cloud seeding thing, is it was a huge thing in the 60s. Let's do weather modification, weather control, and it was so all over the place with results. It was so unreliable and mostly didn't work. Most of the private companies that showed up hyped it up to the moon and said that, we could do everything for your farm. And they just fleeced people. It was a scam mostly. Government dropped looking into it, just like they dropped looking into nuking hurricanes to disperse them. That was a thing. Those are some crazy videos. If you go on YouTube and such, the old 1960s videos. Nuclear weapons could be harnessed for good. No more hurricanes, and holy crap. That's all we need is a hurricane with nuclear fallout, man. There were some zany ideas, and they've been discarded. Now, some countries are trying to revitalize that. Okay. But, it didn't really work. So, an unreliable tool is not a good tool. And it's really not an option. Mostly the people who are really gung-ho about that, a lot of the scam artists said, oh, it does work, but, the government's suppressing us. Just like they're suppressing the cure for cancer. The government controls the weather, and they just don't want you to thrive or something. And, that's one of the biggest red flags for are you being scammed. They always say a big entity wants you to suffer and is suppressing the whatever that would cure everybody's problems. So, no, in a nutshell, there's no cloud seeding you can do for this. They would have. I mean, they put a lot of energy and time and hope into it for decades. It didn't pan out. And if you believe what communist governments say, sorry, I'm not making fun of you, but the general concept. The Soviet Union covered up Chernobyl until they realized they couldn't. So there was a minor fire at the plant. It's like everybody in the area. They say to the public in general, communist and dictatorial governments, non-democracies where there's no freedom of speech, including desert nations in the Middle East. They say they're people all the time. You could totally trust us because we're in control of everything. And to keep people calm or whatever, but I don't believe it.
257, 1024 in Twin Bridges.
Okay.
I'll give you a 1021. I don't have gas.
Yeah. So, yeah, Stanley, I can't show Matthew's videos. He was making jokes and giving me the impression that was all okay, and then he, famously sicked his people into my channel and told everybody as I was trying to type into his channel, is it okay that I show your videos? I'm sending my people there and telling them to give you money. And night after night he joked about it, said, hi, Kathryn's viewers, 400 viewers. And then randomly he decided to tell his viewers that I was doing an unauthorized thing and he didn't know about it. And please, everybody, go to Kathryn's channel and tell her to stop because I'm losing my patience with her. And I went, what? And then my mods had a hard time dealing with the stampede of really angry people that came in. And that's when I decided to, that's the hard way. I found out he didn't like it. I had already private messaged him and interacted with him in his videos before. So that's nice. Whatever he's filming, people can go check him out. But I won't be showing his content because he doesn't wish that. I wish he had told me that in a nicer way. And he's under stress. He was a guy sheltering in place, with fire coming towards him. That's a lot of stress. And my motto is, we can be stressed. We can lose our cool with each other. It's human reaction. Best thing to do is just be like, breathe, move on. So I'm hoping after some stress passes that we can come to at least a positive understanding. But that was not that was not fair to my mods. I feel bad for them the most. That I don't know why he didn't approach me, but I really looked up to him, and it kind of sucked. He's still doing a good service for people, like a super good service. I hope things work out. I hope it's one of those we just move on. It's I always give people a chance, make things right. Dusty Smokes, hey Kat, what time do we expect to see you active again tomorrow? I'm going to try to be on earlier and earlier. It's harder to reset my sleep schedule. I tailored it to the fires. I knew that at least afternoon is when most of the winds picked up, so I kept going to bed before midnight, and around midnight something would happen where people would come in and be like, what's going on? What's going on? And a lot of my mods weren't able to come on earlier. So the people on the East Coast were coming on a little bit later. I was hoping to leave up a 24-hour chat so people could come in 24 hours a day and get some guidance, some links, what's happening. And by the way, guys, do not be mad at him and do not do anything like retaliatory. I don't want that. I don't want that. That's holy, yeah. Don't get ideas. Let's give people a chance, Whatever reply he has to me when I write a little letter, I will read it out loud here. As I'm just hoping it'll be reconciliatory. You know what I mean? Somebody has to go tonight. Oh, good night, Sister Golden Hair. Thank you so much for being here and an awesome mod. Yeah, it is quiet. I need to take something to calm down. I got some lavender pills. I've got some ashwagandha. It's hard though. There's still no night helicopter operations. Yeah. Let's see here. Going back up. Paul Arnold, the Agora fire of 2007 near Lake Tahoe. And Myers absolutely would impact the spread of the Caldor fire should it reach SLT and Myers. What? Can you elaborate on that? You mean, would it speed bump it, or would it be bad? Like, did they salvage logs? Are there tons of standing dead trees from the incident that they never removed, which are dried out fuel? Yeah, do elaborate on that. Yeah, Barbara, I know it was very upsetting, but I don't think he wanted people to be as hostile as they were. Here's the thing: is I also wanted to point out that he was a bit tricked by some nasty people. When he finds out about it, he may not like that. There were some troublemakers. Chat was running by so fast. I mean, we were in the middle of It looked like Westwood might be erased at the time. We saw those 200-foot walls of flames coming to Westwood. He was driving around Westwood. People were in my channel saying, is Westwood okay? People said Matthew went live again. I went, woo, because we had been following him since Markleyville. And that's when I first started interacting with him, trying to watch his back. He turned his car around at Markleyville to the south when the fire was coming up and crossing that road. We could see that on cams and satellites. So I got in his chat and said, Matthew, turn around, go north. He didn't see it, but he eventually turned himself around because he saw the flames. And so I know he can't watch his chat like every second. And so I sent a couple private messages at a different date, hoping private messages would reach him when he was driving towards danger again. Just wanted to give him a heads up. And so some people heard about me through his chat, came in here, and they were weird and unreasonable and immature. And by the way, there's just a sound right now on Caldor. That's why, I'm still listening to it, by the way. We're trying to monitor this situation. So he didn't realize there's a couple nasty people, and I didn't realize it till too late, who were bouncing in my chat and his, stirring up trouble. Somebody went to his chat and goes, "Did you know there's somebody rebroadcasting your content on YouTube?" And he goes, "Who's that?" And they're like, "Oh, it's Kathryn Davidson." And at that point, he may not have even remembered that I was the person that he was joking with in previous nights. Because he was like, "Who's that?" And that person was a troublemaker and had come back into my channel and was saying just bad stuff. And that person was making it sound like I'm like monetizing my videos. And I'm not. There is no advertisements that are going to play on my videos. That's distasteful. I'll never switch that on unless, well, maybe a decade goes by and this is like a historical record thing. But maybe never, that's not right. I asked for donations so I could keep doing this instead of working with having no income every day, or well, little. And that's it. My content has nothing to do with his, and so I steered everybody to his page and said throw money at him, and linked back to his page and sent a lot of viewers his way. But those people who were in his channel was giving him the impression that and this would be a jerk move, that somebody was making money off his content, profiting and rebroadcasting without his permission. I don't think he connected my name with the jokes and stuff. I mean, of the previous nights where you're saying, "Hey, hello, Kathryn's 472 viewers," because I was in his chat saying, "Me and my viewers say hi." It really could have been more of a misunderstanding caused by a troublemaker, and so that's why I don't think it's right to, be too harsh. Going back here, I'm very thoughtful. Yeah, it was harsh. But then again, if I thought somebody was making money off of what I was doing, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed. He thought the wrong thing, and what were we going to expect him to do? Try to investigate that real quick? No, he was on the scene of a fire. He was in his car driving around. I don't think I'd take the time to deal with that nonsense. In fact, I haven't had the time to write him. He may have no idea that he caused any chaos at all. He's probably completely ignorant of it. I mean, it's a low priority. Drama is. I'm not interested in drama. And if you're not interested in drama, you don't perpetuate it. That's hypocrisy. And giving people the benefit of the doubt, we'll just see how that plays out. But even if he never responds to me or whatever, I'm not too worried. I have my big girl pants on. We were here to do a job. So, let's see. Meditation and trust the earth is taking care of herself. That might help you sleep. It's upsetting for us humans, but think of us as we truly are when compared to the humongous, fires. Yeah. Never worry about something outside of your control. That is one of the tenets of Stoicism. Every morning when you get in news, you divide it into two categories, according to the Daily Stoic app that I have on my phone, right? Which is quoting the ancients, the sages. Whenever you receive information, your first duty is not to react to it, to contemplate. It is always best to receive more information before forming a judgment or an opinion. Absorb but don't react. The next thing to do with information is categorize it. Can you directly control anything about it? If so, it's in the category of I should do something about it. If you cannot directly control it, it is in the category of I will not worry about it. Ooh. Wisdom to try to live by. And that's what I tell people. Be prepared, don't be scared. When you've done everything you can do, just relax. That's when you can relax. You have made all your preps. Okay, Dusty's saying, see the fire now on the cam side of the canyon too? Okay, let's take a closer look. But thanks for the sympathy, Barbara. You know, that sucked, but you know, come on. I mean, I am so glad that my biggest dramatic problem is a spat like that, and not is my horse alive. You know, like the people involved here have the real problems. I don't want to spend another minute thinking about that petty stuff. It really puts it in perspective. And thank you for the perspective there, Pask. So let's look. Oh, right, I'm on the wrong cam. It's here at Tahoe. There's a point in the night when I really start to relax by about 10:30, because the night crews are now shifting. The night crews come in, the day crews go off, and they explain what they want to do, and sometimes explain a little about what we're seeing. And I go, okay. I don't know about this, Dusty. Are you talking about what we're seeing here? That still could be the other side of 50. Am I missing something? R.J. Walters, well, he does sell fire pics to homeowners that he takes pictures for. And his pics are for business. Yeah, absolutely. He's at work. I'm a volunteer. Not working right now. With your kind, generous donations and the time, the mods, sharing my links, people feeding me, I just sit here about 12 hours a day, sometimes 14, sometimes 22 hours at a time. I've even done 36-hour shifts when I have not slept and just sit here looking at fires in the worst crises, and I keep telling myself not to do that anymore. I'm not profiting off of this. People have wanted to help me get kick-started camera funds so I can make fire safety videos and educational videos and my history videos, and that's just amazing of people. But last year I didn't accept any donations, and then I didn't realize that the crisis would go on for more than 30 days. Lost a 12th of my income, a month's income. I went, oh crap. So you guys, I'm here because of you. So, going back here. You're the best, Kathryn? No, you're the best fake person. What did I just say? You're the best fake person. Oh. Okay. Blue light filtering glasses. That's a great idea, Bonnie. I bought a pair and I couldn't stand the bridge between them. It was in my field of view. I don't wear glasses, so I gave that pair to my mom. Here's the thing. I wear headphones. I'm on a headset, actually, with a little microphone. What kind of glasses could I get that wouldn't squeeze my head with the band, you know? Hey, Drew, as far as we know, Strawberry's A-OK. They burned the landscape on purpose past it. Helped the fire along when it was weaker during the day. We're listening right now. To Caldor, and they're not saying a peep. This is extremely mild. This right here. This is great. This is creeping. This is just kind of mild activity on the fire. Look at all that smoke kind of dampening it down. So I'm delighted by what we're seeing in the camps. It has died down tonight. There's bought them extra time. This is perfect for doing firing ops to protect towns. I've said for more than a week now, I'm not particularly worried about Strawberry. I'm terrified for other communities, less defensible. Colin, something always works in a pinch is just over-the-counter melatonin. Oh, okay. I've got some of that. Dr. Pask, thank you for all you do. Been so stressed all day. You give us a sense of community and valuable. I try. Thank you so much for the kind words. Tell us about yourself. In the cool of the evenings, you guys can introduce yourselves. Bonnie says, I have photophobia, 50 pairs of shades, and live behind blackout drapes all the time. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've heard of this. I've heard of that. It sounds, I've had a little taste of something similar where I have light-induced headaches, so I use blockout curtains. I have a couple of LED lights in the room to kind of do ambient. I have salt lamps. Those are nice. Nice and gentle orange glow. And then I sat in rooms that way too long, especially when I just sealed my windows against the smoke. And then about 60 days later after that, I couldn't stand regular lights on in a room. I had to wean back. I Googled it and weaned back the ability to tolerate more and more light. It was like, whoa. Going back up to the chat, what was I missing, Dusty? Look at the mild activity, guys. Mild activity. This is good. Buys them much more time. Get glasses with a mustache. Oh, Michelle emailed the screenshots and cropped the screenshot. Yay. Could I pin all the wisdoms so I'm able to write that down? What wisdom? I can't remember what I said from one moment to the next. I've had a sleep deprivation now for quite a while trying to cover the fires. Oh, they're talking. What about? I don't understand your question, Colin. Yeah, Chris, give him a chance. That's all I gotta say. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to make any comments too much about what happened, but it was in front of like 900 people. Yeah, I banned fluorescent lights from the home, basically. I don't do those.
217, band 2 on tack.
Guys, do you have specific glasses you want to recommend? I'll look into it. You had eye issues? Hey, we can't talk about federally banned substances. I gotta remove that. Family friendly. I signed an agreement with YouTube. We can't talk about that subject. Oh, I'm so honored. I bumped Judge Judy off the top of your YouTube list. Oh my god. I used to be addicted to her show. I took the donation button down because I don't even know at this point.
217, band 2, Dixie tack 6.
There's something I have to do to verify my identity. And I want people to mostly donate to the charities. I'm good here for foreseeable future. You guys are taking care of me. I gotta figure out what the expenses are, and figure out how far in the future I can do this. And whatever YouTube's email is, I gotta respond to it. I've never done this before. You guys are the ones who told me about Super Chat, and it wants me to do a whole bunch of faxing papers. And so I just got that on a pause. The PayPal link is up still, but I'm so horrendously behind in my emails, and kind of overwhelmed in a good way. We've had many thousands of friends now we've made. Yeah, I'm eating right now. I have some tuna, albacore, sweet relish, mayonnaise, a little bit of salt. Ran out of hoagie buns. I got some crackers. Pork was rocking my world. Don't know that I can handle that much fat with nausea, but fish is good. Hey, Dusty, again, did I miss something? Sorry. Your point was the fire appears to be well established on the bluffs on both sides of the canyon east of Strawberry, so it's not looking great for Monday. Yeah. What do you think about this, Dusty? What if a lot of that can be burning already? We knew the fire was going to travel over anyway. I mean, 50 is no barrier. That's such a narrow corridor. I think it might be a plus that some of that's burning already while it's nice and mild. Less ferocious than if it had been affected during the wind stuff. Like say on Tuesday. Yeah, Barbara, that's what I want to do. I want to have a road trip to thank everybody and celebrate the end of fires. I'll have a series of stops. We'll have parties along the way because we have to have something to look forward to. And I've made so many nice new friends here. I get a little stressed. I don't have any training for team leadership or management. You guys have really been the ones. I can lecture, I'm not a formal teacher with a teaching degree. I just like to babble about semi-interesting topics. And I can do that. The management of people is, it's a learning thing. It's been stressful. There have been some nuts. But mostly the Rocky Road ice cream is you guys. I would say you guys are the Rocky Road ice cream. You're mostly nice, delicious chocolate. Best kind of ice cream there could be. There's even some wonderful heroes like the mods, which are the marshmallows, which everybody goes, yeah. Now the nuts. There's always some nuts in Rocky Road. But they're the minority, right? So, I love you guys. My ice cream. A channel sighting tour? Yeah. Oh, yeah, CBD. Yeah, we can mention that because that's not banned. That's a good idea. Crap. It's 10:05. Where am I going to get that? I meant to, I had a plan. Go around between, before 10, before stores close. Jeff Stone, I provide an extremely valuable service to the multitudes. To be informed and comforted, thanks. I hope people will like my other content when I finally am able to do it, but I'm so delighted you guys have helped me with the journey towards getting a decent camera, because I want to share a lot of what I've been working on in scripting. I'm a writer by trade, trying to figure out video. And here's my ideas. Disaster stories. with a means to, like, teach importance of safety regulations, save future lives, learn lessons from the past. That's, I've done histories. The main focus would be my ghost towns. Go and document ghost towns, not paranormal crap, but, history before they disappear. Document history, interview old timers. I had the great fortune to interview a World War II vet who was nearly hit by a kamikaze on a destroyer. I'm supposed to be making that video now. I just dropped everything for these fires. I want to interview as many as I can. Weird thing is I have social anxiety and I'm scared of meeting people. Trying my best to get over that. This has really helped. The only reason I did this was like, okay, crisis, let's try to help. I don't care how scared I am, let's do it. Glad I did. But this is a bit like stage acting. I still am scared of the phone sometimes, And then my other content would be variety show, just showing people from various walks of life, like, how is this done? I met a window washer. How do you wash windows? How is that done? Especially interesting jobs, people with interesting projects. Disappearing ways of life. I think there's 6 native Chinook speakers left in the world. Try to meet Indians for sure. Tell a story that isn't told, like people have no idea how many Hawaiians were involved in settling of the West and helping build they're like a forgotten people, Kanakas. Documenting really cool places of nature. I want to promote tourism to places that need it, like by Paisley, Oregon, there's Summer Lake Hot Springs. Here I am like, oh yeah, I'll go film that, and then the fires. I think they've saved it. I want to read audiobooks. Yeah, this is generally what I had planned for. Hey Bugs, hi Kathryn, was our meteorologist back today yet? No, I haven't seen Susie. And yeah, we like all your content. Yeah, then maybe some silly comedy crap, Oh, Michelle says I have very sensitive eyes, similar eye issues. I run the software Flux on my computer 24 hours a day. Oh yeah. I had Flux. The built-in Windows 10 is doing pretty good. Josh says you can see fire glow in the Hawkins. Crazy to think a few weeks ago we were watching the Tamarack from Hawkins. Oh yeah. Hey, welcome back, Josh. You're like the ghost of the channel. What do you do, Josh, when you're not here? You come. You're like Batman. You come when we need you, and you give us the information, and then you disappear into the night. I think I'm going to call you Batman, Josh. Do you approve? Good. I'm glad you do. Because that's your name now. Embrace it. Hawkins. Yes. Weren't we trying to figure out what's going on with Markleyville with the Hawkins? All right. And we're having, don't worry, on your office, Josh, we have already removed all your name. We're scraping that off the window. We're putting Batman there instead. We've taken the time to redo all of your security badges. It'll just say Batman. Same thing with your desk. In fact, we're taking the time to engrave your desk. We're going to carve it. Just going to say Batman. You can thank me later. Coval, are there any awesome tech people out there who would help you organize that for you? A personal assistant, manage your YouTube account? Wow, I need an assistant? Oh, yeah, that would be cool. I was hoping to make a team. Could somebody else with YouTube skills cover some shifts? The problem with that is they would have to have the fire knowledge. I was hoping, and there's just clicking sounds. I'm still monitoring it. I thought about this crazy scenario, like why isn't anybody else doing this? Does anybody else have the map skills, the history knowledge, study fire disasters and how they affect towns? Have lived in this region before, know it like I do, have met firefighters of the region and learned, property grooming like I have. Has anybody else studied the local history of the fires, the basics of fire behavior, have the communication skills to explain things to the public, have the resources like I do, like the privilege of just being able to call experts? Does anybody else have the time? Like maybe a retiree? I would love to have, who I would love doing this is like an old fire chief. Somebody who's been around the block. But do they have the internet bandwidth? Do they have a powerful enough computer? Mine is barely adequate, and I've already dropped $1,000 into it. Does anybody else know how to dig up everything like I can? Does anybody else know how to use OBS? Interface that with YouTube? I'm thinking the answer might be no. Or if somebody else does, are they willing? Or are they busy with other stuff in life? Or are they evacuated? Or do they, we would think about it this way. To find a partner that would work with me in shifts, I would take the advice of directors. When they went to film The Man from Snowy River, which is one heck of an amazing 2 movies, they first tried to teach cameramen how to ride horses, which is a lifelong skill. It didn't work. A couple people fell off the horse, and I think they ruined a few $500,000 cameras before they realized, you know what? Let's teach horsemen how to film. I don't know which one would be easier, teaching somebody who knew YouTube and streaming already about fire, or teaching an old timer who knew about fire about YouTube. I don't know what the answer is. I have myself cloned. Oh, I did. That's just a secret. Now I have to kill you. I have to kill all of you. Darn. Bugs, you spelled doom for everybody listening. What's my background on wildfires? Okay, that's a dark story. I hate fire. Just saw backdrafts as a kid and went, there. I hate fire. But then we had rural property, and we lived in, spent our time between the valley, foothills, and Plumas County. And then I've since moved away from California, but the long succinct story is, around I started noticing odd wildfires around 2014-ish, and then 2017-ish, and for the last more than a decade, I've been studying ghost towns. That's my passion. A lot of ghost towns were destroyed by fire. It used to be a thing before modern firefighting techniques and airplanes and such. And, well, we're back to the 1800s, aren't we? So, here I was trying to make documentaries about that, read everything I could about the Tillamook burn, which is the textbook example of America's first example of a modern time megafire that set the policy to prevent them from the future. And we kind of deviated from that policy, unfortunately. And that's a long thing to get into. But then I noticed in California, these fires started breaking out, and didn't pay the greatest amount of attention to it until, I was concerned. But not even being in California anymore, I just kind of was puzzled and trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Excuse my language. Why on red flag days do so many fires start all around the state at the same time? And it turns out it was PG&E neglecting their lines for the most part. Red flag Santa Ana winds So it's many decades of neglect. These power poles are now rickety and fall over even in low winds. And they had a policy of not shutting off the power when they needed to. And so power lines down killed my friend, family friend. He used to pat me on the head when I had my motorcycle and ran around the foothills. And could have been me. Somewhat of a neighbor, In the 2017 Cascade Fire, I think it was on Friday the 13th. And that was the same night Santa Rosa burned down. The PG&E lines started multiple fires on the same horrible night. So I sat up in my chair and went, what? And learned about everything I could and drove around that area, and it was just awful. And then I'd already known how to make a property safe. My dad had friends with firefighters. And then I just dove into it. What the heck's going on? And when I found out that the power line thing was bad, I thought that would be corrected. I thought the government would bring the hammer down and this company would not be allowed to do that. And the more I read, I went, oh my gosh. It's not like arsonists running around everywhere. It's because the wind affects big chunks of the state at the same time. Well, everywhere they have rickety power lines, they fall down at the same time, start multiple fires. And I couldn't believe what happened to Santa Rosa. Just seeing that footage is absolutely unreal. Like, that just shouldn't happen in the modern era. That a well-established town, not in the middle of nowhere, we're talking a what is it, 200-year-old town? Weren't the Spanish missionaries kind of around that area first? Maybe even early 1800s? Not even the gold rush like the rest. I mean, well-established towns, like in the valleys, not in fire random areas, just being mostly erased. Their downtowns being erased. This shouldn't happen in the modern era. Next year, my brother's a missing person, and Paradise, same thing. The same power company, the same thing. Pins and needles waiting to see if he's alive. And I went live the first time at that point. Didn't have any audience, didn't have any idea how I was supposed to promote it, but just help people get a grip on the situation. And at that point, made it my business to know everything I could know. Last year, went live with the Labor Day thing. It went viral because somebody shared me in the Bay Area. Now I had a year to study everything I could possibly figure out about fire. And the point is to pass all the information that experts want you to know to the public, because they can't reach the public. They need help. Yeah, the man from Snowy River. Jess. Yeah. Well, that was traumatic. That's another reason I'm screwed up, guys. My parents let me watch Backdraft, and they had a collection of horse movies. The Man from Snowy River. Black Beauty, and the Red Pony. They thought the Red Pony was children's. And then they gave me Watership Down, and then I was screwed. I was never the same. I became some sort of a goth, not that I wear black everywhere, but inside, So, yeah, what I decided to do beyond fire behavior was make myself go to the scenes of fatalities to figure out what can you do. If you're in your car or you don't have your car and your house is on fire, how can you survive? Was it possible for them to survive? That's the most important thing, period. And everywhere I went, I found out that most victims died in their cars, just like in hurricanes. They didn't realize that the time to evacuate by car is a window of opportunity that closes. Do not try to drive through flames. Do not drive on a road that could be blocked by fire down the way. Yeah, I know Vasco. I didn't even know about San Bruno, But no matter what, it's not the blame game. It's the reality. Even if PG&E was gone tomorrow, their lines are the infrastructure problem is the problem. What we're going to do to fix it, it'll be a long-term thing. But the infrastructure is now the way it is. So for the next foreseeable future, we'll have the power line things. We have this drought going on. Best to just adapt to it, because everybody needs to know fire survival in the entirety of the western United States right now, even in other parts. So, so what I did is go to the scenes of the fatalities, drove around Paradise, some of Bangor and Marika that I could stand to look at, and I found most of them were within 200 feet to 200 yards of a shelter they didn't know about. Mostly culverts and bridges, even tiny ones underneath the roads. And that's when I said, okay, I need to tell people about this. I'm not an expert, but this is proven. I read the survivor tales, interviewed several. It hasn't been easy emotionally, but it's strangely rewarding because I think it makes a difference. So when I investigate dark topics, it sucks. Oh yeah, he was okay in the campfire, thank God. But he's left. He couldn't go back and look at anything. He said, "Why don't you go to my house and tell me what's there?" I said, "Your rose bushes are good. Your rose bushes are good." He goes, "Thanks." And even my brother didn't know. Across the street, the house from him was toast. Houses on either side of him were toast. House directly across the street to the right, fine. And for sale. Perfect. Green grass. Tile roof, I believe, was swimming pool or pond in the back. Creek in the back. No overhanging vegetation. Perfectly fire defensible, and that's why I believe the fire department saved that house. They had an endless supply of water in that creek, in that pool. His best choice of action would have been to walk across the street with a wool blanket, knock on the door, hi, if somebody's still there, chill in the creek or the pool, walk up the creek into the culvert, which was like 9 feet tall. 50 people could have sheltered there. He left 2 minutes before his neighbors, and they didn't make it out. He's gone. He's gone from the state. I don't think he knows I'm talking about this. But it's important. He just didn't know. Shelter in place is often the best option, and his neighbors didn't know that either. When you can't guarantee that the roads are open, and what had happened to his neighbors is the power lines fell across the road. They never de-energized them. It was just tragic. Power lines fell on the car, and you can't get out of your car. The power line's on top. You have to sit there. But the people behind didn't know what to do. They could have gotten out of their cars and been okay. So sorry about the dark topic. God, I'm so sorry I just went there. But when I discovered things like that, the happy news is their deaths don't have to be in vain. We can learn. And that I think they would feel good about if they were alive, that they could help save others. It's real sensitive. It's going to be hard to make a safety video like that. But I think interviewing the survivors that use the same methods, that'll be a more positive way that people could sit through the video and watch it, But my idea would be compare and contrast. What do people that don't survive do versus those that do? We've already seen positives. Some people in the campfire couldn't get out because they lost power and they didn't have the physical strength to open their garage door manually to get in their car. California already passed a law learning that new homes need to have a battery backup for the garage door opener. That'll save so many lives. I went and tried this. I weigh about 105 pounds, maybe, well, 90 to 105 pounds. It really kind of varies. So I reach up and grab that handle in the garage, and I pulled my body weight off the ground. I couldn't budge that thing either. You know, now I get it. So should other states do it? Heck yeah. That would save lives. So that's the idea of the video. Pressure people in other states. Just learn from other disasters, other places before you have your own. So, and yeah. I mean, that's a fair assessment, Bugs. I'm a little bit on the scarred side, but just infinitely grateful he's out. He's alive. But this fire broke up our family. He moved out of state. He can't stand it. He can't stand the uncertainty. He moved elsewhere in the state first, and then he's just like, that's it. I have very reduced chance of seeing him very often for the rest of my life if he doesn't move back. So, yeah, Jeff Stone, write a daily journal to yourself. That is the best thing. Writing therapy is amazing. What you do is you take the feelings of your heart, it goes down through your arm, goes to the pen, and it's gone from you. Like the way a tear is gone from you. There's therapy in writing. That's the best thing that I can verify. That's why I was a writer. I didn't have it, I had it kind of rough for a bit, but it makes you a dang good writer. To have authentic feelings. You want to write in a moving manner. It gets it out. You know, don't contain it, get it out. And it's still clicking sounds. Which I'm gonna just, fingers crossed, think is a win here. For the Caldor. Could look at a few other fires actually. This was the time lapse, which was mesmerizing, of the French fire. It was kind of beautiful. Sorry, I had to go back and chat. What I do is I get lost in my stories. I actually go blind when I'm thinking of a story. To think of whatever I'm talking about, I'm having a vision and describing the vision. So I don't see anything. These cams and stuff, I may be like stuck on a cam that's like stupid or something. Don't mean to ignore chat, but I just describe what I'm seeing. I don't see words in my head. That's not the way writing works. I see a vision, I describe it. Memories are like that too. So, sorry, let me go back. Thank you for the tips on the sunglasses. What brand of blue eye sunglasses should I get, by the way? But yeah, I don't know what to do to have a partner covering these fires. I don't know. Armstrong lookout too? Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, Mark Scheinfeld, I learned so much about myself and others by journaling. Yeah, it'll surprise you what makes it to the pen. Your mind thinks something, and then your hand writes something else. And you'll kind of go, okay. And the nice thing about it is it's not for publication. You can cross stuff out, groom it later. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just keep going. And keeping a notebook behind your bed. This is, if you can't sleep, what's on your mind keeping you from sleep? Turn on that light. Get the notebook. Even if it's as simple as this with a pen. I fear for strawberry. Okay, you confronted that. Your subconscious mind likes that. Then, but it may be okay. And then the third sentence, it's out of my hands. We'll see tomorrow. Rest helps me now. Turn off that light. Now you can go to bed. It's crazy about how well that works. Where's the Armstrong cam? Okay. Don't forget about this. A lot of this is light and heat. Remember, infrared is heat and lights. We have the double refraction, or whatever you call that. Remember, I know about a little bit about photography. Here's, let me do the purple pen. The actual flame is this big. You see that tiny little red dots I'm making? The actual flames are only this thick. What are you seeing? The heat of the smoke, the reflection of light off smoke. Don't freak out. Don't torture yourself with the cams all night. Going back up. Yeah, but what kind of blue blockers? Okay, going back up. Ken Sakamoto, I was at Ice House and 50 on the Cleveland Fire, 92. It is sad to see that area burn again. I have several friends there. Yeah, I know. Where did I live in Plumas County? Well, around the lake. We had a cabin. But we had campsites too, because when we have like a big family reunion, we camp at Canyon Dam or a bigger venue. We couldn't cram everybody into our cabin. We'd have people from Oklahoma coming by and big events, kind of massive extended family. So we would find interesting new places to hang out too. So, yep, Bob Fraser, turning off the light. Good night. Yep, I will be making a goal of trying to get sleepy by 11 here. So John Robinson, I would seriously something his credibility. The distance is massive. The people of Wisconsin were sending a train of relief supplies, and it was rerouted to Peshtigo. Which accuracy of what? God, do we want to go there with the Peshtigo? Wow. America's Worst Fire Disaster. Yeah. Sorry, Watership Down is an allegorical novel about rabbits escaping their burrows because it becomes unlivable, and there was a cartoon made of it in the 70s, which is brutal. Like, did you know they just made a new one on Netflix? It's like CGI. I'm afraid. Yeah, and thanks Carly Jones for the expression here. Yeah. The Red Pony. Oh my God. Who thought that a kid should look at Steinbeck? Oh man. That's what's wrong with me. Seeing the vultures on the Red Pony. No! Seeing the Man from Snowy River. Yay! The Man from Snowy River 2. For the love of... Okay, nobody knows how brutal Disney movies were in the early 80s. Why, The Journey of Natty Gann? Holy crap, that was like John Cusack's first movie. Okay, the tree top, the logging accidents, the blasting accidents, the train wreck. That. Okay, the thing that stands out about the Journey of Natty Gann, the dad loses his wife, and so he has a girl back east, and he goes to look for work in the Depression. So he finds his way to like Oregon or Washington he's taking the most dangerous jobs to make the most money as possible so he can get back to his daughter, who he leaves in the care of a lady. He's sending money back every month, his paychecks, and it's basically logging and railroad work. Pretty much only jobs and dangerous as anything. So he becomes a tree topper. And it's some of the craziest footage ever about how dangerous logging is. And you go, oh my God, that's when men were men. And still, it's dangerous as hell. Get out. But 30s logging, the steam donkeys and the explosions with those things. And then later he takes an even more dangerous job as a blaster. And so in the back of the truck, there's this dynamite sticks. And they carefully load it into this car. And there's some like load of feathers or something, or hay or straw. And the crates say, "Do not jostle." It's not "do not drop." It's not "handle with care." Do not jostle. And they go down the street, and he's loading sticks of dynamite into some, I think they're going to blast a railroad for the logging company or something. And there's just massive detonation. The tree topping, he climbs to the top of these old growth trees. And he is supposed to cut the top off and have it crash down to the bottom. And somebody else doing that has an accident and rides the top of the tree to the ground. Just, oh my God. The filming is incredible, but it's so brutal. I don't think they ever released it to DVD. I've been trying to find it on, there's VHS out there. I think it might be on Disney Plus or something like that. But, whoa. Yeah, my uncle's father was killed in a logging accident in, gosh, what county was that? Northwest California. Something terrible happened there. Oh yeah, and Bambi wasn't brutal. Yep, so Bambi, the fire scene, was based on the Tillamook burn. That's the first time a mega fire was filmed on a movie camera with, like, some of it in color. Nobody could believe that. John Robinson, you're never going to tell me, you're never going to sell me on this theory of the forest fire in UP somehow blowing across all of Wisconsin and landing in a woman's barn in Chicago, milking at the time. Well, here's the thing. The Chicago fire, remember the turn of the century was all about hating Irish people? First of all, nobody milks their cow in the middle of the night. Nobody does that. Nothing happened with Mrs. O'Leary. She was scapegoated, and so was the Irish community, and then there were vigilante justice crap and rumor. And the press ran with it. Nobody milks their cow in the middle of the damn night. Didn't it start at like 1 in the morning? What did somebody wake up with? I have to have milk right now. Okay. And it was a red flag condition, just like we see here in California. When you have red flag conditions, it's let's go back to windy. It affects a big part of the country at a time. Zoom out. I mean, remember, California is like the size of Italy. That was a major, crazy rare wind event. Oh my God, the hurricane. Oh my God. I didn't even look at it today. I've been on the fire all day. Oh my God, I feel such an idiot. I'm just telling random stories, and I forgot that it was to make landfall today. So up by the Great Lakes, I mean, like even right now, you see giant wind gusts, dry wind gusts, and such happening. So the just like we saw last few days, fires breaking out all at once. That people are like, is that unusual? No. So if you look at Pulse Point, on average in every summer, there's like 7 vegetation fires in any given county at least, throughout the course of any day. In general, they respond quickly. They contain it to 10 acres, boom. Maybe 2 acres. It's okay, especially the ones on flatlands. Red flag days. Every single county. How many are there in California? I even lost track. You have at least an average of 6. In a mega drought, maybe more, because stupid things like mowing your lawn in a mega drought, the spark is much more likely to start a fire than, say, a wet year. Normal things that cause a fire every day, in a red flag condition or something near it, they're going to be huge and blow up can be seen from these camps. Now, there's always a couple of exceptions. Some of these have been suspicious, but suspicious also means it's a big term. It doesn't mean it has to be an arson thing. It can be somebody stealing power for their rowing op. I mean, at the ghost ship fire in Oakland, structure fire, it was a suspicious fire because they were stealing power from the auto parts, the auto garage, the auto shop next door. They couldn't afford their own power bill, and it was people squatting in a warehouse. Living in a warehouse as if, because they couldn't afford the rent of San Francisco. Looks like a development at Strawberry. Okay. Let's look. We don't hear anything still. It's going... See? I don't see any new, I don't see any new squares. There's 58 counties of California. There you go. So, frankly, there could be more. I think people are being pretty fire safe. We have this suspicious start of a thing by Lake Isabella. But, the ones we saw start near Orville in July, when the Dixie was just starting to take off. It was a weed whacker guy, a lawnmower guy, and it was hilarious. We saw the Butte County fire people saying, "Stop it! Stop being stupid with fire!" I just fell out of my chair laughing. That was the coolest press conference I've ever seen. Let's look at Twitter. Oh no, activist people are crammed into New Orleans airport trying to flee the hurricane. Can't find rental cars, can't find a trusted train or bus ticket. Can you imagine how much money airlines are making? We didn't learn, did we? We didn't learn from Katrina. We're still listening. We have brush fires here, J-Cat says. Yeah. Who knows, it might be on YouTube. What? Oh, Journey of Natty Gann? Yeah. But we need the high definition. Journey of Natty Gann? I think there's two ends. Oh, where the red fern grows is worse than Old Yeller. Yeah. My parents decided that dog and horse movies were A-okay. Anything with an animal in it was gonna be A-okay for children. But you know what it did? Is it made me a mature child to understand the world works like that. I think they should still be making brutal kids movies. It's still a brutal world. When people are saying, why don't we raise our kids to be so gentle with each other? That doesn't work. You have to make the world gentle in order to raise gentle kids. If not, you gotta prepare them for it. You have to be tough enough to survive. You have to be able to handle stress. The way you find out if you can handle stress is you're never going to feel strong. You will never feel strong when you're stressed out. Sorry, I have to go get a drink. Then we'll look at what's going on. You will not feel strong in your darkest hours. It just doesn't happen. Strength is a series of decisions. It's just deciding to be strong. You just say, what would somebody strong do right now? And what decisions would they do? Would they stay in bed and tune out and drink? And would they just watch sports constantly and neglect their duties and let the house go to crap, or even though you felt like complete crap, do you just kind of sit there and do the dishes? Just maybe it's not very good, but and decide to cook a dinner even though you don't want to. Something good, something nutritious. You decide to get on the treadmill and just do at least a 15-minute, and it's just a decision. It's not a feeling. Even though you can't handle everything during the day, you at least attempt some. Look at the emails, look at the voicemails. What was I doing in the kitchen? I was getting a drink. That's right. Okay. And do indulge in some comforts. I've got a, what is this, a cookie? Oh, this came with my food delivery. I didn't order a cookie. That's cool. You guys want a cookie? I wish I could give you this cookie. Ow. Ow. Oh. Alright. Or I'll just lean into the refrigerator and hit my head. Did you hear that? Did that make a sound to the microphone? Alright. Sorry. I'll be right back. It's a little container. Where the heck is this supposed to be? They really failed at this cookie. You know what they did? It's a round cookie. It looks like a chocolate chip that was flat and big, like the size of a personal pizza. And they just cut it up and wedged it, slammed it into this square container. Why didn't they just get the round container? Now it's like layered on itself like a bunch of pizza slices, and it's compacted, and I'm like trying to wedge it apart. I'm gonna have to cut this. Like a fork and knife? Is it wrong to cut a cookie with scissors? Like if I sanitize it? Rubbing alcohol? There's this new trend that horrifies people. Like cutting meat with scissors. Meat shears. What do you think about it? I know exactly what the English would think about that. Oh my word! Just not done. But as I'm getting older, I'm kind of wondering, do we really have to have two types of fork? Do we have to have the long salad fork and the short one? Do we really have to hang on to this tradition? Can we simplify? Can we make silver, like engraved, elegant meat shears? Will the English approve of it at that point? Fancy dining? Excuse me, I gotta put this other food away. I have to talk constantly, otherwise people tune out. They think that there's nothing going on in the stream. Just gonna choose a random topic. Alright, hang on. I'm almost done.
Central K929, 1196.
Oh, they're talking.
At Fly Park, Blue Sedan, 28B7, Nora, Zebra, X-Ray 826.
You were covered for your 1020, 10-9.
Westbound 50 at Fly Park.
10-4.
Now, when you hear that chirping, that's police. I don't know why it's on the Fire Channel, honestly. Or the priority is the police talk over the firefighters, but that's the way it is. Ah, heck, I didn't get my scissors after all. Okay. This is just between you and me, guys, that I'm cutting up a cookie with scissors. Don't let people know. I have a reputation to consider. I cannot be considered uncouth, and burping on accident on the stream also didn't happen.
K929, 1483 here, east and west of Slate Park.
I'm right at the off-ramp heading westbound. You guys are getting on 50 ahead of me, but I'm code 4 media.
What's code 4 on the police thing? Okay, I'm back. Sitting down. What's going on with Strawberry? Okay. Sorry, I have to keep my blood sugar up. Looking back. Here comes the sun. That's a nice song. Little darling. Okay, the spread on Wednesday made 12 to 16 ships go missing. Yeah, that was one heck of a wind event. That was like a once a century kind of event, the Peshtigo thing. They didn't have good forecasts back then. It was a lot like the, it mirrors the disaster of Isaac's storm, the hurricane that didn't have good enough weather forecasting. And in fact, that was when Isaac, the weather guy, told the people of Galveston, "We're cool. There won't be a bad hurricane," and we have no idea how many people died. Many thousands. Oh, code 4 is situation under control. Thank you. I know a lot of those, like 1050. I used to call that in as a minor truck driver. You just 1050. Ah, man. I must not neglect my vessel, says True Herbsman. Yes. Thank you. The chirp is a setting that can be turned off. It's like saying over. Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys are teaching me so much. Sandra, oh, I had a job that had me on the road 3 days a week. My kitchen was a wreck. Yeah, I kind of need a maid. I need 2 scissors to make scissors. Ha ha ha. That's true. There's uncouth English. They eat fish and chips from newspaper. They eat on the street. Yeah, we can always rub that in their faces. They like to say we're uncouth, right? Well, we are barbarians compared to the English, but we can always point out what they are too. Oh, you use that, Tracy? I mean, oh, you're from the UK. I mean, sorry. Okay, let's go back up here. What, did anybody have a Twitter link for what people are chattering about on Strawberry here? I can go look at my sources. Wow. That's right. I forgot to open this. There was a fire whirl at the Chaparral today. Wow. I'm going to retweet that. You guys, my Twitter is on the link of the description of the video. Just hit Control F and type the word twit and you'll find me. That's impressive. Can't show it to you guys. Copyrighted deal thing. Whoa. That helicopter footage. You guys have got to see this. I'm retweeting it right now. Ah, unreal. Sorry, you guys, I'm distractible. What, Caldor, right? So walk me through Twitter. I type in hash on a search, hash Caldor. Fire air support strong. Sincere thanks to all. Okay. This has stuff from the 21st. I hate Twitter. Why isn't the latest breaking news at the top? I have no idea why Twitter is popular. When I went to school for designing websites, the rule is like, if it takes people more than 8 seconds to figure something out, or get what they need, then you failed at your design. So Craig Philpott is amazing. He's just had these scenes of the fire behind Strawberry, which is more of what we've seen today. So I just retweeted that. And if you guys want to know what's going on with the smaller communities on the Caldor, he's there. He's running up and down 50. But that's just more of what we've been seeing. Hey, Lassen County National Forest. Maybe they have an update on the Dixie. Okay, go back to the chat. Oh, neat, Desiree. I went to the London Fire Memorial, and they said they examined old documents. They discovered there had been a drought, and it was particularly hot. Yeah. Absolutely. I went to the top of that. It's like a weird obelisk, and you can look at London from above. At the time, London was, short, and that was like an impressive view at the time, and now it's not. But oh well. Yeah. Okay, Chris says south side of Strawberry. And this is part of the fire pressuring Strawberry Lane. Trucks and hose and handlines are in place through the street from Twitter 5 minutes ago. Was that from CA Fire Scanner or? Dr. Pask says smoke's moving in on Reno right now. We had a pretty good day. Tying loose ends in the yard. Now we're bracing for heavy smoke tonight and tomorrow. My best advice is, I kept suffering in smoke last year. Seems like a lifetime ago. Go feel with your hand everywhere. Every crack in the door and every window. And take as many rags as you can, washcloths, and re-close the window. When there's any gaps, you can feel any air movement. That was all the difference. And then I ran air cleaners on high. If you don't have an air cleaner, take a box fan. Rip the furnace filter out of your furnace, because I don't know that anybody would be running that right now. And put that either behind or in front of your fan, probably behind, so that the smoke and particles don't get stuck on the motor and make it gross. And then run that, and that's a pretty dang good air cleaner. If you have pantyhose at all, you can make a fine mesh filter and enhance that. You would just cut the pantyhose into strips. Put that across the filter or across the fan. And that's your fine filter. Let's see here. Activist says, I keep telling people now's the time to be sober. Absolutely. Don't have a crutch to get through this. Every so often, okay. But don't get intoxicated day after day. you lose your ability to naturally deal with a situation. On a particularly bad day, okay, imbibe. But every day that you tough it out, it's like, oh, this sucks. But then after a couple of days of that, you realize you're pretty strong. You will find out how strong you were after the crisis has passed. You're not going to feel strong during. Everybody who's ever survived big disasters, they just kept doing their daily thing, even if it wasn't as efficient. Like even World War II, when they were running out of food in Leningrad, under siege, there was mass starvation. The people that lived were generally the ones who went to work and kind of did light duty. The people who sat in their bed and covered themselves up with blankets, thinking they could save calories that way, fared worse. Because a lot of survival is mental resilience. So, don't ask me how to explain that, but it's a thing. John Robinson, well, as a PhD in anthropology who lived in UP and Oregon, as well as central Wisconsin, I'm not buying this theory about forest fires, which is a theory. I must have missed something. JD says shelter in place when there's plenty of time to move freaks me out. I'm gone. Yeah, of course, shelter in place is the last resort. You should have that. I teach shelter in place in a safe space, which is not your home. You need, for your plan, you develop it like this. You use the sources, CalTopo and Google Maps, and you click on satellite. You zoom into where you live. So I live here. Random place, right?
Caldor Communication, Day, Romeo, Papa, Trinity.
It's a swimming pool.
Day, Romeo, Papa, Trinity, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Good evening, ma'am. All Day, Romeo, Papa resources are off the line and en route to camp for the night.
You take notes. Where are wide open fields? Where are the swimming pools? Make sure that it's still like that because your satellite data could be pretty old. Rule out the swimming pools with big trees next to them that could fall on you. Big box store parking lot. Perfect.
Day, Romeo, Papa, clear.
Perfect. Ask the Paradise people. They mostly live by hanging out in the parking lots of Ace Hardware and the Safeway and such. And then driving here is a way better idea than getting a traffic jam. As long as this is trimmed down. Is it an open field that's like plowed, no vegetation, or like short watered grass? Chill out and ride it out. You know, right here, this parking lot, this is away from the buildings, chill out and ride it out. What you need to do is figure out what's walking distance or a very short drive. Being in a vehicle is best, and like in a recently plowed field, golf course, it's got green grass. This is the kind of place where they stage, where the firefighters show up and meet each other. Let's try to figure out how they're going to defend a town. It was Evergreen Market for Greenville. Looking at Evergreen Market, big, wide open place, good parking lot. Evergreen Market still stands. Do not drive if you don't know that the fire is ahead of you or not. You can't outrun it. The fire can spot, 5 miles in front of you, downwind. Start a new fire in front of you, you turn around, it's too late. Now, along your evacuation routes, And this high school parking lots are great, but mind you, you have to go and make sure these places are still, was that developed? Is it full of nipple-high grass? That's not going to work. So you go into layers, things like terrain. Caltopa will do it better, where are bodies of water with a road going over them. There you find culverts. So you have your A, B, and C evacuation routes. 3 different main roads that are paved, like a highway, in 3 different directions. So if I lived at Perks Corner, A, B, C. Now, my job here is to look at these maps, and since the good thing about Google is you can do this. Anywhere a road crosses a body of water, there is a bridge or a culvert. What's this? Echo Lane? What if this El Dorado freeway is completely clogged with people? Could I pull off and be at Echo Lane and get under this bridge? Kind of brushy. How many people would drive past here and not understand there's a culvert? See that? See this stick? These, in general, part of their purpose is to let people know that there's no shoulder, so they don't pull over and fall into the creek, right? Are those in your headlights? See, here it stops. You don't see more of these. You don't see more of these down the road. They stop because here's where the creek is, down there, that you can barely see. So you make a mental note about this. You take your paper mat, you make an X. Now your job is to actually drive your evacuation route. Note the hazards, the vegetation, these power lines, or a telephone, whatever they are. These could fall in high winds and such. But it's better if there's a traffic jam, pull over, put the car there, walk down here. Now your job is, see how lush and green that is? Can you get in the culvert? Is it accessible to you? Is there like a beaver blocker? Or like a bars or something? That would be one of the great places, because you should expect roadblocks, you should expect traffic jams. So the way to survive this situation is, don't do what everybody else does. Like, say, here's the fire. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Well, it's downwind. Here is, in front of you, is a bunch of fire now here. The ember went and spotted miles ahead. Here, everybody is going down here, and it's either traffic jam or you can only see 5 feet in front of your headlights. If you cannot verify that the way in front of you is free of either traffic jam or free of fire, don't go there. What if you drove here? Fire, and now blocked your way out. You drove here and the fire's in front of you. This is the #1 cause of the fatalities. You've passed the shelter. You passed the area of safety. Don't. Iron discipline, iron will. Don't freak out. Look at your map. If you think fire's in front of you or there's a traffic is stopped, you go to and stay and hang out at the place of safety. Verify it's there before you don't just look at this. You have to go your own evacuation routes and verify. But as you plan them, you're going to look for your creeks, culverts, your ponds, your lakes, big box store parking lots. There's a Safeway. What is that? It doesn't matter if the Safeway burns down. That's a nice parking lot. Go and look at it. Are there trees in the parking lot that could fall over on you? If not, this is safe. You just got to figure out how big are these. So you may be in danger from rolling debris, shopping carts on fire with flaming stuff in them, like going through the parking lot. One of these trees breaks down, it's on fire, rolls around the parking lot. Take your wool blanket, your stick, your broom, whatever you got, get out of your car, push it away from your vehicle, wrap your wool blanket around your leg, punt it, get back in, open up your book and write it out. Why would you get on the traffic jam? Most people die in their cars or in their homes. Resist the urge to defend your home. Walk. Here's a greater parking lot, a Walmart. Fields. Perfect. Perfect. You can find out where the best parking spots are by looking from above. And when you're there, figure out, can the vegetation follow me? Sit there and write it out. There's always, sorry about that clicking sound, there's always places that you may not be aware of, but you have to find out, are there gates? What is this? Construction site? Perfect. Is it made up yet? Wow, all these places are just excellent. I mean, structures are pretty blazing when they're going, but you can hide in the corners. I mean, fire trucks are pretty close to blazing buildings. That's the safest thing I've ever seen, if that's not built up. Here on El Dorado County Sheriff's Office is supposed to be right next to it. That doesn't seem right. I'd actually just feel comfortable in the middle of a raging inferno, just kind of sleeping in the car. I'd be like, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, it takes homework to stay current. Now you're going to use a variety of things. Caltopo, perfect. Caltopo, looking at Placerville. You're going to see the Forest Service and scan topographic maps. This is going to show you much more about the creeks. The creeks. See? Right there. Just randomly zooming in on something. Most maps aren't going to show that. Some of these are even seasonal. Even if they're dry, they're a lot better than nothing. I mean, the wet ones you would definitely prefer. Take your wool blanket, take your gallon jug of water, the Crystal Light or whatever that is with the little handle. You take your N95 mask, your cell phone, your flashlight, and you calmly walk to your place of safety and motion people to follow you if you feel that's helpful. And your wool blanket resists fire, insulates you when it's wet, because if you have to get wet, you're going to be possibly hypothermic. That's the strange thing about these fires, is at night they don't give you any warmth. There's like cold winds and stuff afterwards, and if you're wet, the wool insulates when it's wet. If you have to be face down in a creek, throwing a wet wool blanket over your top of your back and your head is going to really help you with the stuff landing on your back stuff, But pioneers survive that way. Okay. Desiree, I've been on cold medicine the last few days. Dextromethorphan, how do you say that? Kathryn's Art of Hunkering. Yep, exactly. Where do I get this information? Did I make it up off the top of my head? No. And to read survivors. I went to places where it worked. You'll find shelters everywhere. You'll feel better when you go verify they're there. You're like, wow, I have 27 options in this town, but you know what most people think? I have one option. I have to get in my car and drive like a bat out of hell, ram people out of the way, and drive through the flames, and no. Escaping by car is a window of opportunity that closes, but that's sometimes perfectly fine if it closes. Sometimes sheltering in place is better than getting in a car, period. Like when there's only one way out. When a town only has one way out, or your end of your street only has one way out, it's sometimes never a good idea to get in your car, putting yourself more in danger. But it's almost never a good idea to try to defend your home. Don't. The people in Loma Rica and Bangor survived. Entire families stuffed themselves into the tiny culvert, which is only like 2.5 feet, underneath their driveway, their rural driveway in the little ditch. Entire families stuffed themselves in there and rode it out. Infernos. And it's all a difference. Mostly the fire will pass by quickly. And then you may not be able to walk on the ash on the ground for a bit, it's like hot and stuff, and the area's sketchy. It will suck. It'll feel like you can't breathe. It'll feel like you're having a heart attack. It'll feel bad. But you can. You have a wool blanket and such can trap a breathable pocket of air around your head. But remember, you have, if you're in water, up to your chin, which is another alternative. You throw the wool blanket over your head to trap breathable air. It's going to weigh a ton. You can't tread water. You have to have your heels planted, like being crouched down. This will keep your face from being that sunburn effect, right? Because that's what a lot of people face, like if they're in the swimming pool, getting their noses compromised, meaning burnt, Dusty smoke. 2 of the standard firefighting orders are locating escape routes and safety zones before you have to run from a fire. Bing, bing, bing. Same applies to civilians. Part of being prepared. Pay attention to CAT pre-plan. Thank you so much for the pat on the head, Dusty. With these plans, I've crafted them after we should do what the firefighters do. And one of their rules is you never enter an area unless you have multiple escape routes and or like the best perfect place that's defensible to shelter in. They don't go in a place now. You know how they learned that? The hard way. Losing entire crews. The hotshot thing was traumatizing. Was that a team of 14? They put hotshots in an area with no escape route. This advice is written in blood. It's not made up. It's hard lessons learned. Rules and regulations are written in blood. Don't let their deaths be in vain. The way saving yourself and educating others is the best way to honor the dead. The Sierra Tahoe cam is going to daylight, looking like the fire's moving towards it. Towards it. Yeah, Desiree says pretty much everybody in Santa Rosa had an N95 mask before the pandemic. Oh, yeah. Poor Santa Rosa. Towards it. Look at the smoke direction. And again, if the fire was climbing up the mountainside, smoke would still be going to the northeast anyway, or the east. Fire can climb hills against the wind. It's, well, going up. It's too hard to tell here. Once again, chat's silent. It's just... Yeah, Sierra Tahoe's a ski resort. And once again, the GOES satellite can't really give us an accurate picture of what's going on. This is the margin of error. We could just be seeing this. Here's the cam's position. We don't know if it's climbing this or not. Smoke is going off that way. And getting to Twin Bridges, the main seat of the fire, getting to Twin Bridges was going to be their trigger for considering the evacuation of Tahoe. I honestly don't know what the hell they're waiting for. That's Twin Bridges. But are they doing a control burn? We don't know. Wish the radio was doing something. Now the cam is a ways east of my dot. Okay. Oh, where this is? Okay. That would explain the fact that there's the little thingy in the view. the tram. So I'm going to make colored dots. Is it red, yellow, or on the blue tram line or ski lift? If it was controlled, it wouldn't be climbing the bluff towards the resort, but do we have confirmation of that? We're trying to figure out, Desiree, if the fire's trying to get up at Sierra Tahoe, or if it's just going north of 50. Blue circle. Okay, thank you. Cam's viewpoint then. Is that. We already know the fire's been. North of Strawberry. And they're doing some firing. Yeah, it did this before though, like 3 days ago. It was this bright that the camera was red. 3-hour time lapse. The fact that it's below the cam on the Butte means it already crossed Strawberry Creek and their cat lines were west of Strawberry Creek. But I just don't see that. I mean, respectfully, looking at the camera angles. We saw today at KCRA, they were burning this off. It was already getting up there. This is the margin of error. It's finding new fuel up here. Now their cat line. I mean, are we getting this from another source? They had an incomplete line as of this morning here. They had, this is complete, this is complete. And it's on the cam side of the creek. Are we sure? It's in Saley's Canyon or Sales Canyon. The zoom, let me go back up. Yeah, so GOES satellite has, it updates very frequently, but it's the least accurate of them. Modus and Veer's much more accurate. And even they have a little bit of a margin of error. Somewhere within that big 4 square mile radius that the GOES square is a heat detection. Large enough to be visible from space. Now, the reason why it looks like it's a checkerboard, I have to explain this a lot. This is not a fire detector. It's not a fire detector. It is a new heat register detector. So, yeah, we know the Caldor is like all on fire in here, right? We know. The reason the squares aren't showing up is it's because they were first registered more than 6 hours ago and haven't flared up enough to cause a new detection. So it has to be a real big boost, something at least usually larger than an acre in size, like 1 to 4 acres sometimes. But I've seen it with just 2 and heavy fuel sources. And then it goes, hey, it does a color code. Red is within the last 15 minutes of the satellite pass. It usually makes passes like every 20 minutes or so. And then as the color code is, the next one is orange. Within the last hour, that heat was detected. Then it goes to yellow. Within like 1 to 6 hours ago was when it was yellow, and gray is little bit beyond 6 hours, and then you see nothing. And so everything in here was blazing up good, more than 6 hours ago, so we see nothing. And it's probably in the middle of doing a pass. It's almost the 20-minute mark, so any second now we'll get new reds, when you don't see any reds at all, but you see kind of active fire, that's the scenario. It's ready to update. So it just, the same spot will go red if there's a significant new heat detection within the next, within 10 minutes of the pass. But it's all margin of error in between. So like when people are freaking out, it's crossed 50, long ago, days ago. Well, it hadn't yet. But you see how the fire is like down here. This is margin of error. And so it does not mean that the heat's everywhere. It could be something as small as that, like that. So it's not a fire tracker. It's a new heat flare-up tracker. That's what it is. So you go to modus viveris. Much more accurate. However, margin of error this is like a nipple, like the baby bottle, where every red like snowflake is. So in the last 24 hours, the color code's different. 24 hours. At the time the satellite made a pass, look at the time. Today at 4 Mountain Time, 3:09 p.m. You gotta look at the time. This is the margin of error. This is just the center of the margin of error. It's not where the heat was. So it's a lot more accurate, but still that's a big margin of error. Yet when it's on top of a road, you don't know which side of the road it's on. If you think about your neighborhood, it could be like 3 blocks away. So every heat detection is just heat. You can't tell the difference between firing up, natural movement of the fire. That's why we listen to multiple sources. Radio being the best one. I'm not hearing anything on the radio. It's either like not working. I'm hearing click, 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 click. Or seeing a firing up. But going to check Facebook. Yeah, we should check Facebook too. Yeah, what, Max? Check the flares. It's showing up on the back side of Ralston Peak. Okay. Where's my flare? Oh, that's right. It's an alert action cam thing. Caldor and Dixie infrared. Where is Ralston? Is there a different one? Antelope is Dixie. Dyer is Dixie. Heavenly. Okay. This one. Kit Kohler. Yeah, I'm here for the exact same thing you're talking about. Just seeing the Sierra Tahoe cam. We've had it be scary before. That's why I'm being cautious. Okay. This is either extremely important or nothing. Nothing in between. This is either a turning point or nothing. But I didn't go to bed yet. Ida is now a Category 5 hurricane. Yeah, that's bad. Wondering if it's a long-range spot? Yeah. But it's so quiet right now. Satellite can tell you what color polish you have on your fingernails, but this kind of direct public information would cause panic. Yeah. But I'm just thinking, why wouldn't they be chattering it all over the place on the radio? I mean, when they had 2 spot fires slop over last night, they were like, everybody assemble at Whitehall. We need help on Juliet. Get the night helicopter here. Yeah, news actually, they kind of are. News organizations are more for an entertainment person. They like to embellish stuff. You know what? I mean, that's what Max just said. I'm just reading chat. Let's check Facebook. Amador. El Dorado, I mean. Can somebody check Broadcastify, Caldor, or what was it? What the hell is wrong with the camera? Is there retardant on the camera? What just happened? And why isn't it a movie? Is it a movie? Alright, I'm checking the Facebook. The last update was 4 hours ago. Okay, so there's nothing on Cal Fire Amador El Dorado unit. It could be that hell's breaking loose all over the radio, but we can't hear it because of a ham radio malfunction. Mad Movie Mark, we were discussing the crazier movies that traumatize kids, Memphis River and Journey Out Again. But right now we're trying to figure out what's going on. Do I think I'll do hurricane coverage? Probably not, because I have no idea how they work. Havoc is the hurricane expert, and he's probably gone because he's probably been staying up night after night. Hang on, I gotta open a window here. Dying of heat. Be right back. Just open this window. Almost ready. This is serious, and I need to probably sit in the chair for a bit. So let me get a different drink. Okay. Grab that water. Ah, crap, where did I put it? You know, this clicking, maybe the ham radio operator is just too far away. And that is important transmissions. What are your feelings about that? Is it somebody queuing up the mic in their pocket, or is it something we can't hear? Alright, come back to the computer. Alright. Thanks for your patience. I was dying of heat stroke there. Alright. Looking back at the chat. Batman. Hi, yeah, Batman. They are big time staging prep, preparing for the fire to enter Lake Tahoe and trying to redirect fire to an area to void of infrastructure. Okay. Alright, so that's what someone is saying. What I think we're looking at is that, right? Whoops, let's get a black pen. Am I correct in that we're looking at this? That we are looking at this same place that they had already fired and was on fire today earlier? There's Strawberry here. It's dead center. Dead center. And where the heck did my view go? That's right, I was on it already. There. Hang on. I'm talking to Pete. I forgot you have to click like this. This is dead center. Okay, looking back at chat. How is that fire down south? I didn't see it. If it calmed down. The other FLIR, which one? Okay, sorry. Of course it won't just focus on something. Alright, Heavenly 12 thermal, correct? It's rotating. Fires on the south side of the road pushing towards Lover's Leaps is what Sean is saying. Run to 3 hour? Okay. So I'll group this together. Our two different FLIRs. Let's push Windy to the side. So you're at Tahoe. Run the 3 hour. So we know that's the ski lift. This is the tree. It moved. Now, there's the ski lift. There's the tree. Alright, we can orient ourselves I closed Google Maps. Wrong Strawberry, California. Okay. Go away, stupid Google. Cam is here, right? The clicking's driving you bonkers? Well, this situation's driving me bonkers. I'm sorry. Oh, you mean the listening to the sounds? Yeah, I muted it for you guys. Are you guys live? Hit the live button by volume, because you guys may be like really behind. What about the Danaher thermal? What about it? What's up? There's a moon. I think the moon's cool, but what's up with it? Look at what? Here it is. Please describe what you want me to be seeing. I see nothing on your Danaher thermal with your exclamation mark saying I should be looking at it. What's fire? What is fire? Okay. Guys, it's not calibrated. Everything that's cool is supposed to be purple. Ground in general and stuff is supposed to be purple. It's all the vegetation is yellow because it's not calibrated. Oh, sorry, you didn't know that. This wasn't calibrated very well either, but it's better. Yeah, yeah. All right, back to figuring out strawberry. Hoping this one will rotate to a decent place. And one more click, please. One more click. I have no idea. I think they should be fired. They just don't calibrate the camera enough. Can we just get somebody who will? Put me in charge of it with a remote control. I swear to God. This is too important to have whatever the hell. So bodies of water and such are supposed to be dark purple. Water is cold at night. Cold. It's not dark purple. You can tell it's not calibrated. What you do is you use that as a baseline and you adjust the camera until bodies of water are purple and you let go. You have to do it several times a day because, well, the temperature of the day changes. Do it a lot. There we go. That's more calibrated. Now it's right in the same spot. So we have hot smoke at the peak up there. Why isn't this a movie? Is this just a still image? I don't see it animating. Where's the movie version? Hang on. Let's see if we have the YouTube channel movie version. We did for Danaher. Okay, I'm going to Digital Path channel. Okay. As a movie. This is a movie. Superior. And look back at chat. Hey, 3 winners back. Welcome back. It's official. Ida is a category 4 with 130 mile-an-hour winds. Yeah. We're trying to figure out. No, these flare on YouTube are live. So if you guys want this, here's your quick link. Here's how you do it. You click here. Dang it, wrong color. Here, like down below the channel page, you'll see their videos. It says Digital Path right there. And you'll see the various flares that they've got uploaded to YouTube. Make sure you hit the live button, just like you have to do in my stream. Enlarge it. Sorry. That seems to be fire. Fire over the ridge. Yep, where it's been climbing. Oh, you stupid camera, why'd you pan it? Okay, Craig Philippot is on the scene. I recommended him earlier. Oh, so it's him. The unofficial source. Craig says, night drive, Strawberry, California. Highway 50, Caldor Fire driving east towards the south side of the road. And the fires on the south ridge pushing towards Lover's Leap. Okay, I'm watching this. Yeah, somebody, Carrie, is saying, do you know what's going on at Sierra Tahoe? Hoping it's a fighting operation. It's very close to the cam. I don't think it's close to the cam. I personally do not. I think we're looking across. Because I've seen that look like that night after night after night. Let me orient myself, though. Where's Lover's Leap? Okay, I'm looking back at his video. South side of 50. That's what he's saying. Lover's Leap Campground. Sounds like a really ominous sound. Lover's Leap, what was it? Suicide? So he is driving east, he says. Okay, can a local verify that? This. D. Thomas, I'm here watching the fires till Friday. How are you holding up? It's not good here. North Umpqua River, lots of smoke. Is there a fire by the Umpqua? I would consider the fire at Sierra. The latest still is in flames. Okay. I don't know. It might be. Why is the radio quiet? Is there something wrong with comms, or are they on a different channel? Okay. Van TU believes that the 100-foot flame she took video of was being seen on the Sierra Tahoe cam. Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, Dusty. In my experienced view, the fire is on the cam side of the canyon on the same butte. Okay. That would be quite bad. Did they ever say that they ever wanted it here? Did they ever say they wanted to fire this? Did they ever say that they had a contingency plan for this? Yeah, Mike Land 2, an hour ago I would have said there's great news. Now everything may have just changed. Yeah, to me, I think the camera zoomed in and it's across the ridge. I've seen this night after night after night after night. But if Dusty is saying it's climbing up towards the cam, what he means is this. That way. Our cam is way back here. He's basically saying it just reached here. Correct, Dusty? I want to make sure I know what you mean. Our cam is like looking that way. And this would supposedly be the fire coming here. Okay. And if I'm wrong, I owe you a 6-pack of milk. Yeah, and the $50 because the cam survived. Because the cam survived. Oh, I thought that we took that bet. Okay. Well, now we have to figure this out. I just heard a voice on the thing cut off. We're listening. Sandra O says, I don't think they've got a handle on it. I'm thinking we would be hearing stuff. We would be hearing new evacuation orders or something. It's west of Saley's Canyon. Okay. Oh, I was already zoomed on it. Like Saley's Flat? Alright, guys, if you're just tuning in, we may have a terrible situation. See, I don't know that this would trigger EVACs. Because, is it here? The Twin Bridges thing was supposed to trigger the EVAC, possibly of parts of South Lake Tahoe. They said that at their meetings. That would be Twin Bridges. The peak rises to 8,100 feet. The camera's at 8,800, yeah. Just look west of the ski resort. It's right next to the GOES heat detection. It's south of Highway 50. That. X marks the spot. Hey, John Barney, what's my questions on terrain? I'd like you to watch the Craig Philippot video real quick. Can you please tell me, is this Lover's Leap where the flames are? Cindy P says, I may be wrong, but that is what they said or similar last weekend. Yeah. Twin Bridges, the main fire reaching Twin Bridges would trigger evacuations of South Lake Tahoe. They said that days ago as their trigger. I disagree with this. I think that evacuations should begin with a forecast that's bad, a weather forecast. Because of the long-range 3-mile spotting we saw when the weather was better than this in the forecast. 3 miles spot and then 3 miles spot. That means a fire can jump 6 miles in like an hour. John Barney, yes, the west flank of Lover's Leap is heavily forested, but is that what's on fire in that video? Let's look back at the cam. Excuse me. They may wait till sunrise to issue the warning, probably because of slow rate of spread, but that's just looking at the video, Dusty says it sure looks like Lover's Leap Bluff. Desiree says, can anybody contact a fire official? I don't have a hotline to the people on this fire. I have a hotline to people sleeping right now who are fire experts, but not on the fire. Anybody on the fire right now, if this is happening, would be leaping into action. Alright, that's it. I'm going to check the other feed. See if we can hear anything else about El Dorado County. We're hearing nothing on Caldor Fire operations. Has anybody else checked on Broadcastify? El Dorado County? Because this is a situation. If this is what's really happening. I mean, this slow-ish rate of spread is climbing. It's a bit of a calm night, comparatively. El Dorado and Amador County Public Safety. El Dorado County Wildfire Operations. I'm going to play that. 64 listeners. Okay, it's not making a sound. We'll give this a little bit. Oh, yeah. This is what I don't like about things. After seeing this approach Strawberry today, if it was that close, why would they wait until after midnight if they think that it might reach here around tonight? Why would they wait till after everybody goes to bed after like 10? Mountain people go to bed early. Country people go to bed early. Hearing aids are out. TVs are off. Cell phones are off charging. That's a lot of houses. That's what, 20,000 houses to go door to door if they had to? I just don't understand. Okay, I'm looking more at Phil. That Phil's images. I'm retweeting them. If you're following me on Twitter, I'm retweeting this stuff. Thank you so much for looking at it, John. Now, I have to be very, very careful when I say what's going on. I hope you guys understand that. It's not like, oh, I don't believe you guys. I have to verify what is going on before I announce it. I wish the radio was on. That was one gnarly photo.
Those embers up in the air.
7 hours ago, let me play this. It's just a 1-minute clip. A fire captain, Jason Hunter, with West Sac Fire, walks us through what firefighters are now observing at the spot fires burning north and south of Strawberry. This was 7 hours ago. Listen.
What we have going now is some spot fires ahead of the main body of the fire, which is caused by ember cast. As the main body burns, it throws those embers up in the air, and they can spot, with these wind conditions, a half to 3/4 of a mile ahead. So that's what we've got behind me, is a spot fire that is started by the main body of the fire. And it kind of takes hold, and the crews reevaluate needs and reposition as necessary to handle it.
How concerned are you about this fire that's spotted and is burning behind us right now?
Well, it's something they're closely monitoring and adjusting plans as needed, but there are multiple contingent plans already in place well east of this to work on containing it.
How safe is the town of Strawberry right now?
The Strawberry area has had a lot of structure protection done ahead of time in preparation should this fire make it this far, and has a lot of resources allocated here. So the wind has died a little bit just within the past 20 minutes, and that's helping. So crews are going to stay here throughout the night, continue to monitor and protect structures.
Okay, I knew 7 hours ago, but the fire was on both sides of 57 hours ago. I wish they'd really explain what their contingency stuff is. So I retweeted that. You can see the actual video. It's not something I can show you, but we can hear it. Let me go back and chat now. Dusty says so. Okay, now we do have uncontrolled fire on both sides of the American River Canyon heading eastwards with red flag conditions coming in a day. Wish I saw an upside. I know. Guys, it's time to do the reality check thing. This is not scare people. If you missed my prior broadcast, this is what happened on the Dixie fire. This is a time lapse of how we lost Greenville. These are 300 to 400 foot tall flames. Came roaring out of Round Valley Reservoir. We saw this live. This is a time lapse. This is what we were worried is going to happen again. And live we watched it eat several towns. Even when CAL FIRE and other law enforcement said that people could repopulate Greenville and Shore of Almanor. So we're basically watching the destruction of Canyon Dam in Greenville. And I went to bed thinking it was all under control, because they had laid a huge retardant lines down. They were working through the night. They saved Greenville the night before. Or hours before this. This is why I hate going to sleep. Especially if something's happening at night. I wake up, I see Greenville's gone. And I thought it was a joke. A real sick joke. It's the Dire Mountain Cam. So when people are asking me, like, why would you have to evacuate Tahoe in less than 3 hours? This could happen. Same kind of terrain, same kind of weather, same kind of dry fuels. In fact, it's now drier because That was the 5th of August. We still haven't had any rain. It's slightly different. You know, slightly different. Different elevation. Kind of different trees. But that was 1 hour. That's 1 hour. You were thinking it was all day, right? I think a frame is taken maybe like 30 seconds or so. This isn't fear-mongering, this is reality check. So, you have to face reality and prepare for the worst. This is why, as soon as they had a red flag warning for the region, way more heavily populated. Greenville's population was 800. They got people out barely. They had 15 missing people. They had to evacuate people in their own personal vehicles. A bunch of the fire trucks they ran away from and melted on the streets. Greenville was 95% erased. And the fire marched all the way past 4 different containment lines towards Chester. It raced 19 miles north of Chester, surrounded Chester, raced all the way down to the lake in between Lake Eleanor West and Prattville. We almost lost those 2 towns. It was just a bit of a luck thing. We are in for something like this. We just don't know where the winds will be blowing and what the fire will be doing. But this, I expect fully to have a situation unfold like this on the Caldor. We just don't know if it's going to be on the population centers, if the wind's going to spare the population centers. There's a couple of nice things going for Tahoe. The Desolation Wilderness is a nice speed bump, whereas there was no speed bump for Greenville. There's no speed bump for the lake. But this was an apology tour, the next day's Cal Fire meeting with crying officials, apologies, and excuses. Sorry, we've never seen fire do that before. Sorry, I have. Last year. You know, I don't understand why this surprises anyone. A lot of these people, these crews are not from here. But it should be required. Study fires that have been mass fatality events in these last 2 years. Paradise and the North Complex, the Bear Fire. Oh, that's not the worst. We look at my channel on the 5th where we saw the multiple fire tornadoes spawning. Once it got to Greenville, that's the first hour of the chaos. The others, when it went over Dyer Mountain, 3 different fire whirls, which I think were actually fire tornadoes because they moved. We saw like more than 300 foot tall flames. They were off the camera. Heavenly left and Danaher is on the right. They've lost control in the cool, boring evening of tonight. And it's not because they're incompetent, it's because of this insane drought. The insane fuel loads. They haven't had a fire here since the 40s. There's like 75 plus years of dead tree buildup. Extreme fuels, extreme terrain. This, I cannot stress enough, is one of the worst places in the world, not the United States, the world, to fight a fire. It's the terrain, the desert winds, the delta breezes, everything, the canyons, the treacherous nature of the shifting winds. I mean, you look up and there's like a 4,000 foot peak above you and you see the embers fly across the canyons. If I back up Hawkins Peak, I can see the fire growing. I'm just gonna say it right now. Get out of South Lake Tahoe, guys. I will just kick myself forever if I don't just freaking say that. Just go. They're struggling on the calm days. Just go. That is your best course of action. Because I just don't know what they can do. I think Myers might be impacted first, then South Lake Tahoe eventually when the wind would kick north. South Lake Tahoe is the speed bump of the Desolation Wilderness. That's quite a speed bump. It would reach Tahoe with a slower pace, presumably. But I can't in good conscience say everything's going to be alright. Exactly, Sandra. Oh, it's better to leave now and come back home later than never get the chance. What if the best case scenario happens and it slowly approaches and only part of the region is affected? You still would be sitting in a traffic jam of like 7 hours. Do you have enough fuel? Like some people in Paradise ran out of gas waiting to get out of the town. Can you hold your pee that long, you know? Well, John Robinson, it appears that it's just gone up Lover's Leap. If so, I don't know. With the new red flag warning and the 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts that can go past there, 9% humidity, that is exactly the same conditions. But you know what? The wind gusts were 35 miles an hour. What you just saw when we saw the Dixie explode 100,000 acres in size. I'm not just worried for Myers. I'm worried for Carson City, guys. Eventually, South Lake Tahoe could survive by kind of going around it and up towards the northeast. But they have no time to go start making new lines. This map is disturbing. This map is disturbing. Where are the lines that would protect South Lake Tahoe? So we believe, to the best of our ability now, that the fire is here, going that way. What is that, Echo Summit over there? Myers is over here. Where are the lines? They're down in the canyon, a couple thousand feet below where the fire would be. The best way that Myers could get lucky is it would just cross. The embers would drift over, and down here, like they could start putting out the embers if they were there. This doesn't even go to the east far enough for me to tell you what I'm saying. What does a fire do? It continues until it's stopped. What stops it? That's what you have to do. Almost every day the wind is blowing that way, and so I think it could definitely, now that it's here, presumably climbing here, I could see it skipping over, getting here. Personal home video given to me during the Tamarack fire was a drive all around this way. They did prep around here for the Tamarack. I don't know what they're doing to protect Carson City. It could be that the fire goes past and runs ridge lines and such. Goes past, and then up here it might speed bump. It could rain embers that way. That's pretty far. It could just be here, but still they'd have their hands full trying to protect. Best case scenario, they could steer it off that way. Don't know if they can. The wind could just change and just make it that way. But if it's established across this area. This is the wind tunnel from the hot, dry desert that would push it up. That is my best guess of how South Lake Tahoe would be affected. However, you have other scenarios. What if it got to Monument Peak and then the wind pushed it over there, rained embers all over the town? I have no idea why it's not evacuated already. I just don't get it. And would I love to be wrong? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I could be, and that's going to be great. They are not telling us all of their preparation. But the reason I think I would be wrong is because of luck. I have just told you what the fire is capable of. With truthfulness. That is what the fire is capable of. What will happen, a lot of it will be luck. Now these crews are pro. They will seize opportunities and put themselves in harm's way as they've been doing every day. But how many opportunities are they going to get to like put out little spot fires and seize? It would mostly be during the night when there's lulls during the night, but I don't see that we're going to get many. This might be the last kind of quote calm night. And what are we dealing with? This isn't calm. D. Thomas says, I'm with you, just go. Yeah. GMAD Deb 55. I'm so glad you're saying this. I agree with you, and I haven't seen the fires you have. The campfire in North Complex was a solid lesson that hasn't been realized. The Dixie just taught us again, God, and I don't understand. You're right. I'll never live with myself if I don't just say this. Get out. South Lake Tahoe is my best advice soon, because the potential for disaster is very great. It's quite, just like all the firefighters I've been consulting with, what will a fire do? It's Mother Nature is in charge. It's beyond human possibility to get in front of these fires, and beyond human capability to get in front of them and do anything to stop them. It's not. You know, you just saw the time lapse, the 400, 500 foot tall flames in some places. You cannot ask a human to be in front of it. They can attack the heels, flanks, and sides. And they can retreat to a safe spot, which is what they have to do, and come back to do some cleanup and see what they can salvage. If they get what we've had is midnight miracles, we would have lost the peninsula, we would have lost Westwood, Lake Eleanor West, we would have lost Chester. But midnight miracles have happened where the fire reaches a town and lays down, and they come back to the lines and they hold them, like Highway 36, the peninsula. And I just don't see that we can count on the miracles. They utilize those miracles to save those towns. They got the opportunity and used it. Sandra, oh, I'll look forward to the morning update. Yeah, God. So, am I saying anything wrong, firefighters? I want you to tell me I'm wrong. Fire needs fuel. If you put a fuel source to redirect fire, it will follow in breadcrumbs, but it'll follow the wind. Fire is slave to the wind. Dusty Smoke says, I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah, Flapping Wings, those only operated for like one day. The smoke going towards Lake Tahoe has meant that they've never been able to get aircraft up there to do the work they needed to do to protect South Lake Tahoe. Every single day was too smoky, because this is the way the wind's going. Where do mega fires go? The way the winds are going. And they have failed the public. They have not shown people the videos and said, look, this is the worst case scenario. They owe it to the public This is the best case scenario. Middle ground, worst case scenario. What's our middle ground? Some of the buildings are lost at Myers and South Lake Tahoe, and they get a nighttime break or a break in the weather, and they save what they can. The very best case scenario is it bypasses the town and splits off. I don't see that happening. This year, there's nothing normal. This is the worst. I think this will go down in history. Within my lifetime, it's probably the worst year for firefighting within my entire lifespan. It's a good candidate. I mean, this is actually, we've been kind of fortunate with the weather the past few weeks. I can't stress enough, it was mild red flag weather when we lost Greenville and everything that happened on the Dixie. The fuels are so dry. Okay, when we have the Santa Ana winds, oh my God, this year could be apocalyptic. November, October, and such. We have to have heavy rains and snows before the Santa Ana winds, or I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, activists, we just can't control it. Yeah. The thing is that we can only appreciate what our heroes are doing if we admit the reality that they're facing. Now, who said best today? Bob Frazier, wildland firefighter. He said today. The reason it's called Terrible Tuesday, which I nicknamed as topography, fire history, heavy fuels, spotting, wind speed, wind direction, relative humidity, 1,000 hour fuels, live fuels, low visibility, crew shortage, temperature, and an urban interface dead ahead. That is all the recipe you need for a disaster. How many people are still in Tahoe? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Desiree. I'm about to take pills or something and try to make myself sleep. I gotta watch this play out a little bit. There's no way I can right now. Yeah, the Dixie also. I'm worried for the Dixie. It's not buttoned up a done deal. They've drawn down Dixie to support.
The actual France one. Yeah.
To support this thing. I'm still worried for Janesville, Susanville,
the winds out there.
and Milford. There's a slight possibility that could get out of hand. Well, more than a slight possibility.
Got a little one out of the northeast.
But they've done more firing ops to prevent it. Activist says they'll use all the tools to put the fire to the extreme south. Yeah.
Going back up to the
What tools? They were grounded, other fires broke out, the aircraft was diverted to the other fires of the last 3 days.
Remember, if we do that, like we look out up above,
I can't make that out. Okay. D. Thomas, I'm a firefighter, and this year you are not wrong. I have seen the fire move so fast, and this month has always been bad for fires. Been doing this since 1990, yeah. And how are you holding up, D. Thomas? I hope you're okay. Glad you're here with us. We have a certain level of stress that can't be discounted. We are helplessly watching. They did some psychological. They did some studies, famously. They had 2 monkeys in a cage separated by a divider. And at a certain, they had a timer, like, or something. Tick, 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 tick. And then it would, you know, the bell would ring. Coinciding with the ringing of the bell was an electric shock that was really mild, but jarring. Hit the balls of their feet or the cage or something, right? Just blah. So it's anxiety making, tick, 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 tick. And then they watched both monkeys and they were just kind of cowering, waiting for the shock, right? And then they handed one of them a control with a button. If the monkey hit the button when the tick, tick, tick started, then the shock was avoided. That monkey, heart rate evened out, slowed, blood pressure went down, it was relaxed, it just started to casually press the button. The monkey in the divider was not in control. Nothing ever got better for that monkey. In fact, it now was worried if the first one was going to press the button or not, because sometimes it fell asleep and forgot. They called the monkey with the button the executive monkey. It had the power do something, and the witness monkey, you know, was the helpless one. The stress levels are higher. We're not the executive monkey right now. The casinos are still open in Reno. Oh, in Reno, yeah. Why can't they drop bombs on the edge of the fire? You know, that's actually, it's a good question. It's in the past they patented things called fire grenades, which were chemicals in a glass vial, and you're supposed to throw them in a structure to put out a small fire. You know, those are no longer present because, well, a lot of those chemicals will kill you as much as put out a fire. I think they do something like.
Dozer 539, safety. Contact.
Let's look at the other image. But no, it's a fair question. You can use an explosion to deprive a fire.
Dozer 539, safety. Contact 7.
You can deprive a fire of oxygen, and it goes out. That's how they use explosions next to a well fire, an oil well fire. Dynamite goes out. We saw the propane tank. Once they blow up, sometimes the fire near them on the ground is extinguished. But, well, comes like a bomb, right? But here's the thing. The fire has to be contained in a little area for the explosives to deprive it of oxygen. With the open area like this, the problem with bombs is there's not a contained space. And the bombs themselves would spread fire. We learned this lesson in San Francisco 1906 after the quake. The fire was spreading to the city, the water mains were broken, they didn't have any water to put it out. So they took dynamite and they leveled a bunch of buildings, trying to make it so that the buildings were on the ground, because the way the fire was spreading was climbing the tall buildings, and the embers from those buildings were falling on the roofs of other buildings. So why not sacrifice some buildings in front of the fire downwind by blowing them up? A rubble pile on the ground won't spread the fire, right? Well, the dynamite blew pieces of burning buildings in all directions and spread the fire. It was a stupid way to go about it. Most of the destruction of 1906 buildings, where you see them leveled, that's where they blew them up. So, in the future, I do believe that there will be little devices, maybe golf ball sized projectiles that a little drone could throw at a very small fire, like a lightning strike fire, like with less than an hour after it begins, when just one tree is on fire. And it will contain a chemical powder which will deprive the fire of oxygen. And they'll go clean up the chemical powder. They already have them at gas stations. They put them all over the place in the 70s. And that's why, like Paradise's gas stations didn't burn. And the problem is they cause cancer and pollute the environment, and they're too toxic to use anymore. So only old gas stations have those typically. You see that the Quickie Mart is burned to the ground and the pumps are okay. They're over the pumps. I do believe we need to invent new chemical suppression like that, and it'll be part of the future. We will not be putting out fires with water eventually. We'll be doing it with chemicals, CO2, something like that. But the era is not here yet. But you can't bomb a landscape in the open air to have that effect. Yeah, the Soviets tried that stuff. I don't know if they were trying to extinguish the fire. I thought maybe they were trying to just make a line of scorched earth, a backfire, but do it from the air, because in Siberia, there's no roads and stuff out there. There's parts of Siberia where nobody has hiked for 35 years to 65 years. It's mostly uninhabited. So it's not like you drive the truck out there. A lot of it's kind of a bog in summer. Mosquitoes, waist deep water. It's a reason nobody lives there, and there's no roads, and it's snow in the winter. Russians always did enjoy doing things bigger than us. Yeah. We just had to let that Tsar Bomba go. I'm glad we had the most emotional maturity to be like, yep, you had the biggest nuke. We're not going to make a bigger one. Oh God, maybe we tried. We just don't know. Chris Jones, we were trying to figure out the situation at Strawberry. Yeah. The enveloping Ralston Peak. Okay. Cup Lake. I misread that as cupcake. I'm gonna call it cupcake from now on. Alright. People ask me, how soon could the fire reach South Lake Tahoe? And my answer was, and still is, fast. Fast. I would say go now. In the morning. You could probably look out South Lake Tahoe and see this red glow out your window on the peaks. Yeah, TJ Trout, I know. More eastward expansion on the goes. Now, mind you, it's a speed bump here, this desolation stuff. See, there's a lot of granite, but there's also a lot of trees. But people are not going to feel secure when they look out the window and they see that glow. Probably can before dawn. Maybe you could see it now. Which part of Tahoe do you want me to measure? Like to here or here? 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 That's 9 miles, 9.74. To like the Myers area. But it's still moving tonight. It's moving closer now, so what's the answer going to be in a few hours? I don't know. It's pretty quiet night, but it's still moving uncontrollably. I was hoping we could hear the radio. I'm switching back to feed to the other one. This was a wash, this El Dorado County Wildfire Ops. I'm going to go back to the Caldor Fire, but for the last couple hours we just hear click, 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 click. When we need it the most. We need to know what the hell's going on, and right now. Hang on. I just closed my window. That's considerably uglier than I've ever seen that cam. Tonight's the quiet night. That's what's disturbing. They don't have control. They lost control several times yesterday. I'm checking the Facebook for Cal Fire Amador. There's nothing new to report that they've issued to the public. Hang on, I'm trying to get up the feed again. Alright, we're back on Caldor Fire Ops. Only 102 listeners. Dixie Smoke says, yeah, before today you saw that on the cam was glows way off in the distance. I know. Can it travel 9 miles in an hour? Possibly. More like a couple, but if that was if it was from the south. Coming over the Desolation Wilderness, it's a speed bump, and there's just no telling, though. Echo Summit is the bad place. We don't want it. And it seems to be climbing Lover's Leap right now. We just don't know how fast it would take it to get to Echo Summit. And then I see my best guess is that Myers would be affected first. You would cross over and be what did I keep calling this area? Like what is this? Does it have a peak name? It's just named Saxon something. Oh, the way you turn on seeing the names is choose a different map. Either open street map or whatever, and then turn down shade relief. I like scanned topos. This is my favorite. It's not new. It's an older map, but it's clear. You know, the dots are whenever they made this map, which could have been the 70s, mind you. Here's the structures. So you turn on structures to see today's structures, which are in orange. You can barely see them. But it's just one of the clearer things. You can go to Forest Service maps are great too. These are new. That's 2016. Newer. But for contrast, I enjoy scan topos. And make sure you turn down shade relief. There's a sweet spot. Turn on NAIP or global imagery. Does this have a name? Unnamed peak thing. East of Myers. Anyway. You'd think this mountain would have a name. It has a shaft on it. So there's a mine at the top? Huh. Really? History. Does it historically have a name? Oh, whatever. Check out what it looked like in 1915. Well, Friel Peak. That's the nearest named thing. Right? Friel Peak. It would, my biggest idea, excuse me, would be, and then someday the wind goes north. I think the Desolation Wilderness is enough of a speed bump that would more likely occur. But this is just my uneducated, well, fire educated, but not meteorology educated opinion. Somebody's talking about something. Let's go back to the cams. Yeah, remember Phoenix last year? I remember Phoenix. Phoenix and Talent were basically erased. And then we watched Jawbone Flats be erased. Then we saw Detroit Lake, Mill City, Imnaha, Gates, Lyons, and almost State and Sublimity be erased. It almost erased Silver Falls. It tried to kill Estacada. They made a stand there. We saw a ember go down the River Canyon, and I was corrected. Cogito, the firefighter, corrected me. I said spots can go 10 miles down a canyon and high winds, and he goes, no. 15 to 20. Oh, we measured it, and the spot went to Estacada from 13 miles away. We lost other towns too. In the space of a couple days, the Lions Head fire, we lost most of Brighton Bush. My friend lost his cabin at Brighton Bush. 3 links. We lost 3 links. It even made a run for Woodburn and Aurora. In Marion County, it was very close to Salem when the wind shifted back. We almost lost Malala. We did lose a lot near it. It was insane. Yeah. G.E. Cat said, oh, J. Cat, I have the feet up for Chaparral. Okay. Is it a firefighter injured there? Oh. You think I'm looking at Luther Pass? Okay. So it would cross Luther Pass. Yeah, I think that the Desolation Wilderness is enough of a speed bump that much of the embers will land on bare rock. Eventually they'll find the pockets, right? They're also kind of going uphill steeply, which is in the favor of Tahoe. However, I identified a bunch of spots with Google, Goldman, that it has some ladders, some unbroken tracks of trees going up into that wilderness, close enough to each other. If they have lulls in the day, which they have maybe every once in a while, an hour or two, they might be able to get a helicopter up there to put out a lot of the spot fires. And but with the smoke, we've not been able to see helicopters work in that area at all. I mean, if they could have, the spot fire at 50 that happened 5 days ago would have been out. What FEMA temporary housing? Was Max saying something? Max, you must have missed the little replay I did. When it broke through Round Valley Reservoir, it was both a ground and an embers fire. Where can I show you that best? Then I'll play the replay of the frightening terror. I mean, we so this was the reckless, let's repopulate Greenville. There's one way out, one road out that's viable. Round Valley Reservoir, the lines broke. That night before I went to bed, it started making the run down, but it was spreading on the flanks to the higher elevations. They hit retardant again and again, and we celebrated Greenville's survival. That was the 4th, I guess, the night of the 4th. Retardant lay, even after dark, I swear to God. The last of the planes dropped and pulled up and somehow didn't crash. I go to bed satisfied that in the cool of the night or whatever, they're going to be able to save Greenville. This is the barrel of a gun. This is a wind tunnel in more ways than one. Bad enough it's a wind tunnel as, you know, a canyon and a slope. But look at the Feather River Canyon. Every single day, the diurnal winds hit here, split, because it runs into a big mountain, split around it, do this, and then split like this and go over Dyer Mountain. When they run into these mountains, they swirl. The winds can just do erratic stuff before they find an escape, right? So that day, Daniel Kern expresses his grave concern, says Greenville is in danger, and I went, what? Well, they started repopulating it. They declared it was safe. It was all mandatory evacuations. But I did notice these lines weren't really done. They weren't really done, and it was difficult. And he said, I have good information from the boots on the ground. My friends, they are not holding, that they're sketchy. And they're struggling against those huge winds coming up from the canyon every day. And the red flag conditions happened. I went to bed at the wrong time. This is Mount Dyer looking southeast at it. It's coming out of Round Valley Reservoir. In this image, we're going to lose both Greenville and we're going to lose Canyon Dam. Greenville's sort of on the, kind of to the left. And those flames are like 400 foot tall, 500 sometimes. The ones at Canyon Dam are around 300 feet tall, judging by the height of the trees, average height being 120 feet. How long do you think this time lapse is playing for? Don't tell me about spiders, Chris, or I'm going to ban you. Just kidding. But am I? How long do you think this time lapse is, Max? Yeah, you're right, Helen. I didn't know that. There's many structures along 50 before you even get to the echo grade. They should all be considered immediate danger. But they're all, 50, I am a lot less concerned for the structures at 50. They've prepped it for a long time. There's a lot of people at 50. What about up on the ski summit area? And as it goes east? Guys, yes. Ding, ding, ding. Patrick wins. This is what happened in an hour. Yeah, we know. The sheriff may have gone against advice to let people back in Greenville. It was his call. But it shouldn't have been. Law enforcement's not fire educated. I've heard rumors that he was told not to, but I've also heard rumors that he was told conflicting information, that different opinions varied, you know. Some people were confident, some people were not. I don't know.
Central X 1304620.
But that happened in an hour. This doesn't even show.
2997443.
And this was in milder winds, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We're going to have 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in some of the parts of Tuesday.
X1304, that is clear current, 2020 Chevrolet, west of Glen, out of Kerndale.
You guys can go do what you want with Matthew Henderson. It spread at the rate of 50 acres a minute, 1,000 acres an hour, and it marched that night 17 miles north past Chester. Let me zoom out and show you guys. Just police activity stuff. I have to zoom out enough to show you. How do we make it darker? Okay, so the Dixie fire that one night, the lines were this, roughly. They had black line, and it breached 4 different black lines. Remember, black line is part of containment. Never, ever, ever think that black lines mean anything in this kind of climate right now, this kind of drought, with wind. They'll go over the lines. And they've already said that time and time again, just in a subtle way. In the course of 24 hours, mostly we watched live on the stream, like, oh my God. The fire, here is Chester, went 17 miles past Chester. The flanks of it enveloped Chester. The wind shifted, and the fire expanded to that. It went and obliterated Greenville. It obliterated Canyon Dam. It breached the black lines, went all the way to the shore. It ran all the way over Dyer Mountain. It ran across here and got all the way to here. And expanded 100,000 acres in about 24 hours. This is actually more accurate. It got off of Butte Mountain and went towards Mineral, something like that. In fact, there's progression maps. 100,000 acres in around 24 hours. Milder winds, less population. You have to see my feed. Just go look at the August 4th, August 5th. I was crying on the camera. We saw 3 tornadoes spawn on Dyer Mountain. Well, why don't I just show you? Hell, I'm telling you to go look at my feed. It's easier for me to find my own crap. Where is my video? I called it bad situation. I should have called it apocalypse. Um, yeah, I think I renamed it on the 4th to Hell on Earth. Let's see. I didn't have the clock then. Okay, that's not the right one. We're on the 3rd. Yeah. Hang on, guys. It's hard for me to look back at this. Did we lose it on the 2nd? Go back. Okay. I think I found it. My own video. We were like, crap. Crap. That's, oh, wasn't this the night I was celebrating that the MD-87 and the other airplanes were trying to save Greenville? I was like, hey, it's working. Look at the fire roaring down towards Greenville. And they kept doing the splashes in front of it. And we were celebrating for a bit. Saw the aircraft. Here's them circling. We were going, oh my god, look at the size of the flames. Holy crap. But then they splashed and they splashed. And we saw the lines of retardant go down. Why did I go to bed? I was talking about the little horse. We're looking at Daniel Kern's. And that's Round Valley Reservoir. There's one of the airplanes flying right in front of it. This is before. This is before it got all bad. There's Dennis's morning update thing. What am I saying at this point? Okay, so here I am speculating that Chester should be evacuated in my next video. Whoops. It was, but too late. You know, it may not be uploaded because that video went beyond 12 hours. I think I just went to sleep. I don't know if I started it. John M says I'm headed to bed. I need to be functional tomorrow. Yeah. So after I go to bed, this is what happened. Yeah. Yeah, John, are you out of the area? Are you out of the area, John? This isn't looking good. Let's check back to our strawberry thing. Huh. I'm still listening to the radio. It's just not saying anything. I would give anything. Can we tell that Craig Philippot to tell us what's happening on the radio? He's on Twitter, but could he upload the local tactical channel? He's there right now. And guys, please give him money. He's providing us with incredible information right now. I'm retweeting him right now on my Twitter. He has a video of tree torching and it climbing. Presumably up Lover's Peak. This is incredibly frustrating, not calibrated, not stationary. Do we have a new source of information? I think I need to get to yeah, Dusty. I need to get to what is that? Okay, I wrote it down. I think you need an account. Now's a good time to make one. Wildfireintel.org. People monitoring the radio. Okay. Let's make an account. The fact that we can see this from Hawkins Peak is wow. Okay, browse the forums. Sign up. As stressed out as I am, I have to say I'm very happy that I've done this. I kind of, with the whole anxiety thing and frail health and self-doubt, there's a lot of voices in my head saying you can't make a difference. Now I know I can. I want other people to know that. Like you think that you can't, but you know you can, just with a photograph or chiming in or explaining this is what I see, or this is what I feel, or you really can, and you guys are helping me. And they say that. You know, people like Michelle Obama and other inspiring figures say, do it anyway. Don't let anybody get you down or anybody criticism. Now I'm like repeating it. Yeah, don't let them tell you that you can't help. I can't do it without you guys. I really mean that. It's not BSing. Okay, activation email. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Bear with me. It's much quieter on the Western Front. Blah, blah, blah. Confirm your account. Radio's on. They're just not saying anything. Is it true that Daniel Kearns was mentioned by the New York Times? That's cool. Okay. Why is there crap from 14 days ago? Wildfireintel.org. This is gonna drive me insane. Sort by today. People are talking about the chaparral. I don't see that this website's useful. It's supposed to be useful. You always know when you make the right decision representing your truth when politicians come after you. Just have to be willing to go for it. Bring it on. You know what my favorite quote is? FDR's quote, because it's so dang facetious and troll-like. FDR gets up on a podium and says, after he betrayed all the rich people and establishment put him in because he's part of their class, right? He's part of a legendary family. Turns his back on them and becomes a man of the people. Probably, maybe, because he kind of knew he was dying. He had poor health. But probably because he was just a bro, just a good person in general. Not without flaws, but you know. And he goes, they are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hate. Just Dang, that's cool. We're back up. Any idea where Hurricane Ida is? Zoom out on Windy. You know, I've been too hyper-focused. I have tunnel vision. I had these plans about watching the Olympics. I guess they're gone. I had no idea that the rest of the world was... I knew about the flash flooding, but I didn't know that the Greece and Turkey and stuff were on fire until people came in here. I didn't know that the hurricanes are happening until people came in here. The Tennessee flash floods, I didn't know that was happening. I just look at this. We have to remember that there's so much of the world suffering right now. Now, if you want to track hurricanes, I'll show you the app. My radar. Get this on the Play Store. I think there's iPhone. This one. You gotta pay a little bit extra for the hurricane tracker, but this will save your life. This has some of the best weather stuff ever. The most beautiful looking, clear, concise, way better than Windy. Just looks better, easier to see at a glance what's happening, where's the wind, what's going on. Anyway, I'm just trying to hope that it will just show you guys. You have to turn on the switch for weather forecasts, otherwise you're like, what is this app? I don't know why the switch has to be there. But here, track hurricanes. I've gotten buzzes in my pocket. Flash flood warning for your area. Take shelter. Whoa. Lightning in your area. Take shelter. Whoa. Yeah, helping others is healing. Michelle, I'm here working away listening. Thank you. Wow, look at that smoke. Yeah. So this could be the turning point for the worst, for everything regarding the Tahoe Basin and beyond. People are just continuously asking me about Tahoe, and I'm looking beyond it. I'm worried for Carson City, frankly. Gardnerville. Fires go the direction of the wind. What they needed to do to stop all that was they needed the time. They don't have the time. They need the manpower. They don't have that. They need good weather. They don't have that. It'll be a different kind of fire when it goes past Tahoe and goes to Nevada, which in all likelihood it really might. It might reach Nevada in a day. I mean, depends. Depends. Or it might just inexorably march that way. I think it will. Nevada has prepped a little bit. I mean, they had the nearby Tamarack fire. I just don't know how much they've prepped. I wish Cogito was here. Oh, stream is 11 hours and 24 minutes. Okay, guys. Very quickly, I'm going to restart it. I'm not going to draw that out. So what you do, if you want to come back, see this right here. The portion of every video is where you go to somebody's channel. Refresh that. I'll be right back. It'll take me 35 seconds probably to restart it. I just need a new picture of the scary strawberry thing to change the feed. Let's find one. There, that should do it. Alright, let's do a screenshot. And I have to YouTube won't save a video that goes beyond 12 hours. We're not ending. We are not ending. We are just beginning. Maybe. Oh, not. No, that's not the screenshot I want. Here. Or hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell icon and you'll know whenever I go live. Please hit the like button right now too so I can reach more people. Okay, that'll be the icon for the next stream. I'll be right back. See you guys on the flip side. We're coming right back. I have to look up a chat. Whatever I just missed in chat, you gotta retype it too. Yeah, it's Daniel Kern's Cole Smitty. Yeah. Oh yeah, you know what I do is I don't set the alarm. Whenever I do a long shift, I sometimes sleep for 16 hours. I really make up for it. Dusty says, screw those voices, we hear yours. There you go. Yeah. Let's see here. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything in chat. John M., I'm not in the area. I live in Arizona. Oh, okay, good. Okay. All right. All right. Restarting stream. Refresh my channel page. Here we go. A reminder, the way you do this. Scroll down to my name, which would be like that area. Click it, refresh. Here we go. See you on the flip side.